And there's the nade to find the flush over towards Divine. Sarah also gets spotted. That's Loops chiming in as well. They want a piece of the pie, taking shots, getting nades in. Go want a point. They want to add it to the tally. A scrap on the northwest side. Finally, more than one team's going in. It's Team Secret who are going to clash on that northwest compound. And maybe Pampa Supermassive doing something. They're heading over towards Alter Ego. In the meantime, still playing 2-2 split at the moment. It looks like, yeah, Krypton and Rosemary on the north side, up towards Everest still.
I mean, Alter Ego have a lovely split right now. I actually really enjoy this one. They know the amount of area is clear in this position, so they set up this line where they're still taking advantage of the high ground up towards Everest whilst they have a safety anchor on the eastern side. I think this is really smart. A lot of times players who take that position on the eastern side, they send all 4 players there, and then the game gets away from you because you don't get enough done, and you're hoping the circle's going to come your way, and it's a free win off the back of that. APG though, with a big push over towards IC. It's not happening though.
Oh, it's very close to getting a knock there. Need to stay alive. Falak hits the deck. Nades are going to start to come on through, but APG's already gone. These reses need to be fast. IQ wants to get back to his feet, get that healing on, because from the south side, you've got Loops to worry about. And you can imagine they've heard this fight. They know that there is a team there, and maybe they're a little bit weak. They've seen the knocks on the feed. 9Z unlikely to push south. But I think there might just be enough. It's Alter Ego, though, who chime in. I think that's 2 knocks down there now. IQ not back up, which means that outpost is completely down. Only 2 players alive, and Loops are going to start to put their tendrils over.
Another good shot. That's from Alter Ego once again on the high ground. It looked like it came from Ratto Boy, but it was Alter Ego. And look at this. This is just such well set up from Alter Ego. I think this is a textbook game from AE over towards this eastern side of the map, and it's not a lot of times that this circle actually moves towards this compound and teams get to take full advantage of it, but most teams, like I said, would just play the 2-2 split inside these buildings. I've loved the way this game is played out from Alter Ego. I think they absolutely do deserve the win off this. We'll see if they can close it out, but up until this point it has been fantastically played.
Rosemary, nade over towards Nico, and he's going to be able to land it. One and done. Sure, Flashy might not be all substance, but it certainly looks good on camera. And now it's in a circle, moving on in. I think it's just Falak with a nade cooking, trying to move past, crawling through the smokes, playing hide and seek, and drops a nade under towards one of them. And it's Ratto Boy now out on the flank. Don't know if they know where that nade came from. He steps up for another. Falak has no HP, but he's playing like he's got a full bar right now. Ratto Boy has got a Rafinha to play off against on the off angle, but Falak's up to the rock. He steps up high, and he looks for another. He's now got one more player to deal with. It's all up to him, and he won't quite be able to go the distance, but there's a reason that Falak is praised like he is.
You're crazy. Steps up on Lion's Rock and rolls with the DBS. That is some unbelievable maneuvers. It really is now down to 9Z as well as Alter Ego in this end game, but goodness me, Falak is really
Those were like 15 HP.
Yeah, those were actually some hot jukes coming through from Falak. Yeah, very well done. Fortunately, Alter Ego will take a knock there, which is kind of a big deal to go in the position. I think at this point in time, this is where you start to fold back slightly. Alva consistently is trying to get that information, but again, you've lost a player in your back line. That's one of your backstop anchors. Now life gets a little bit more difficult for you with 9C having 4.
However,
yeah, I mean,
what can Niza do with the numbers?
It definitely was a mistake there coming through from Alter Egos. I think that they should have started to fold back a lot earlier. And again, still taking these aggressive angles is quite... it's a little bit uninformed of where the circle is at this point in time. For Alter Ego, like, look at this. They could have folded back here way earlier, been as a 4-man.
Remain. Everybody's going to know where this last player from Loops is now as well. He's got to crawl forwards. Gonna have to wait for 9Z to make that first move. Take a look out to the field. He's got a couple more seconds to play around with. Alter Ego making moves in the meantime. That might draw the 9Z attention.
I'd be very interested to see the end game like travel diagram for 9Z, because they've been all over the place. But it's been a pretty damn good game for them so far, honestly. I think the main thing that's impressive here in this end game is just the smoke usage. And very quickly set up. As soon as they hit this building as well, there was smokes laid down to try and cover them off. They are kind of low on them. Good shot from Rosemary. Immediately needs to back off, and it's not the players he was looking for.
He's got 3 nades in that position for Rosemary. Needs to heal low. 9Z, I mean, they're not going to be able to flex out just yet. They do have some vehicles to play around with, but with Rosemary on the side swipe, getting up that ridge line made so much harder to back towards the further high ground, get that crate as well. Might be dangerous. Edge of that building, try and sweep the compound through on that side. Rosemary, sightline isolated, but he's up onto the rooftops now, playing further back as Alva looks to hold. 9Z, they are moving up to that north side and into the buildings, but the zone goes away from them. It's into the middle that it will fall, and that is on the outside, down the ridge in the open ground.
Yeah, Rosemary double back. There's not a lot of nades left available now for Alter Ego, and they really did need them in these last moments. And now it comes down to gun skill. Colligo finding Rosemary, which was the backstop, which leaves us into a 2v4. A very unlikely win coming now through from Alter Ego.
They got so much done, but it's 9Z who are able to move on through. Snake nade, and it's all up to Alva. A 1v4, and there's not a chance he shuts that one down. It's 9Z with a big chicken dinner there. It looked wild, looked chaotic at the start of that match for them, Blank. They had a really strange approach to the circle, but it seems like everyone else was just as confused as we were, because nobody could handle them.
I think when you look at Alter Ego, I think there's a little bit of overexcitement that comes through from that squad right towards the end game. I think they played it pretty perfectly up until their engagement between them and 9Z. I think they're still happy with the way that game went. I think there's definitely discussions going on in how they should have played it. But for 9Z, yeah, I mean, very, very cool rotates this game. There was a little bit of confusion towards that mid game though. But in terms of the gun skills so far, it looks very good from 9Z.
Yeah, they managed to win out those trades when they needed to. The nades looking all right there. That's a great pickup for them. That position that they held on that high ground, it did indeed work out. Inner circle, a very flashy play from Falak. I'm sure that will be going into the show reel, and they'll be having a good time of it as well.
I think let's head over back to the analysts. We'll see what they said about that game and 9Z's crazy rotates.
And it's 9Z bringing some of that Latino heat to the group stage here. It's Group Green, and this team has had such a crazy start. Rondo, 13 eliminations, and now they get that chicken dinner here in this match, Max Man. And by the way, one of my favorite things happened, right? Where the teams are all so good that they think without a doubt, this huge compound, it's gotta be taken, right? There's no way it's wide open, Max Man.
They're like, no, we're not even going to scout. We just know it's taken. But in fact,
It's gotta be.
wasn't.
Gotta be.
And I'm sure 9Z got in there. We're like, wait, we don't have to fight for this? We got for free? That's the best deal of the century. Hell yes. And then they end up taking some amazing clutches versus the players of Alter Ego. The roof angles were really good, Niptura, but they kept getting punished and over peaking, and 9Z Global just found that kink in the armor and instantly abused that in their favor to not only just get the win, but get a ton of eliminations in the process.
Yeah, I really had Alter Ego slated to win that, right? Because they did have that third party against OG and D+. That gave them full control of the compound, full control of the north and the western side of zone, and then they started splitting to maintain that control. I loved that. But it seemed like they regrouped way too early for my liking, and that allowed 9Z that controlling angle onto those roofs onto the north side. And so from there, 9Z were able to just limit Alter Ego completely and eventually overrun them for the win. So very nicely played and really good kind of team reading there from 9Z.
Man, by the way, I'm shocked that OG made the push onto D+ Kia Max. I mean, they were looking so well set. Literally, once I saw the zone go to that position, I was talking about how that compound is the strongest compound in that entire area. And once I saw D+ have it, I was like, they're good. OG sharing it with them. Okay, I was like, they're going to be first and second. But OG pushed early, right? And that allowed Alter Ego to come in third party that. What do you think about that push?
Well, look, we are enemies in game, your opponents, but sometimes you got to be friends because you got to hold down the position as a double squad if you want to be able to hold off other teams. And I fully agree with you. They didn't have to fight. I also understand the reasoning. Maybe they were scared if they delay the fight too much, they're going to open themselves up to a potential third party, and they were scared of that. So, like, instead of maybe getting third party later on in the match, let's fight now, and if we win it, we won't get third party, which... Actually, they still got engaged by Alter Ego at the end of that entire fight, so that was very odd. So I fully agree. I think they should have stayed together here, Niptura, maybe, and they would have worked out. Maybe easily making it into top 5. As we saw, that was not what happened.
No, it wasn't. Unfortunate. I understand both sides, right? Like, I understand why they might have wanted to push that. I understand why maybe they shouldn't have, and it didn't work out. It was tooth and nail there for a second. I'm going to give them that it was blow for a while, but, Rosemary through the window just able to clean that one up. Yeah, it was such a... What? Oh, yes, we have to talk about this. We have to. Falak, man. What is this dude doing? He's so cool. I'm sorry, I'm fangirling ever so slightly just because that 1v4, near 1v4 against Loops is crazy when you're on 1 HP of health. I just
How was
love
this
that
guy
so
in the
much.
hospital? Like literally a day or two ago. What's happening?
I'm telling you, I was like, give me whatever this guy's got, because he's going crazy here off the rip. You can just see right now, Alter Ego, 19 points, 9Z get 18, right? And Loops, right? By the way, before we get into that, right? Inner Circle. It was so funny to watch him take those rocks, right? Rather than that open compound, didn't even slightly look at it. They take that rock position, but it gets him some good points here, Niptura.
It does. I was like, I'm not sure. Guys, are we sure about this one? They're like, yes, we're sure. We're taking the rocks. It's a bad position, but the compound's taken for sure, right? No, it wasn't. It was, but hey, you know what? they were able to hold onto it for far longer than they should have been allowed to. So, you know what? GG's. It takes a really good team to do that, and they did it. So, you know what? Can't complain.
Well, congratulations then to our MVP of the game, or so called Go. It's going to be the one taking home that award for this match. But I do want to continue the conversation on the rocks held by Inner Circle. It's not a great position, right, Neptura? But APG were like, actually, those are really good rocks. We want the rocks.
God.
How about we take it? And then I think Loops at one point said that everyone wanted the rocks on the western side. They tried to snatch it out of the grasp of Inner Circle. It didn't quite work out, unfortunately, for them. But we didn't talk about them too much here in the earlier to mid-game stage portion of this match. Alter Ego sitting in that 2-2 split on Everest was just so impactful for them to have absolute oversight on this game and know exactly what to do. And that allows them to jump up in 4th position, just shy of the highly contested top 3, which right now includes APG, 9Z Globen, and Inner Circle. This is a very big point lead already created here, Hodgix. 38-36 down to 23. Top 2 are running away with a big lead.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. This, by the way, we have to talk about it. Does this group stage not feel like completely different than the gauntlet, right?
So
like
different.
It just feels crazy. These teams are rotating, I feel, so much faster. The fights are intense, and that just goes to show, right? When you can be eliminated here and right now, Neptura, you got to give it your all.
I love what we're seeing here because it's exactly that. Everyone feels like they've brought their A game immediately to game 1, to game 2. No one's waiting. There's no this sort of tiptoeing around all the teams trying to figure out, oh, what they're going to do. Oh, are they going to do this or this? Let's see. Not quite sure. Everybody's like, no, this is us. This is how we're going to play. We know all of you, and we're going to win. And I love it because every single team is doing that exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and especially they know what's at stake. You have to play according to the lobby, according to the rules, Max, man, right? And I think we are seeing that difference because, you know, in the gauntlet, obviously it was top 7 that moved to the grand finals. Here, it's top 3, right? And I think that at a certain point, teams are going to have to start locking down some of these top squads, at least the best they possibly can, because, I mean, we're already seeing the point lead, and it's only been 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some teams be so hesitant to do anything in the last 2 games of Miramar during the gauntlet, right, Hodgix? They're so hesitant because, oh, there's still a chance if you get a decent game, but no, you got to go hard. And I'm telling you, day 3 of Group Green, the group of death is going to be all over the goddamn place. It's going to be crazy because you have a chance also, if you're at the bottom, you're having a really bad time, you're also eliminated. So those teams are also going to be hungry to make sure they can get into the last chance. So many different storylines and clashes are going to be happening at the later stage of Group Green. And I literally cannot wait for day 3. It's going to be pure and absolute madness.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing that we noticed is different from the gauntlet for sure, right? I think it's got to be Alpha Gaming. You know, first we hear Doc, take responsibility, right? And just say, you know what? It was a mistake. I thought the soft angle was going to work, but it just didn't. And not to mention, in this game, they don't drop military, Max, man. They go to Stalber. What do you think about that change?
I mean, Niptura, we've been covering CSA for a while, right? And we've just always asked, APG, maybe it's time to have a secondary drop location? Just maybe? And they finally have it, right? Northeast next to Stolber, Kameshki. What a fantastic change for the better.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll tell you what, guys. We got an awesome interview on the stage. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to hear from the 7WG.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Inner Circle, Falak. Falak, what was the mindset coming into Group Green, considering that you have to be top 3?
Obviously, we want to qualify for grand final, so we are very confident. Our mindset was that we just will play aggressive and like whatever happens in game, we will see.
Well, you're definitely playing aggressive. We just saw what you were able to do against Loops. You were just so close to do it. What was going through your mind there at the end? Because you decided to push Router Boy, I think with like maybe 5 HP.
Yeah. I thought I'm like gonna die because I had no healing, but I thought I can give it a try, and I gave my best in that situation.
Well, that's definitely going to be a highlight somewhere out there. Thank you so much. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, right? He said their mindset is being aggressive, Max, man. And I think that mindset has definitely been put into play here for the first 2 matches. At least from him, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, Inner Circle, they're aggressive. Falak, he's giga aggressive. You know, he's going super hard in these matches. And I'm loving it. And we have yet to see Natura, the CQC nade specialist.
Yeah, I
You know,
love how
pop off with
relaxed
those
they feel.
less than
I'm used
1
to them being
second
cool, calm, and
grenade
collected, but
pins
it
being
feels
thrown on
today
enemies.
like they're at a whole
Once
nother
that
level. Like
starts
they've finally
happening on
gone,
Miramar,
listen, we're
then
a
we're
global
gonna be
team. We've been here all season. We know what we're doing. Cannot stress this enough about how relaxed, how confident they feel. Just 2 matches in, and it's looking so good. I can't wait for this next game. The way these last 2 games have been going, for IC, I need to see that more.
Yeah, we need to see that aggression big time. You know, we saw one match of Aaron Gale today, Max, man. You know, we noticed that APG was going up to Stalber, picking up that secondary location. And I love to see that. I think that change is huge for them. I hope it's something that they've had in their bag for a while now, because they definitely look prepared going into this game. Now, we did have that circle, right? Go on down to Gatka. We saw Wolves, you know, land in Gatka. We saw Falcons land there, that area. They weren't able to have a good game here. This lobby so different than what we saw from the Gauntlet stage. You know, when it comes to these different drops that we saw into Aaron Gale, Max, you know, what was the big team that stood out to you?
Really, hot drop wise, nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, no hot drop wise, for sure.
If I want to talk about one drop that did intrigue me is Orangutan, because we know normally they were going to have a hot drop in Rozhok in the Gauntlet stage. They gave it up to go for Shelter instead as their secondary drop location. Also, Severny up north every once in a while, depending on the plane path. But no, this time they went for Rozhok, and this is Orangutan then. That means on Erangel, Hot Jukes able to play their peak performance, bring in their A game to the table, because that is what they've been playing during BMIC, during BMSD. This is the drop location they've trained for so damn long, and they can finally use that to really use their rotation to its full potential. So I think Orangutan, they're going to be feeling very comfortable now going into every single one of these Erangel matches.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure when it comes to OG, right, is that we know that they're so solid when it comes to rotation. One thing they struggled with, though, right, is being able to flick on that aggression switch. And we heard from Valak, their mindset is pure aggression. We've been seeing that nothing from these squads. Let's go into one more match at Aaron Gale with Blank and John Allen.
It's time for another Erangel edition as we head on in from Stalber down to Sosnovka Military Island on the plane path. Blank, things are keeping temperature hot here. That final close down from 9Z took it all away from Alter Ego, who did show a little bit too much boldness on their peaks.
That they did. I think, again, it's one of those things where you look at it, and I think Alter Ego up until that point looked pretty good. But closing games out is a completely separate skill set to the prep that goes into getting towards that end game. I was very, very impressed with Alter Ego up until that point as well, which is why it was quite disappointing for me, honestly, to see them fumble that end game the way they did. But again, you can only really be happy for 9Z there, who were able to basically snatch away the win in those final moments.
It's a nice little turn up for the table, certainly, for 9Z. See if they can keep it on going. Are we going to get a hot drop? No, okay. Genji not going to go down towards C block. It looks like it's just going to be APG down on military. Maybe up in Severny. Could be some Argy as Team Secret and GS. A little bit close to each other. Maybe a vehicle contest going on there. Have to wait and see. Looks like everybody else is fairly well extricated for the time being anyway, because we're going back to Gatka on the circles.
Back over to the fields. I don't think really anyone enjoys this. But I think the bigger issue here is the eastern plane path off the back of this one. Does cause quite a few issues in terms of the rotates off towards that western side, because typically with a field finish like this, there's not a massive amount of critical compounds that can be taken. So if you're starting on the east side of the map anyway, anyone who gets fairly center at the start of this game is going to have a big advantage. So we're looking at Gen G, we're looking at Falcons. even potentially APG here starting in melee base. They can get out quickly, but again, this is going to require APG to be a little bit quicker on the ball of leaving from Sosnovka, and they should understand to do that. I hope they'd understand to do that with an Eastern playing path. Like, they have a big advantage here to get towards a more prominent position inside the circle. I think maybe they're slightly worried about a bridge camp, but again, I think Gen G, Go, they're more preoccupied with also taking position within the center of this map.
Getting on into the middle. I mean, it worked out quite well. Nobody went to that compound on the north side, so maybe someone will take it up this time. Still, teams very much in the looting phase as we go into our 4th minute, just about ticking over into, there we go, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And yeah, nobody really making big moves right now. Not too much trouble up on the north side. It looks like, yeah, Team Secret just went off to North George. They didn't stick around near Severny. They grabbed the vehicles and headed away. Actually, likely to transition to South George here. And why not? You've got the circle access a little bit more secure, and you won't have to go for that bridge crossing after teams have already moved into that north side area.
For OG, much more comfortable starts to their game as well, John, purely because Regnum Kai is no longer being a thorn in their side around Rozhok. They can completely surround this area now, which is very, very nice for them going forward. And they should be able to get a decent rotate from the top side of Rozhok down. Like I say, for Team Secret, just instantly sending off there over towards Georgia Paul. There's a lot of good rotation you can make from that position around Everest, which covers you off from quite a few sightlines. Inner circle, though, they are definitely not towards the inner circle, starting on a Kameshki split. I think a lot of people are starting to favor Kameshki split a lot more of around Stalber as well. It does give you like a lot of decent paths over towards the north side and the east side of the map. On this kind of circle, it's a bit more difficult. Not that really stopped them last game, though, to be honest. With Falak able to almost do the impossible versus Luke.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy stuff. I mean, talking about that Kameshki split, though, I do think that it is very flexible, and that is its main asset, right? And it's no worse maybe than playing in Yasnaya on that front, but does give you more access to the north side. So generally a net positive. I think you're right in that assessment. Maybe becoming a little bit more fashionable as we've got a little overview there. Coming on down. They're playing it slow. They just want some more loot from these buildings. Done a little stop off and grab some more supplies along the way. There's no rush, not at the moment. They know they're going to be at the back of the queue kind of anyway. So it's not ideal to overcommit to going fast when you know that it's really not going to pay off. It's very unlikely that teams are moving ahead of you anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because I mean, just talk about the Kameshki split a little bit more. Is that like Lipovka split where you play maybe 2 in Lipovka and then send a couple out towards Mansion? That's much more punishable as well. Whereas Kameshki, there's not really many teams that are going to punish you over towards that position of the map. There's a lot easier positions, you know, from Milta, Western Shelter, even Yasnaya to make a split off from the rescue team to try and catch out 1 or 2 players playing around Mansion or Heaven, trying to watch and guard out from Lipovka. Yeah, that doesn't really happen in Kameshki. So that's something that Alter Ego probably have to watch out for a little bit more. Most teams have started to make their way over towards the west now, though. Wolves getting in nice and early. I think Wolves realize that they need to get a bit of a move on right now. Currently in 3 points in 13th. Very, very unideal, especially for a team that started in the gauntlet. This doesn't look promising. Still only 2 matches. There is still time. But when you've got teams like 9Z as well as IC currently on almost 40 points apiece after 2 matches, you know, those top 3 spots are starting to look pretty unattainable.
Yeah, it's not super friendly right now, but you know, it's still very much early days. We are only in to match number 3, Blank. We've only seen 2 games go under the belt, and a lot of those points for Inner Circle specifically were earned in 1 match. The same is true for 9Z as well. It is just sort of one big match, top of the tables right now. Teams for a lot of them. We'll see who can keep up the pace. OG, they move in. They're making their rotate near Falcons, near D+, but both of those teams are on outposts. They're on 2-2 splits or don't have a full lineup to go for it immediately, and they're not taking shots out that way just yet either.
No reason to right now. You're kind of waiting for zone 2 anyway. Especially only 1 minute left on the next shift. I think for a lot of teams at this point in time, not advisable to be looking for engagements. Kind of waiting for that big migrate on zone 2, and then you can start looking for fights to try and break position on the map. APG though, they kind of did what I said. They took it slightly longer, but didn't really matter all that much. They're already towards a pretty fantastic spot on the map right now. I think Doc does have an eye in over towards OG currently. And I think
they're taking shots.
The side.
Yeah, they're looking to try and suppress that position. They're taking shots over towards the reject. We're taking shots over towards OG as well, and they did have to stop off. They're poking their noses towards that APG Southside compound, though, so maybe look at it cause trouble.
Get a good view of the map here. See what's next on the cards for us. Alter Ego a little bit slower to this one, but they can divert quite easily over towards Potato Hill and then towards the northwest. Around Everest, though, we're pretty much going towards a similar location. For APG, it's somewhat unfortunate for their early central start. They have a fair way to move. GS, though, quite happy the way this one plays out.
Yeah, they'll be able to move into that north side. The major feature, the major point of interest that is in this circle that really wasn't in the last one is Ruins. That Ruins area to the east of Everest is going to be, I'm sure, where GS are going to at least look to try and go. Some of the buildings around that area, teams are going to try and filter through. 9Z as well. Maybe they'll be able to get on over there because they're going for their classic. Let's just go over the top and see what we can find their position. This south edge, though, across the fields, is going to get brutal. And Gen G eat first blood, and there's claws to go down.
Yeah, the wide wrap Kings in 9Z, it's been working out all right, to be honest. GS, though, like you said, did stop off over towards Castle and Ruins. Decent spots to play in going forward. Again, leaving Ruins is a little bit awkward, so I actually quite like OG's position, which is just east of Everest there, picking up the compounds in that area. I think you might have teams wanting to try and challenge for that spot at some point, but for the time being, I think most players are quite comfortable in their current positions. This is going to be a little bit more of a slow game. Also, OG flexing out towards top of Everest, trying to get some high ground control as well. Okay.
All right. You want to get an oversight? Fair enough. I mean, Everest, big feature in this zone. Alter Ego were playing towards it before, not fully on the top of it towards the end there, but it's a little bit more central this time around, and maybe will play well. Loops on the road. Alter Ego sending in towards some of those Ruins positions too. They've already lost Alva. That's a flush from Falak.
Yeah, well played. I mean, he's flexed out from the rest of the squad. Just finds a quick pick off and will pick up the flush off the back of it as well. The guy is insane. Actually insane. Yeah, I think a lot of people understand why I usually say that Falak's probably one of my top 3 favorite players of all time. I think he was someone who really impressed me on his off-angle plays in the past and was one of the best to do it. And now again showing off just how strong he can be here in the biggest international tournament of the year.
And what a time to do it as well. Looking really, really hot. Finger on the trigger, ready to go at a moment's notice, drop of a hat. Reject, they're moving up on the west side, currently skirting around the west of Hospital. Currently Goat occupy that area, but they are going to divert further north than Goat's position and maybe challenge towards Everest here. I mean, this is very similar circle the last time around. The difference here, though, Blank, is that Wolves are in the compound that nobody went into last time around. You said they needed to move a little bit earlier. Maybe that's what they were looking for. An APG in their compound that ended up being a pretty convincingly winning compound in the last one. They'll take up occupation there.
I like that for Wolves. You know, they spectate the game. They're like, what could we do differently? Take the open compound, perhaps. And so they're close to it now, so they just go for it. understanding that it seems to not really be in the progress of a lot of other teams' routes in towards the circle there. So Wolves, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It is slightly on the western side, quite close to the edge of the circle, which is a bit worrisome. But it's playable. It's definitely playable towards the end game. Goat's finding Patino from Loops. Yeah, getting the same circle again is a weird one, right, John? Where you kind of make some adjustments to your last game, maybe patch up some holes in your playstyle.
I mean, it is absolutely, and given that teams were sort of all in very similar drop spots as well, it's got to play out maybe fairly similarly. But Falak's down, and that is bad news for Inner Circle fans. Looks like they are going to rally the troops, though, and it's just Krypton close by. Could potentially be more trouble around the corner, but at the moment, T24 just drawing attention. Yeah, they're going to be able to get this res. Rosemary moving into position, though. There's an off angle. He looks for it, and Snape gets the spray down as well. Two players from Alter Ego able to line up the shots, and now Inner Circle have lost another player. This is a good little pickup for Alter Ego, working the ground around them.
I mean, they had a little bit of damage done to them earlier, but it's Wolves in a 4v4 with them and Reject, and it is going swimmingly well as Reject will hit the deck. Wolves retain all 4 players up, and that is a convincing finish there for them. In the meantime, Inner Circle are just getting battered and bruised by Alter Ego. Not happy with them taking down one of their players earlier in Alva.
No, they will do a hell of a lot more in response. T24 did manage to get away for Inner Circle, so Solo on the north side playing on. Wolves held the compound against Reject. We saw that push coming through, that crash from Reject did not go their way. And what that meant is that GOAT could not third party. OG couldn't extract elimination points. Both of those two teams playing up towards Everest, which is really good news for the Wolves. It means that it's much less likely that they're going to get third partied on an approach here now.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a big thing when it comes to big crashes, because we saw it even on that first game of the day, is where Papa Supermassive just could not hold on the north side of Rondo because they dealt with the first 2 crashes. But if teams keep coming, then eventually things are going to start to get rough. Big shift though towards the north side, keeps Everest in. Damn, goodness me. But APG get a central circle and prank no more. Dark with a lovely nade over towards T24. And that will sit APG at 2 eliminations, and they are looking to secure a position in that top 3 at the end of this game.
I mean, it's like the exact same circle. It's insane. We go to exactly the same place, exactly the same finishes. Maybe a couple more teams on that north side and that lining that Everest side as well, which was, as you were talking about before, a bit of a major feature of that last game, right? That glut of teams moving in on the northeast, playing that area. That's a little bit more spread out here. So that's probably going to be the pace difference in this match. We'll see what can get done. OG still lining the top of Everest with Papa Supermassive trying to move in, but with APG down beneath them, taking shots, and with OG up the top, you don't imagine that's going to be super successful.
Snape just stood on top of Chips' position, so that we'll find him. Let's get down off there. What are you doing? Sit on the rooftops. Then goes in, won't find any damage. But for Alter Ego, it looks like it's starting to come to a little bit of a close here for them. I think it's tough rotates from here on out. For APG, though, they are just fully committed to the 4-man hold.
Ooh, the nade. It's just Krypton now, I believe, left for Alter Ego. As he keeps it on going, though, wants to get stuck into the fight. No boot. Around the corner, does go down. Chips has an off angle. There's someone across the way, but Krypton finds the inside of the building. A little shack, but the Molotov burns the door away. A mad dash across, and Krypton's just juking him out right now. Osal hopping in with the auto shotty. The healing's there. He's looking for Snake, but no! He's beneath the boxes. A spin around. He got the heal off as well, but it's just Chips now on the inside. D+ have a nightmare sent their way, and GS can close them down here and now.
I mean, that predict on the Molotov was something serene in that moment. Love to see it. The fact that he's able to jump out there in time and then quickly get in cover and get the first aid off. I don't think D plus Kia is expecting that kind of resilience from a solo. GS now looking to finish off the players from D plus they get out, but they've also got other concern, which is getting into the circle itself. 9Z moving over towards where APG were playing, hoping to take control back again of a position they held before.
APG's nades. Fending off against Team Secret and 9Z. Ooh, this is nasty stuff. Only 2 players alive for 9Z. Nade just a bit long there from top. Onto the 2 from 9Z. Won't quite be able to find it. Team Secret, I feel like their position is going to get weaker and weaker as fights around them conclude. They need to start pushing in and start gaining ground inside this building.
There's a slight waste of grenades there coming through from APG. I think the first couple were fine, you know, just on the off chance you're able to hit something. What is Bond doing on Tiamba? Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't know why you thought it was a solo. That'd be a great place to try and live out the rest of the game. Is that one of the most contested areas of the map?
Hey, look, Aking's going to give it a go as well. In the meantime, though, Wolves flex out of their compound. They push up Everest. They crunch Goat in between them and OG. A lot of damage inflicted by Coops towards Goat, and it is going to leave Goat down now on 2 players. The job is done. Wolves regroup back down to the south. They know that with the circle shifting up north, their compound is going to be a prime target for taking for teams on the south side. I'm looking at Falcons.
If OG is just major oversight over towards the rest of the map right now. They've got a incredible Overwatch. This is a time for a team like OG to start picking up some big points off the back of this one. I think I like this flex out over towards the eastern side. Leaving WizGod behind to fend off the 2 players from Goat is a good idea. Not likely Goat's going to push, and these players on the east can start to take shots over towards GS or even the Falcons as they attempt to come on in.
Ooh, Ratto Boy wants to try and find the spray. Gen G will look at a regroup, but they had to give one up. I think that's Tiamba out. Yes, it is. They will go down in 12th. No, Raptor Boy tries to shut the door behind him. Nice and polite, but that's not going to get you anywhere. Falcons and GS, though, are clashing heavily on this hilltop. At the moment, it's going both ways and taking knocks, and Falcons finally finding an advantage, but in rolls Esso. He's down from across the way. It's a tanky taking the shot. Are the Falcons still alive? Only just, but the blue zone's here, and Redox desperately trying to heal it, and he can't get it done. The bandage is not fast enough. And that is 2 teams isolated with 1 spray down from a tanky.
Yeah, I mean, easy stuff. And this is exactly what I was talking about, is that flex out towards the eastern side. It's the obvious choice, and it's well done. That clears a massive amount of space. Finally, Top is able to hit a disgusting grenade, so maybe not a waste after all. Just needed to find the right angle on it. Genji, your arms aren't that strong. I'm gonna be real with you. This is some unreasonably long lobbing distance.
Very ambitious. I like the spirit, you know? Unfortunately, that's not what counts. It's if you actually get the nade on in. That's what you're looking for. I mean, Team Secret, they believe them, though. That's the thing.
They really do. They're like, oh, it's a bit scary. Wait, maybe we could send one back. There's some okay nades. Good chip damage as well.
Molotov just goes a little bit long. They're not quite sinking them down
It
into the
corrals
drain.
them, though.
It does do that. Yeah, you're right. And actually forces one of them out. That will be a nade range of Gen G. Maybe now they should have had the nades. Unfortunately, not to be. The nades keep sinking in, but the heals coming through to keep them safe. There's shots. Who's that coming from? That's Wolves. Doran able to shut down Ziol, and they have to back it off. Seems like this compound makes teams think that they can peak when they shouldn't. Doc, learning from that last match, moves out to where we saw Rosemary flex out to last time.
Yeah, I mean, in that spot as well, your biggest issue is the fact that to get the airburst on where Team Secret's playing, you have to push far enough out to lob the grenade down. The only way you can do that was with a smoke, but then you're throwing the nade blind, so you have to kind of hope for it. And if you don't use the smoke, then Wolves have that angle from the western side. So Team Secret actually is really quite safe right now, honestly. It's difficult for APG to remove them. And now because they're closer towards the center, APG has a big problem on their hands.
WizGod is peeked over the ridgeline and immediately is humbled on the peak. Doesn't go down though, which could be crucial. Go on a mad crash. Let's see if they can cling on, if the hooves have got enough grip to make it to somewhere, to anywhere that they can find. They've got to some trees, they got to a rock or two. Maybe they'll stay alive for just a moment longer. This fight in the compound just doesn't seem to want to conclude. OG
Nice.
to fully isolate. That's the nade they were looking for. That is what they wanted to find, and the first knock is finally going to come through. A second, a third as well. That's the off angle coming in, and it will be devastating for them. A fourth nade, maybe they'll find it. Reefus does go down in the meantime. Doc should be on picking that one up. That nade's going to go wide. Just the one player now left standing, and Ziol spots him. The off angles do too. The Wolves are going to have a say.
I mean, Atanki's picking up points from the back of this as well over towards Team Secret. Again, it's not an easy nade to throw for Ziol. It really does quite take some precision. Doc makes that one look pretty easy though, but again, it's Doc. It's Doc, so we have to bow down and accept that. But for APG, 11 points on the game right now. This is way better from them, and you start to wonder if it's a case it was nerves going into the gauntlet there, where they were playing against some of the best teams in the world. I think that APG plays a lot better when they think that they're the big dogs in the lobby, which they certainly are here.
Seems so with the current situation. Coops moving up really high up the mountain, getting that off angle, using the time available to him without that blue zone on the pressure. And yeah, WizGod, he's done and dusted, will be flushed out now. Wolves playing from that western side. They've been a little bit quieter than the other teams. They moved into their position early. You liked it, Blank. It seems like they felt it too. Coops using this high ground to the best of his advantage whilst he still can, but needs to start to evacuate now. With the blue zone pushing through, that is going to be further down the hill for them to sink, and it's going to leave APG and Wolves the only 4-player team. Couple of solos, and then OG on the 3-player Miracle Run.
For OG, they're already splitting though quite early. They do have the anchor in AKOP down the hillside. Chips is attempting to get as many points as possible off the back of this one, but for D+, it has been a little bit odd watching them, right? The aggression isn't there. They feel fairly weak in these team fights, which is so strange compared to the performance we've seen from them in the past. So yeah, I think D+ needs to find their footing once again, because at the moment this just isn't going to cut it.
North shift on the circle. I mean, this is OG with the majority of the land mass in this one. APG gonna have to move north, and maybe D+ make it to third, you know, on this solo position with Chips.
I mean, this is kind of, in my mind, this is the big question for OG now, because this is probably the 5th time the circle has shifted towards them this game, and they have decent positioning in it. We've seen these times of circle shifts before for OG, and I think it's closing the match, which is still the thing that they are struggling to do here.
Oh, you can't let that happen as well. The solo position coming through from D+. That's going to split and really diminish this power, this position for OG. Aru kind of isolated up the top there. Needs to hop in the vehicle, drop a smoke, get some acceleration on the way down. But where do you go from there? You got to get into nade range of everything else. APG flexing out. Look at top move. He's going around the edge, and it's going to be all up to AKOP down on the low ground to stay alive for them.
Nice shot from Chips. Immediate response over towards top. I think there was a little bit of assistance coming through on the sidelines there.
No way.
And that's the... Again, they know that Chips is here.
That's crazy. That's crazy that Chips has been able to do that.
Yeah.
He's been allowed so much freedom on this north side, taking down top as well on the approach. I mean, that slowed APG. The solo position now behind a tree is completely known. He's trying to drop these smokes and get a little bit safer. I don't think such a place exists.
Yeah. For APG, I think this is a win. It should be a win, right? For Wolves, if they're able to take the fight to APG, though, that is a massive thing for them. For Wolves, it will certainly put some confidence back in them, which I think they're absolutely lacking at the moment. I think that there's a lot of times where Wolves are even second guessing their own decisions that they make in these games, where two players will have a very different plan from one another. But this game feels a lot better in terms of that so far. I do think that the success they found from that mid game has really helped them, but Doc already finding that angle over towards Igor is pretty bad news. 12 elims so far for APG, and nade down the hillside to confirm this knock over towards Chips. He just about jumps out the way. Doc?
This is the buggy reposition.
Hello?
The nade is long. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Doc moves out as well. Chips finally goes down. It's Batten to be able to find that. So that is solidified. Doc is still alive. APG gonna have to move forwards a little bit with their off.
For APG, it is just one day they need, but I think they expended a lot of them over towards Team Secret earlier. Good shots over towards Wolves now have all been slammed into the same position. Top has all the angles that he might like, and Wolves again is just, I think they're trying to find safety in numbers, but what they need here is angles over towards APG, and they're unwilling to go for them. Baton just exposes himself there. Zol's immediately stepping up. Now just two players remaining. Coops would need two massive nades to finish from now. And it should be a 16 elim game here coming through for APG, barring some craziness from the Wolves.
You would think so. As they get that flush, they're up to 14 already. They're grouped up a little bit, and there's still a couple of nades left. They're all being unleashed now, though. None of them really connecting. Doc a little bit further away than that. The bounce around the side. He just steps out in time. Doc just about in cover. He knows nades. He knows what's going on there. And there go the Molotovs, the utility. Ziol stepped up and does get taken down. Coops needs to commit to the heal right now, and there's no nades in response. There's still, no, they don't have any. It's only one nade on the Wolves' back pocket. That gets sent forwards towards top. Goes long. Coops forced into the trade. From the high ground, will not be needed. The backup not there. Thor behind the tree will get burnt away. And APG, I don't know if they got that last elim, but they were able to hold onto the zone, hold onto the game this time around. And it is a different team that we're seeing from the Gauntlets who've stepped into Group Green.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an APG fan, you're probably like both not surprised and quite annoyed, right? You're not surprised that APG is suddenly doing really well, and you're both kind of annoyed that they didn't play like this during the Gauntlet stage. Again, it is one of those moments, though, where that interview with Seven was actually very telling, where Doc admits a mistake. And I do think that this team almost required humbling within the Gauntlet. For them, it was more like the Forge. They were getting slammed by the hammer, and now they look sharper than ever coming into these group stages.
It is very, very nice stuff to see APG able to go the full distance there. It looked like Wolves had a pretty good game there too. Blank, their position on the western side of that circle, they held those compounds nicely, and they were able to transition fairly successfully. I think that OG maybe let it slip during that game as well. They didn't have the control from Everest that they wanted. They weren't able to inflict the damage that they needed.
Yeah, for Wolves, there's definitely that situation where you look at them and you can tell that there's still some floundering happening in those final game moments, whereas APG immediately had their plan and they stuck to it. So it's tough. I'd like to see it will certainly put some confidence, though. Should be a win, right? For Wolves, if they're... Yeah. For APG, though, I think this is a win.
These smokes and get a little bit safer. I don't think such a a place exists.
Yeah. For APG, though, I think this is a win. It should be a win, right? For Wolves, if they're able to take the fight to APG, though, that is a massive thing for them. For Wolves, it will certainly put some confidence back in them, which I think they're absolutely lacking at the moment. In these games, this game feels a lot better in terms of that so far. I do think that the success they...
And I mean, at this point, Alpha Gaming were just unstoppable, Max.
The APG win is real! Yeah! It exists! Sorry, I had to pop off at one point because finally the APG prank is over, Hot Jukes. It happened! The gauntlet is done.
Way too long. Way too long.
Yeah, and it's called the Group of Death because they are in the lobby. They're top here with the P90, able to put the nail in the coffin of Wolves. Really, really happy with the execution of this game. And I'm really happy to see the rotations later on of this game for APG Niptura because they saw that compound, they saw the circles like, samesies? We take good compound. This time it's ours.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. I loved seeing different teams do the same things as other teams in match 2. Like OG, for instance, did the same sort of strat as AE. So that was really nice to see it go, oh, same circle. Let's do what we didn't, let's not do what we did last time and do what they did this time. And it was really, it worked. It worked a lot better. OG able to put up a really good fight there. But yeah, APG coming through. It was nice to see that they still got it. They still got it. Even, I mean, so many people were like, oh, nah, this is it, bro. This is it, right? And they came back and like, no, we know exactly what we're doing. We're still as good, and we're gonna show y'all. Dude,
I'll tell you what, man. Maybe these guys just wanted a little piece of that group stage money. I don't know what it was, but Doc taking responsibility. And oh man, is it working now. Look at that, 967 damage, 5 eliminations. They take the most dominant compound in that circle. Max, man, I called it the second we saw that zone. I was like, that's the compound. That's going to be the team that wins. And what do you know it? APG take it and it works for them.
Some people call that compound the Hot Jukes compound. There's history of Hot Jukes in that position, but know that they take it very early on, and especially the nades, Niptra, we saw them throw onto Team Secret. They were playing the Ridge, were just so well executed from Zyol and Doc in particular. Very happy with it as we go through the replays, but damn, yeah, APG here, again, copying the early straps from some teams in the previous game, and here execute it to almost perfection. It was really, really good game from them.
Yeah, I loved what we saw from them coming in there. It was exactly what we wanted to see from Alter Ego in the last game, and they were able to just capitalize on that and actually make it work for them. Yeah, even better. Some awesome, crazy shots coming in through here, though. Like, all these headshots, long distance is insane. Krypton was insane. You can see, because he almost had it.
Watch those hands.
It's so true, right? So true. But some really, really cool shots.
Yeah, beautiful shots indeed right there. Those nades, by the way, you know, we were talking about them earlier, right? From APG on the TS. I mean, they didn't waste any time, right? They were going to make sure that they took that team out there at the bottom of the hill, and that worked out for them. One thing I do want to mention, though, right, was how dominant this OG position was on the hill. But they were just so split and got picked apart one by one. Max, man, what do you think about that?
Look, I'm going to tell you the one thing that annoys me with Orangutan that I've mentioned it also during the Gauntlet stage. They are so good at taking positions like this. Like, they learned from the previous game, right? Hot Jukes, they're like, wait, that was a really good position. The circle's the same. We're going to take it away from Alter Ego. And when they're in full control, they just decide to go for these splits, and they just give up a great potential finish over to another squad. It's a slight thing to adjust. If they do, I think we can finally see some big wins from Orangutan as we go through the replays here. And I want you all right now, Niptura, and everyone here, to pay attention to APG. They're like, oh, cross the bridge. Okay, we wait for phase 2. Oh, phase 2, we're chilling. Chopsticks area. This is great. Phase 2 pops are like, the compound is free. The same one. Yoink, it's ours. And same for Orangutan doing, as you said, Niptura, the same play as Alter Ego. So teams had just like big deja vu on that phase 2 shift. It was very funny.
Wolves as well, right? Coming in and going, hey, that compound was free the entire game last time. Let's not make that same mistake again. We're taking it, baby. And they were able to get a top 2 finish out of it. So I doubt that mistake will be happening anytime soon.
Well, you know what? One thing I definitely want to talk about, and I remember you guys having a little bit of contention about that strategy, was Wolves, right? They were about to push up on that hill and possibly take OG on a little bit early, but then they decide not to. What do you think about that possible push, Max, man?
From which team? Sorry, you lagged out for me.
Wolves. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was Wolves.
No worries.
Remember when they were about to push up onto Everest on the OG, but then they kind of like just stopped and ended up going back? What do you think? You think that was a good idea? You think they should have pushed then, or you think it was good for them to hold off all that push?
I think it was good for them to hold off because sure, Everest would give them a lot of value if they're able to win that fight. But of course, every time you take an engagement, it's a bit of a risk. It's a bit of a 50-50 as to do you come out unscathed or not from that engagement. But I think actually here, Nitra, them staying in the compound to the west was the right call because you're still in circle. You're not forced to make a big decision just yet, so you just easily make it into the later stage. For me, passive approach was the best approach for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I agree to a certain extent that holding that compound. Oh, hang on. Doc MVP, we haven't seen that in a good long while. So nice to see him back up here. But going back to our conversation real quick here is, yeah, I agree to a certain extent that yes, absolutely staying in the compound was the correct play. But I don't mind the split that they made, the 1-3 split up to Everest, because they were very mobile with it. They weren't over pushing. They were just trying to control that angle, make sure that the teams up on Everest didn't come on down. So I really did like that play from them. But we see the overall rankings, and that win onto APG pushes them, clears the gap by quite a bit, and puts them in first place. What a game from them. That was so important.
Dude, what a crazy start to the day. 48 points, guys. That is an average of 16 points a game for Alpha. Wow. I mean, yep, they slept during the gauntlet, but they're awake now in the group stage. They definitely don't want to be on that bottom 5. As a matter of fact, remember, those bottom 5 are out of here. It's good to see the Wolves after that game. They pushed themselves into 7th place. Remember, 4th through 11th, those are the teams going to that survival stage. We got a lot more action for you guys coming up. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after that.
Converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day 1. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Place 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final 5, the grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
ingin meloloskan tim inilah ke grand final karena 2 kali PMGC kita nggak loloskan. The emotion driving me is like probably a bit of regret. We were so close, especially in the last game. We were top 1 and then we dropped down to top 3.
이제 저희가 작년 세계대회 우승했던 것만큼 압박도 있고
去年はなかなか世界大会優勝、PMG を優勝ということもあって、モチベーションがなかなか保てずにいて、PMGC に出場することすらできなかったんですけど、I would definitely say I'm coming back for redemption this time. I believe this is my moment to win PMGC this year. I have a really good team. We prepared really well. So if there's a chance to win it, I think this is it.
쉽다고는 생각 안 하는데 저희가 또 PMGC에 왔으니까 저희가 열심히 하고 또 실수하지 않으면은 우승할 수 있다고 생각해요.
Senang banget sih di saat ini kita bisa kembali lagi di PMGC, yang dimana kita salah satu tim satu-satunya Indonesia yang bermain di sini. 私たちはこれまでにも世界の舞台で強烈なデビューを飾り、このチームがどれほどの実力を持っているかを証明しました。チームメイトを信じていますし、再びやり遂げられると本気で思っています。I would say I want people to remember that I always tried hard and no matter what the result, I showed up in a good way. Sekarang waktunya kita untuk membawa piala ke Indonesia lagi. 目標はシンプルです。グランドファイナルに進出し、世界タイトルを取ること。今回は MGC トロフィーを持ち帰ります。
저희가 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to the first day of Group Green at PMGC 2025 live from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm here joined by the MVP of PMGC 2024, Nobu from D+ Kia. Nobu, you're the defending champions of PMGC. Does that give you extra pressure?
우리 선수는 2024년 PMGC 디챔핑 올라서 PMGC 들어오는데 혹시 지금 부담감이 있어요?
딱히 부담감은 없는 것 같아요.
No, I didn't feel any pressure about that.
Okay, well, that's good to know because right now you're currently sitting in 10th place, 25 points away from the top 3. What has been the biggest challenge today?
지금 3등은 25점 차이가 있는데요. 혹시 지금 제일 힘든 점은 뭐예요?
딱히 힘든 점은 없고 저희가 준비한 대로 열심히 하면은 잘 될 것 같아요.
I didn't feel any very difficult things about it. I just can do it as our preparing.
Okay, well, hopefully that's going to be the case. And I have to second something that Blank was saying. It feels like the lobby's being very aggressive, but you guys haven't been able to win your fights. Is there something that you need to be able to readjust to be able to win those fights?
지금 러비에서도 많이 잘하는 팀은 있는데 혹시 그 중에서 누구 제일 잘하는 거 생각하고 있나요?
APG?
I think upper gaming is the most difficult thing, as I was saying.
I would have to agree with that because that team right now is playing like they were supposed to play in the gauntlet, but now they're here in Group Green and wanting to make sure they go to the grand finals. 감사합니다. Nobu, back to you guys.
Hey, there we go. Good to be able to hear from Nobu there. D+, right? I mean, our previous champions, again, they're currently sitting in that 10th. What do you think about their performance so far? obviously it's not where they want to be. You know, why do you think this team's struggling off the rip?
Some of the replays of today's 3 matches, and I gotta say, were beautiful execution from every single player and team. This is what you expect from the PMGC lobby, Neptune, and right now all these teams are delivering great gameplay.
They really are. I think it is every single team. Every single team has something awesome to show us in every single game. I mean, if it's the mere 1v4 from Falak, if it's these awesome long-range shots from Alter Ego, if it's the nades from APG, like everybody's got something to show, and they're doing it in style. These games have been just so much fun.
I would think we have to replace these desks every 2 games.
I know.
They're taking a beating, bro. Come on, let him alone.
The difference is crazy, right? I mean, you got the gauntlet where it's like, hey, you know what? You don't win, you go to the group stage. Here, it's like, you don't win, you go home. And then all of a sudden, right? They're not messing around at all here. I mean, they want that big share of that money coming up here. So we can take a look at the top 4 gunslingers. And of course, look at that. 3 players from Alpha Gaming up on top here. Max.
And you got Koops just like, hey, don't forget about Koops. I mean, they had a great game, of course, to go himself to 2nd place, so Koops popping off, but Zyol, Doc, top here. I mean, what was really cool is that Zyol, his nades have been kind of matching the energy of Doc's grenades. They've been so pinpoint accurate with that utility. Top, especially his grenades on that Rondo game, were really standing out. APG, for me, of course, the rotates are good, everything, but like their utility game, Niptura in particular, really is the standout kind of aspect of the game that is massive so far for APG.
No, it really is. And what I love is that when Top joined this roster, immediately his nades got a lot better because he was learning from Doc. Now we have Zyol as well coming in, and his nades in PMGC so far have been really, really good. So I love the energy that Doc is kind of just influencing the rest of his team to really up their utility game, and it's creating this powerhouse of a team that if they play well, and if they get to the end game, they are unstoppable. So it's a really, really nice sort of shift to see team by or player by player, the individuals step up in that area is really cool.
Can you imagine if Doc is like looking at his teammate's phone on the side and be like, just a little bit more to the right, a bit higher? Yep. There you go. He's just coaching them on the nades.
He's got that heat-seeking missile, right? He knows exactly where to throw him right there. And that's what's so good, though, right? When you have a player who's really good at using a particular utility or strategy in the game, right? Him to be able to like really coach his squad, give him a little bit of advice. Everyone's gonna level up, right? I mean, the proof is in the pudding. When you see Doc nail those nades, you know that whatever he says goes for sure. Now, you know, when it comes to Doc choosing off angles, maybe think twice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're like kind of like, oh, I don't know about that advice. But you know what? They end up winning that game there, and they land back in military, right? We saw them land a little bit different in the first Airgale. Max, what are your thoughts, right, on the fact that they win from coming from military? Do you think that can get in their head at all?
I don't think so, no. It's just that it's their primary drop location, so they can really use that position to its full potential because they dropped there for like years at this point. So they're very, very experienced when it comes to that drop location. So I'm just happy they have the secondary option of going to Kameshki, which actually this game, Nipcho, we were looking at the map feed, Inner Circle dropped in Kameshki. So they are also trying to use it as a secondary drop location if they have a really bad plane. So the adaptability of these teams is just second to none. And it so far has been successful for not just APG, but also Inner Circle. But Valix, whoa, those stats.
Yeah.
3.7 is crazy. Well, it's only 3 games played, but still insanely good stats for this player.
Yeah, and the fact that he's got 43% team contribution, like we know the rest of the team is not slacking at all, but that's just his influence on the team that he's being able to contribute so much. I do want to go back to APG very quickly because they did go back to military. I have a hypothesis here, Max.
Ooh, okay.
That APG did not drop military because they were worried that GS would hot drop them again for the first game, and they needed to not have a rough start on Erangel. They needed to be able to come off the back of the Rondo with a really good Erangel as well. So I think them going back to military was always part of the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good theory. You know, I like the fact that they did it in the first place, right? Because it just mixes things up, right? When you have a squad that just goes in the same place constantly, they're just so predictable. So I think the fact that they just changed their drop location at all, Max, pays off here big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that first Erangel was mainly because of the plane that was very northern. I think that was the reasoning behind it. But you know what? That's an extra little bonus for having changed that drop location in Turo. So I would have to echo your point. But was it the main core reason as to why that happened in the first place? I'm not 100% certain just yet.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? We got match number 4 coming right up. The last Erangel of the day. Max, real quick, percentage chance we're going to see another Gatka circle. Go.
99% chance. And if it doesn't happen, we fell on that 1%. Okay, so it's looking pretty good.
All right. I like those odds right now. But let's get ready for match number 4 and take it on over to our casters.
And in we go. The third and final Erangel of today, match number 4 for Group Green. And we are going over the military base island up towards Kameshki. We'll see where our teams opt to drop. We haven't seen any hot drops on Erangel so far. Teams are playing sensibly. We'll see if this more eastern-sided playing path is going to favor us. And are we going to go back to Gatka? That's the question on my mind.
It would be amusing to go back to Gatka. I'd be okay with it. You know, you get the 3-time reset, figure out what you want to do. I think at this point, though, there'll be like probably for one another because the spots are limited. Hello. Pistol out. See if we can get done. The monster truck is coming though. One more shot. It's all it take. And he does find it. Very nice.
It's got quite a lot of ammo in that pistol. It's looking good on the iron sights. Oh dear, came up against a rifle. That is that's really annoying. That's really annoying for the Falcons. Oh, yeah. He definitely overstayed on that.
Yeah, a bit overzealous is the way to. You just get in the vehicle, run him down, and then leave, right? You don't need to flush him with the pistol. I think for Narvalo, it's an unfortunate one, especially with Narvalo being one of their best players on that squad in terms of gun skill. And I think that they desperately do need that. Koa in the past was so incredibly strong, really made a name for himself, but I think has been slightly less explosive in terms of performance recently. I'm still waiting for him to break back onto the scene.
Yes, hopefully a resurgence in his future, but it's easier said than done. Let's take a look at some of the data for APG. They definitely have stepped back up, right? The desk were talking about it. We've been talking about it as well. A revitalized Mongolian front coming through. They're now top of the tables, kind of where we expected them to be. Better late than never. GS, Gen G managed to take 2 players down from the Goats. That leaves them on 1 player standing now for Goat, and they are not going to be happy about that. That is a pretty appalling situation to find yourself in, not even into minute 4.
Yeah, a fairly aggressive start, honestly, all things considered for an international format. Already 4 players down, only 3 minutes into the match is quite ridiculous, but Goat's definitely mostly on the receiving end of this. Only Varanik left remaining for the squad. Gonna have to go for some survival maneuvers into the late game here. For 9Z, I think they're very happy with their Yaz drop here. This is a great position to get started, especially if it moves over towards the fields. You've got a lot of vision here. You can play on the south side of Gatka. Here's those shots from Dami. Oh, insane spray transfer as well.
Yeah.
Assisted by Quick with the SKS.
Very, very nice stuff. Earned points, definitely, for Gen G. Unfortunate for GOAT that they were the ones that those points were extracted from. And they will have to just try and trot on with just the one player now. Still, more matches to play, more games to be had. Tiamba, very, very quiet so far. You said in that last match, it wasn't looking good for them. We'll see if they can change the tune from Milta now. Maybe it's just that they don't favor those Gatka rotates, right? Maybe it's just that they really don't like heading over to that part of the map. Maybe they'll find something better on this east side.
I think the team that I'm most frustrated with at the moment is probably Papara Supermassive, getting practically 0 points since Rondo at the start of the day, which is confusing me. I genuinely do think this is a good team, but so far it's been really lackluster. They're a strong team when it comes to sweeping, but I think they keep getting themselves into some bad scenarios. Now, I'd hope that things would get better tomorrow for them, but it's a lot of homework that needs to be done between now and then. But I think that that's almost not inexcusable, but the fact that we saw 2 games back to back where it was pretty much the same circle, there were some very clear teams who had learned their lesson from the previous game. I mean, Wolves immediately took it upon themselves to pick up the only compound that was free the entire time that no one went to. I think that was a great decision to make, and it got them far into the game. But again, it shows that on-the-fly changes can be made during the day, and we just haven't seen that from Papara Supermassive, which I think is required a level of gameplay like this. So yeah, we'll see. Not that Turkey needs more contestants into the grand finals, that is.
Oh dear, yeah. I mean, they've already been able to snaffle away 2 of those spots, right? Doing pretty well. Looking good for representation on that global stage, and that, well, you can't say much fairer than that. I think it's been interesting to see what they've been able to do. Both Kara and Ulf already taking strides out towards those finals from the gauntlet stage. Maybe we'll see another team join them. I mean, you'd hope. I mean, this is going a little bit into the future now, but you'd hope that Regnum Kaya also are going to be able to find one of those spots and really make that global lobby complete, really, with Silas's presence.
I'm definitely unsure about it, though, at this point in time. I'm definitely unsure about Regnum Kaya. I think in the past, it would be the case coming into this international. I was like, Regnum Kaya is definitely going to be going through to the grand finals. I was fairly confident in that. Not so much anymore. I actually have my doubts. Which is sad as well, because I really do like Regnum Kaya as a team. I think Zedwolf's a great addition. And when I saw him get added to the team, sort of for me, it was a case of, that's insane. Like, that's just become a god roster. But it's not the case.
No, it wasn't quite. I mean, they did very well, obviously, in the region. And obviously, with Zedwolf just coming into the roster, it was a little bit rocky, a little bit of a difficult road that they trod in order to get to the victory, right? The entirety of the PMSL that they qualified through. But here, it seems like that process has sort of had to happen again, and hopefully it's happened in short order. APG, they were able to turn it around massively, right, from the group stages, and maybe the similar sort of thing could happen here.
We don't. Let's not talk about APG.
Well, they did pretty badly in the gauntlet.
That's better. Okay. I think we just get the catch. Can't talk about
it. Don't want to. Yeah, it's so bad right now. Like, just
so
don't
bad.
even know what they're doing. It's just awful.
Yeah, it's just really not good. It's the same. It's the only way. It's the only way to get them to do well. All right, you're lay into them, and they can take it.
Ooh,
try respect.
Circle's laying into the lobby right now, heading all the way out to the east side. Lipovka Circle, very rare. We'll see who's going to be able to crunch in over that mansion area. A lot of buildings is surrounded by open ground in this zone. And then up to Lipovka, that hill that sits to the west of it. Could potentially be a little bit of respite. Wolves, they're kind of at the back of the queue right now, embroiled with OG and absolutely no one else, who we definitely won't talk about.
Absolutely. And those who shall not be named are currently in front of the Wolves. So very similar rivalry to previous Erangel there. But to be honest, like, I think APG does look like a very different beast this time around. And I'm very pleased by it. And again, I think Doc's taken it upon himself. Oof, that's rough. Doc has definitely taken it upon himself to be more of the front man for the squad. But still playing in tune with the rest of the band here, which is really cool. And it's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. And they're succeeding because of it.
Yeah, it's necessary. It's necessary for them to be able to do that. Over to Lipovka. Okay. A big scout out coming through from AKOP. This is a big split from the rest of the roster right now. And they've already lost, I say the rest of the roster. There is only one other player, WizGod, as OG did get torn apart a little bit. They tried to crash over the hill into Lipovka. The Falcons now join them. Obviously, we know they lost a player earlier on. But the teams have managed to consolidate themselves to the east side. It has been a bit of a mad dash. Except for Go. I think they're still on a bit of a wide rotate blank.
Well, he's on a bit of a wide rotate. Yeah. For Alter Ego, they have one of the most insane positions on the map right now. I really love this little patch of high ground that they play. In the past, it's brought a lot of separate teams big victories, and I think that the team that starts in Lipovka, you can see how much this position is favored because the circle is centered on Lipovka. You don't want to play there. That's like the survival area of the map. It is also a case where this is a worrying amount of water in the circle right now. It's almost 50%.
Yeah, it's it is maybe time for the armbands for one or two players, you'd imagine. Ooh, a bit of trouble on the north side for Inner Circle as they're trying to move in on the north, but they're fairly isolated. They should be okay. You can see the next circle will be popping soon. As 9Z yet to fully transition away from Yasnaya. They will have to, though. And we're going all the way up north, another hard shift, and another circle with a lot of water. Nobody's in the middle of this one, Blank. Don't worry.
Oh, who's that? This just seems like there's an invisible squad in the middle.
There's just no team there.
Actually, it's a small ditch that they're playing in. It's not like incredibly insane. I will say that APG today has been like somewhat lucky on some of the circles that come towards them, but it hasn't been like all the circles are going APG's way. But they have had a few of them. But the thing is that they are translating every single time on those circles, where they're currently at 48 points. Now, if they're able to get another big game here, like, goodness me, you're like stamping a ticket almost at this point in time with 48 points. Duke's highlighted it perfectly. It's a 16-point average, which is unheard of.
It is pretty crazy, but it is a small sample size. And we've seen back-to-back chicken dinners and things like that happen before. And it is always in these 3-day sets about transitioning to the next days. They've had a great success in today's games, but we've seen bigger than 48. And granted, they still do have half the day to play, but it's not something you can rely on. It's not enough just yet. Nades exchange now on the cliffs between Falcons playing as 3 and OG playing as 2. Falcons with Ralph all the way as a backstop. That's a big nade. Blast the card of the sky and AKOP with it. WizGod now the last player to stand. And that's flushed up. That's stolen away, that point. That's nasty. As he's going to send on over. Oh, and another shot down over towards OG. They go down 16th place. No elims.
Yeah, nice with APG. Picked up both of them. Falcon's pretty frustrated about that. Had to expend a load of utilities to make that one happen. And yet get both elims stolen. So up to 50 points now. I think the record was like 83, 82 from Kara on day 2 of Gauntlet.
It might have been that. I was thinking about Thunder Talk in day 1 as well, which could have been potential.
I think Kara's is higher, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But still, APG's on track right now to beat that. Now,
well, if they can keep up 16 points a game, sure.
The funny thing is, if they continue on this trajectory, they actually hit 100 points in one day. Like, unironically as well.
That would be insane. 16 points a match times 6? Really? I don't think that's.
I mean,
that's
they're
just shy.
They're on 50 points right now.
Oh yeah, okay, fine, yeah, that's true. But some of the points have come from this game, 2 of them. So technically, they are just shy in terms of the average points per game. We'll see what more they can do here.
Okay, this is circle.
They're in the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's a big circle now.
I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, I guess it's not too much circle look because you are in the center anyway. So this is technically the circle you're hoping for. So this is a weird one where it's like, did they just play this correctly, or I would say it's just played it correctly, because I think circle look would be if they shifted over towards Icy's compound on the northwest side. For this, it's just like, well, they have played the circle here.
Loops trying to send on in. Maybe they're playing the circle here as well as they head on up to the APG camp. Ratto Boy first to go down on the fight. Reapus able to flee around the side, fling himself a little bit further. Top chasing down those knocks, chasing down maybe an Elim point more. As they spot Loops descending the hill. Rafinha on foot over his Yol, not a chance. Reapus on guard. And he steps up well. And APG, they claim their hilltop. They solidify it a bit further. Nobody's going to dare to step up there anytime soon, you'd imagine.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong spot, but you do need to be competent to play that position. Because as we saw there, when teams come to fight you, it is just bare knuckle fighting, essentially, where there's not too much cover. You're just straight in there. In the meantime, Alter Ego coming up against Tiamba, and that's more like the Bond I know.
He's looking for more, looking for those flashes, looking for those reses, looking to try and rely on his teammate as well, as unfortunately they have lost one. There is 2 or 3 other teams around here who will hear this all unfold, and Gen G are going to strike out first with the nades. Reject, are they going to try and get involved, or are they going to try and get ahead of this one, try and cut around the outside? But the first nade lands. Tiamba doing a lot of damage, getting those flushes as Alter Ego are eliminated, but now Tiamba need to try and stay alive. They're only as 3. They don't have full force, but they are getting healed up slowly. They can move forwards now, but they do need to find an opening. Reiji, there he goes. Reject did not want to get ahead. They wanted to add a point to their tally, and it looks like they're going to get stuck in here with Reiji crashing in.
It's not going well for Reject. But QZZ being down, Bond needs to hit a good Molotov down the stairs here. We'll try and bounce it off the side. Doesn't get too much burnt out of the way. So they do have a spy in the mix for Tiamba. They will need to get rid of Reiji, but the nade into Sarah knock. Synchronized destruction over towards Tiamba. Apollo's already left the game. He's had enough of it.
I'm done, guys. See you later. We only got 4 points so far. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Now we got 7. Maybe I should have stayed. Oh, well. They are going to play it on as 2. Looks like Sarah got the most of those, actually. I think, was it his nade that got sent in through the window? That's crazy. And it was nothing to do with Reiji as they send on out to the west side. D+, not really going to have an angle here. They're going to move into the foothills underneath APG.
Okay, Wolves. I mean, this is the second time now where Wolves has got far into the game. Currently have 4 players. And the scorecard doesn't look crazy for them in terms of points, but I think initial rotates from Wolves are good. Again, I think it's just that closing of the game that they seem to struggle with the most right now. Especially the figuring out of like what is the next maneuver, what split do we need to take towards the end game. That's where they're really going to have to readjust a lot of their game plans going in towards the future. And I think that is like the day 2 mentality they need to have, is like, right, well, early to mid game is fine. What we need to solve is late game.
That is really where the majority of points are earned as well, right? It's all well and good getting up to 20 minutes each match, but not getting too much further than that. That's a real massive swathe of points that you're losing out on. D+ trying to slice through the Gen G hold, but Fabian goes down first. Dammy holding on the inside. Finally, they get that knock for D+, but it's maybe too little too late because Nolbu's down as well. You've got the last player from GOAT who's overlooking this potentially to wait to see who filters on out. Actually, Gen G are down to 2. D+ down to 2 as well. Oaksal doing a lot of work here, it has to be said, for D+, and Falcons chime into the fight for good measure.
Yeah, help out D+ here. I mean, for Osal there, I was just kind of wondering where he was. Good shot from Papa Supermassive. Good shot onto Supermassive, sorry, from APG. Wolves will finish off at least one player from Reject there. They do take a knock in the process. Kuz is going to pick him back up again. Baton with the swing out for the scout. And this is what I'd like to see from the Wolves right now. You know, they are now thinking about what's the next step. What do we need to do now to secure the next position? The Baton immediately going for that scout there. That's giving them a little bit of information that there is a team looking to rotate ahead of them.
Information game. Very important in these circles now. Lots to, I mean, first of all, get all this information, but take these shots as well. That little rock is a very large cliff. They sat at top right now, gives them great oversight, but it does expose them. And that's exactly what Reefus finds over from APG. It does help Falcons down to the west and a little bit to the south. But APG do still have oversight. In the meantime, a little bit of scrap between Inner Circle, Loops as well joining, as well as 9Z.
I mean, GS might even try and get out on this. It's a lot of different teams all in one building. IQ will go down, but T24 wreaking havoc on the bottom floor at the moment. There's Coligo left remaining, but we know how much of a terror Coligo can be from upstairs. Look at it stamp his feet.
Also got a Falak go down in the other building there to Vatine on the hop in. The heal went through, and that's T24 down. So Inner Circle fully flushed. GS not getting involved in this fight at all. They are now mounting up into a vehicle, but they can't make a decision. Well, they certainly haven't yet, as the nade lands underneath Coligo, and it's actually Loops to be able to be the team to survive out the other end of it. But nobody's done very well off of that blank, off that fight. No one really got too many points, and they've all gone down before the placements even kick in.
You know, despite Falcons having a pretty bad start to this game and losing one player, I think they've done a great job playing on this cliffside. They haven't been too influential on the map in terms of those eliminations, but they've consistently put up some points here and there looking for an end-game finish. Circle moves back up towards the north side, which really encompasses this high ground once again. I think at some point, APG needs to start worrying about the eastern side, but they're actually quite lucky that the circle, that was close. They're actually quite lucky that the circle encompasses a small amount of Team Secret's compound, because they can look at that and be like, well, it's likely that team is just going to sit in there. So we can fully focus over towards the western side now, knowing that the hilltop is going to break all the sight lines from the eastern side. So super fortunate and tiny little things, which is adjusting how APG is playing this circle.
And APG on the hilltop really are the team to beat here, not just on the tables but in this game. And look at, there's no team beneath them that is alive anymore, Blank, really, not within arm's reach of them, as Loops finally bite the dust there. Their last player falls down. GS maybe not long for it either, so they've only got the one elim to show for their match at this stage. I mean, for APG, who takes them down here? I mean, it's Team Secret, maybe? But even then, like, their run out is going to be completely overlooked by that push. I mean, Wolves probably actually is the most likely in this scenario to be able to take them out.
I mean, if you are Team Secret, like, to be honest, you should be pushing west here or trying to sweep on one of these sides, because this is the big reason why APG is having free reign on the west, is because they're almost certain that Team Secret's not going to leave that compound. That would be the like sneaky maneuver that Team Secret could make here, which is to completely abandon that compound, which is likely not to be in this next circle anyway, and go for a quick spin. But again, I think Team Secret is just worried. They've been playing worried all day, and I think that APG is the one team right now who is playing with that vast amount of confidence and bravado in these games.
Nolbu finally down, tried to play the smoke tricks, tried to play up towards that late game that we saw from them. Getting a third place on the foothills of Everest, denied this time, down in 7th place. APG going for a rollout towards GS. Team Secret still yet to move. GS, I mean, there's really not a lot you could do. When that many players for APG roll up on you, goodness me, that's going to be a tough start. Wolves and Papa Supermassive, though, not taking the opportunity, with APG diverting a lot of their power up. Hang on a minute. That's a lot of damage done. Maybe they are finding the opportunity. Maybe they are looking for that opening.
I mean, he should be able to get this res here, honestly, I believe. But it's also understandable why they go for that rotate. Good knock from Doc there. Again, the second time today that he's gone for a rundown onto Baton as well, by the way. And it feels like they're just soloing the Wolves at the moment. Now looking for a little bit more off the back of it. Papa Supermassive goes down. But yeah, you can absolutely understand why APG sends the two over towards that north side for the exact reason of TS going for this rotate over towards the north, which they are trying for now. Immediately, Doc continues to rotate around, but the circle going down towards that south side. I think at the moment, what APG needs to do is control the north and then play down towards the south.
I mean, you don't want to allow the Falcons too much, right? They are a duo, but they can still have an impact from the south side of this ridge approach. Maybe
absolutely, but that's going to be your final fight, right? That'll be your final fight. So right now they have the most control on the north side. So we lock that down. Then we rotate around Team Secret, which again, for Team Secret not flexing from this position earlier, they've almost given themselves a death sentence by doing that. So I'm a little bit confused. Jaggy, the only one really with a forward-thinking plan here, trying to scout something slightly over towards these hilltops.
Did need to wrap around a little bit earlier, but now the run out is going to be pretty impossible. Looks like, yeah, the one smoke coming through on that approach. They're going to have to just go for it. They're just going to have to try and push all the way around to the north, try and find something, because you don't have any other options at this stage. This will be readable by APG. The question is, how do they respond? It looks like they're going to regroup fully, actually give ground to Team Secret, as Falcons are going to carry them as they try and get across. Not going to work out for them. Koa, happy to help.
Yeah, there's barely anything else for Falcons to look at right now other than Team Secret as they make this crossing. Again, it's a Team Secret. The fact they don't make this a little bit early, they could have got all four across potentially. Zhou will find Doran, and it's another high elim game, up to 10 right now on the match. It sits them at 58 points here, not to mention the placement points that they will likely get. But let's see if APG can close down another. Go for the back-to-back here, John.
They've had a second place so far today, a chicken dinner as well. They're now looking to try and make it a second chicken dinner, a very high placing game. That is a very lucky bounce on the nade for top, as Koa nearly was able to create an opening on the flank, but he backs off very, very quickly, knows that he's not going to get pushed, and Refus answers with a nade to Koa, takes half his HP bar, but he's got an MG3, and Max is salivating at the thought of what he could do there, as Redox is flushed out in the open.
He's going through a little bit of shit damage, kind of going off kilter though. GK will find Koa, so now it is just the 4v3 now. Team Secret versus APG. Zhou on the off angle. Now this is where APG needs to keep a tight ship, because before they've made some careless mistakes in the past which have led to their downfall, but a good pick off from top makes it a 4v2, and it's almost undeniable now that APG should get the win.
I mean, look at the utility, if nothing else, right? There's absolutely nothing for Team Secret to play with. It's all in APG's pocket. Doc flexing out, playing the smoke, nades rolling over. They're going to be tickling that damage down and down and down. Team Secret need to try and hold their nerve in a 2v4 against APG when they're feeling hot. There's not many that can withstand the test, and Top steps it up, does it all himself. The P90 able to rattle them down, and APG back-to-back taking Erangel by storm.
Really, really well done. And a back-to-back here for APG is ginormous. They're looking for the century in one day here, John. And they're making it look almost possible as well. Fantastic stuff. It really does feel like a very, very different APG from the Gauntlet stage. And it all starts with one man admitting to his own wrongs. And that's what matters here for APG. I think that they feel much more like a team here. And it's nice to see. It really is.
And oh, I believe I was muted there. As also from Team Secret, they were assisted on that east side, right? Holding that ground open and doing a lot to help APG's mountaintop position. APG, though, they're more than happy to sit atop the rest, take another chicken dinner.
Jukes.
Yes.
Really strong in this game that no team could even try and wrestle that position away. It was just so one-sided in favor of APG from start to finish off this game. It was crazy.
Yeah, so nice to see from them. And, you know, Loops did try to breach it. They did have sort of a half-hearted attempt there. And the way that APG just shut it down, just sent a message from the rest of the teams that, hey, actually, you really don't want to push here. We have this covered, locked down. You're not going to come in. And teams really respected that. So really nice to see from APG just to be able to show such a strong force in this game.
5 elims for top, and then everyone dock 3 elims. Reefus, 3 elims. You're 3 elims. Like, this is perfect share in terms of eliminations, Hot Jukes. Everyone has an impact in this game. And Doc, by the way, only taken 46 damage with 3 elims. With almost 1,000 damage, by the way. I think only 46 damage taken goes to show that when he was peeking you, he was winning 99% of those clashes. So Doc, crazy on those sprays.
Sharing the wealth, man. The first 2 Aaron Gales of the day, right? We get a Gatka circle. I asked you, Max, right? What are the chances we're going to see another one? You said 99%, or it's going to be 1% the other way. And the funny thing is, I think this is the most opposite possible circle from Gatka. Like, the furthest you can get away. We go all the way to Lapopka here to the east, man. And it's so crazy for Alpha Gaming to win this one, right? Because they land over their military base. They don't even go down the eastern bridge. Now, they go down the western bridge. But what did you think about that rotation? I know we're going to see their graphic here in a little bit, but that was a crazy one, Max.
By the way, when I said 99% chance of happening, I didn't mean the circle. I mean, like, APG win back-to-back.
Oh, that's what it was.
That's what I meant.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. Yeah. But no, I'm really happy you bring up, actually, as you go through the replays, the early rotation. APG usually, I don't know if you would agree, Nipchura, strike me as a very slow early game rotational team. They don't leave Military Island that quickly, but this game, I think they saw phase 1, they're like, we need to rotate minute 2 of this match, and they did it, which allowed them to get center position pretty much circle 2, and then no one could contest it away. That early rotate literally won them the game from the very word go of this match.
It really did, yeah. I think because they knew how...
Go of this match.
It really did, yeah. I think because they knew how typically the zone shifts over here. If you come over to this east side, very often it lands around that coastal area. And they were like, listen, the early bird catches the worm in this zone in particular. We got to get there early. And it really did work out because as we were saying, right, they kind of won this game from like phase 2. It was a done deal as soon as they took that hillside. So yeah, the other teams barely had a chance. And you can see in the points, APG running away with it. A back-to-back chicken dinner means not only are they at the top and above the other teams, but now they're even more above the other teams because that's 24 points that IC don't have and AE don't have. So both those teams have a little bit more work to do now.
I think this entire lobby needs to come to an agreement to not let Top get a P90 because he's just too good with that weapon. He got it twice in a row and he just dominates everyone with that P90. Like, the guy is crazy with that weapon. Though, if we want to go on another big positive, Falcons, Nipchura, your boys, finally doing something here, not losing anyone really too early on in this match, able to play the clip, wrestle that position away from Orangutan. Good stuff coming out from them.
Really good stuff. I love how they were able to actually hold down that position because it's so open on that back end, and there were still a few players, a few teams on that southern side, so really nice control work from them as well, with Raouf going on to the off angle against D plus Kia as well, so really nice stuff coming in from them. But the man of the hour, APG Top. Let's go. Able to get basically a 1v2 to win the game is crazy. It's so nice to see this man back on top. No pun intended.
Literally. I mean, man, I'm telling you, these guys are on trend, right? To beat Kara as record, right? For points in one day. I mean, they are on point here. So that's so great to see. You know, when it comes to Falcons, you know, it's good to see them put some points here a little early on. They did end up losing one early, but they end up making it happen. They go to 9th place now, but oh my goodness, 72 points.
Really love this little alter ego. They have one of the most insane positions on the map right now. I really
do this. this on the last day. Day number 1, we barely hear anything out of them. So for them to switch it up and flip the story and go, no, we're coming in with a bang, day number 1, to such an extent at the moment, it seems like teams are actually falling in front of them, kind of going, hey, actually, we need to respect this team. We can't be doing the things that we want to do. They're controlling the lobby already, Max.
I can't wait to see all the biased caster allegations in chat because it's so hype of this leaderboards. But it's been such a great day from so many different teams here. So, of course, we're going to get a little bit more hype about this one.
Yeah.
Looking at the top 4 players of this game, of course, top with a P90 popping off, first, and Redox. We know what this guy can do on the global stage, right, Niptra, especially during PMG earlier this year. He was an absolute menace, and he's definitely been able to come through on this Erangel game.
Yeah, so much fun to see him as well. Redox coming in here, and again, we liked how we saw what we saw from them in that last game. We're moving on into Miramar now. It may be having Falcons have a little bit more space to control things a little bit better, have a slower paced game. Maybe we'll start to see them thrive, because we really do need to start seeing that, because there's only so many matches left today.
To mention, I mean, there's a big point gap between them and that third place team. Currently sitting at third place, you got 9Z there with 41 total points. Falcons are sitting down with 18. Quick math in my head, that's 23-point difference, right? So, man, those top 3 slots are going to run away so quickly. That's the big difference from here in the Gauntlet, right? Gauntlet, it was top 7. Here being top 3, you have to have crazy consistency. I mean, just to kind of guesstimate, right? I'll start with you, Max. In order to get to top 3, how many bad games do you think you can afford here in this stage, right? We're gonna have 18 games total, right? So how many bad games do you think you could punch out in order to still make top 3?
To still be able to reach top 3, I would say you can have one, like, kind of midday. So one midday. Otherwise, the 2 other days, you need to pop off and have a really consistent performances. Otherwise, top 3 is just out of the question. We saw how close it was, right, during Gauntlet, and that was for top 7. So top 3 is going to be even harder for these teams to make it. So I would say one bad day, maybe forgiven. More than that,
Tomorrow, that could be the case. So I'm really excited to see what we got going on here. But these next 2 Miramars are really going to tell us a lot.
Yeah, these Miramars are going to be very fun to see, for sure.
That is what I am looking for here. Let's see exactly how that's all going to play
with the
out.
7WG. This one is going to be in regards to OG, because this team, I mean, they're currently in 6th place, but they're just kind of falling away in regards to those top 3 squads. They are being a little bit more aggressive. Something that I want to bring into attention to you is in regards to the IGL for OG. During the Gauntlet, he was able to get a total of just 7 eliminations. AKOP, he was able to play lights out. Today so far, Aru has been able to get 2 elims. This squad needs to start getting a lot more eliminations. We know they can get the placement points. Let's see if they can maybe perform enough to make it to top 3 at the end of day 1 Group Green.
There we go, and we can just see right there, our 0.5 average elimination so far. You know, we've seen that kind of back and forth play from in some really good positions, too spread out and getting picked apart, right? What do you think this team needs to do, you know, change macro-wise, Neptura, in order to, you know, possibly make a run for top 3?
I think they just need to be more decisive, honestly. They set up so well, particularly that Everest in game number 3 comes to mind for me. They had a really good setup early game into the mid game. They were looking really nice. They were splitting for some control, but what ends up is they get too fragmented. I would love to see them take one or two strong positions, do a 2-2 split if they really want to split for maximum control, but keep it to that. None of these individual splits. We need to see more unity as a team, because that's going to bring forward a much stronger appearance to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah. That game you talked about, I'm really happy you bring it up, Niptura. If they just play together, they don't get caught off guard by Chips, the solo from D plus Kia, and also lose a solo player to the side of Wolves. I genuinely think that was going to be our first orangutan win, which would have been so hyped to witness. Didn't quite happen. But, you know, it's cool that we have such an obvious thing that needs to be fixed, because I'm sure internally they know it's just a matter of time before that adaptation comes through. But I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboards now, outside of just orangutan and what they can improve upon. Bottom 5 currently, you have GOAT, Team Secret, Tiamba, GS, Reject. Reject hurts me, guys. I don't know about you.
That's crazy, yeah.
Seeing them currently in the bottom of the leaderboards is a really tough thing, especially because Sarah joined the team back, Hot Jukes, a little bit earlier this year. I was thinking, okay, Sara's back. The team is back. The team that dominated 2024 back at PMGO, PMWC. And here, we're not seeing anything. And I couldn't even tell you what is the main big core issue for this team right now, because they just don't get to the late game. What is happening for this team? The confidence for me has just completely disappeared, knowing they were just such a threat in global lobbies back in last year.
Yeah, super rough day one. And that's the hardest thing to do, especially at this stage, right? Is to bounce back after a rough day so far. And the thing is, they have to do it now, really, because, I mean, bottom 5, you are gone, dusted, and out of here. So Team Reject need to step up when it comes to Miramar. We got the next map coming up, Maxman, drop-wise. What are you looking at?
Damn, wait, let me open it. I didn't have on my screen. He got me right there. Okay, drop location issue could be Orangutan APG. Of course, don't forget about that one. That could be an issue. Looking at actually El Pozo, we do have Goat versus Falcons. That could be a very interesting clash if it does happen, but it's mainly down to the plane path because it's Miramar. A lot of teams have secondary drop locations, so I'm not too scared. Unless the plane is like really bad, then we might have a lot of issues here, Hodrix, for sure.
All right, well, let's just see if those issues are going to get fixed. Which team is going to be able to finally dethrone Alpha Gaming here? Will they get that third chicken dinner in a row? Let's find out right now as we take it on over to Miramar.
And Miramar is here. The day keeps getting better. We are looking to see if Alpha Gaming can keep things going, because it feels like at some point they got to run out of gas.
You'd think so, right? You would think so. I mean, to be honest with you, if we are looking at the Gauntlet performances, right now Alpha Gaming is already halfway there to what was a top 3 spot over in the Gauntlet. So, and that's in 4 matches. Very, very impressive stuff. You guys are talking about Chumacera and the OG APG potential drop there. I think the OG has already lifted off that position and are trying to drop elsewhere now. But we'll see how that does unfold. Very kind playing path to start things off. So straight across the map, really easy, really accessible for everyone to get where they want to go during this game. D+ already dropping down towards Impala, Reject very close to them. And yeah, Reject being down towards the bottom of the lobby does hurt me as well. I think Sara getting back into the roster, it's unfortunate seeing him have so much success over on other international squads and now coming back over towards Reject and trying to rebuild there. We do have a hot drop here, Gen G as well as GOAT, 2 teams that struggle a little bit. Gen G less so than GOAT right now.
They are, yeah, Gen G up in 7th place, but even there, that's not going to be super comfy, especially with a 72-pointer on the map in Hacienda. They'll go toe-to-toe, and neither team losing one just yet, but you've got to imagine it's only a matter of time. A lot of SMGs there, playing the close corners. Top floor owned by GOAT, and Quick wants to try and hop up. No, not going to be allowed to get up the stairs, just hopping in through the ground floor window. And they're really, really reluctant to go for this. Where's the other player coming on through for GOAT? That's what I want to know. There he is. Okay.
Off angle right now on the top of the building, playing rooftops. It's a good spot to play as well, looking down these corridors. Both Gen G and GOAT right now, a bit of a stalemate happening. GOAT want them to come up the stairs and Gen G want them to come down the stairs. A little bit unideal. But right now for Gen G, at least they have the pick of the litter when it comes to the loot in the bottom rooms. A Winnie on board with the pump action. Circle over towards that northwest side. Few teams over towards this location. Tiamba getting a good start over towards Crater Fields and the high ground like around La Cobreria. Monte Nuevo for Wolves, so they can transition from there. 5th place right now, it's not terrible. But again, you're right, with the 72 points that have been put up by APG, it does make the middle of this leaderboard incredibly odd, where you have 20 points galore, starting from 5th place, dropping all the way down towards 12th with GOAT with 16. It's a very minimal margin between all these squads, and everything really does change on a dime. So it's hard to even really say where things are going to end up at the end of the day, or whether it really matters, as opposed coming into day 2, where everyone is so similar in performance. Day 2 is where things start to shift, if APG doesn't stop dominating. Yeah,
that's something that you, at the moment, I wouldn't bet on. But they do have that route up from Chumacero necessary. This standoff in Hacienda, I mean, this is pretty crazy that more fighting hasn't happened. It's a top floor, upstairs, downstairs kind of fight. I guess nobody wants to be the one to go through those choke points. But then again, you could hop out those windows. You can go further around. It is an interesting one. As we hop over to Chumacero, we'll, I'm sure, see more of that in the elimination feed once they decide to get going. Not that they need to immediately, but it is APG on screen right now. The names on everyone's lips and... Oh, okay, hang on a minute. We've got Gen.G finally stepping out and immediately take a knock.
Yeah, it's definitely a game of chicken, really, here for Hacienda between Gen.G as well as GOAT. I mean, neither team wants to make the first move, and understandably so. But again, for Gen.G, for me, it's a case of you have shotguns on board. We saw, I think, at least 2. So you want to push the high ground. Satan finding the off angle of Vic is a really big deal. Right now, what they really need to do is get Dammy back up on his feet. And if they can do that, then they can start to play the refrag game. But this is a little bit of a push upstairs. 2 goes down already. I'm glad for it. You know, Go takes the first move and it was necessary.
They are going to get that res as well on the sidelines. Picking up those elus, picking up those flushes quick. Not going to save his teammate there. Obviously not able to step around down the staircase. But now it's just quick left. A sliver of HP, 1 shot. He's waiting for the others to step through. Has got that double barrel. Does manage to full one through. But that is all he'll find. And it will be GOAT cleanly picking up Hacienda. And by clean, I mean none of them have died.
Yeah, again, for Gen.G, as soon as you get that pick off over towards Vic on the outside, that's where you're looking for that res immediately, and then you're pushing the stairs and looking for the refrags by playing the man advantage. It's a confusing one where neither team seem to have all that much confidence, and then Go is pressured by desperation.
That is unfortunate. Unfortunate turn of events there. GS have taken a knock as well. Loops looking to maybe send a cross for this one. They've already got the sight line on the cross, as you can see. Held down by Neil Zada. There's a vehicle. careens past him. He turns around. Not phased at all. Jafar should be going down here. Everybody moving in now towards the middle zones as Crater Fields become all the harder. A little replay on the pop-off of that fight between GOAT and Gen.G. As they're able to find some points off the back of that. Gen.G not so lucky. With GS being right in the middle as well, this pickup for Loops is pretty solid. They'll want to continue to...
Yeah, it's bad.
Got in a big way.
The allergies are coming through thick and fast. And all my windows are closed, so I don't know. I'm allergic to be inside.
Yeah, I don't know. You need to take a minute. That's cool. Get yourself nose blown, because the moment, I mean, you can sit down. You can get on the bench with Gen.G, right? Because they are already out. They're not they're not going to be playing the rest of this match. Half of their Miramars today are a wash. Alter Ego moving in from this northeast side. Alter Ego with 9Z, actually, not too far away. Rosemary jetting out there near Cruz de Valle. The 2 teams in the northeast side, very isolated from everyone else. Not impossible that D+ send up the east side all the way to meet them, but they'll have a long way to go to do so. And you hope that they can get on. OG right now, after going down first, or well, in 16th place in the last match, hoping to keep things together a little bit more. And Seven obviously was saying they need to pick up the elims and see if they can actually keep that pressure going, because they've had some good spots, but 6th place, I mean, it's good, but they definitely, it feels like they could be a little bit higher up, maybe neck and neck with Alter Ego. Oh, he's still going.
No, that was the last one. I swear that was the last one. I promise. That was the last one.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't. It's very, very likely another sneeze is coming, just like another chicken dinner from APG is on the way. OG, though, looking to face off versus IC. Or just dip. See what they want to do with it. Second circle shift, though, John.
Up towards that north side. Jamba Get a big split across it as well. Those hills in the middle for GS. Those really, really towering mounds that sit there. Looks like they've got most of it under control. Tiamba looking to regroup towards the middle. And they may be able to do so fairly uncontested for now. Alter Ego, not slow, but they aren't there in time to catch that Tiamba regroup. Papara Supermassive further on their southeast side. OG now caught in a little bit of a muddle between them, Reject. You've got Inner Circle as well. Potential for Loops to get involved from up front. It could get real mucky as APG sit behind all of it. And if their last game's ready to go by, that is a very dangerous place to sit between APG and a good game.
Exactly. You are the wall in the path, and right now APG is kind of like they've just been smashing boundaries all over the place. A lot of high ground in this next circle, though, Jump. With GS currently holding over towards Creative Fields on that side. You have water treatment, which most teams are avoiding like the plague right now. No one really wants to be playing on that low ground unless it's necessary. I like where Alter Ego's looking to end up, though. This high ground on the northeast, that's where they're passing through. There's the roads on the north side, and they're looking to head down towards the south. Fair few compounds will play in that area, should it come there. But most teams just looking for position right now.
And rightly so. The south side, though, much busier. On this edge, you could see the number of teams close by. APG circling around OG. And it looks like they're not quite going to find anything. Atanki may be moving up for a shot here. Looking for Doc. Knows the buggy's coming around, but Doc might have a shot of his own. Reject could have angle. No, not quite. It's just rolling around that hilltop. They do want to find something here. They are in the zone on this south edge. APG hold that mound, but sits in the middle of it all. That south control seems fairly firm right now for APG.
Yeah, they are slightly pincered, though, between them and Loops. And I think Loops is probably the biggest target to get rid of at the moment. OG being down the hill on the roadside, they're not likely to get too involved in many of these fights over towards the southeast. So APG, they're more concerned with the likes of Icy, as well as Loops playing off towards the western side of Hacienda. I think this is where APG needs to sort of slow the game down a little bit.
And they don't need to pop off just yet. They might want to, though. Keep up that record. They have excelled themselves. Next circle fairly soon. As Reject mounting up some nades. It was Papara Supermassive who are causing them trouble. You can see Reject are split across their road. Apollo, I think he's going to really struggle to get back into this one with that one PG. They want to take shots out this way too. I mean, the circle moves out, and this next hilltop, it only makes sense. It's the next stage for them, and APG are lining up to take shots out of Reject. They do still have Apollo, I believe, on the south side.
No!
To worry about. No, he is going to look to try and cross. And APG just keep going. They don't stop. He's still got more.
Doc, no! It's fine. No!
Oh, no.
Oh, it's happening. They got too big for their boots. They're winning too much. The dockening. It's returned.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, that's a frustrating. I think they had a fine position where they were. Top was popping off with a mini 14 as he usually does. It's an extremely aggressive rotate coming through from Doc there.
And it didn't pay out as well, which is the kicker, right? If it pays off, it's brilliant. But it seems like all too often it doesn't. At the moment, though, APG still have a solid spot. They might not have as good of inroads as they might have liked towards that northeast side without Doc's presence there. But Inner Circle sit behind them and will give them a challenge. Falcons moving up to the top of the perch here. I mean, they're not in the zone, but they might get some shots over towards Inner Circle. Redox not going to take them just yet.
Yeah, this is sort of a position they want to take to try and clear our area. I think most teams know that over towards the eastern side of this ridge, it is so difficult to pass through without getting shot to bits as you pass down. APG is going to take a little bit of a wrap round here towards Papara Supermassive. Trying to get ahead of the issue, which is quite smart after initially finding that knock.
Across. Oh, no. Oh, dear. A Psycho player down. And maybe we are witnessing something marvelous, something miraculous. The lobby is defeating APG. Ziolo with a challenge to Apollo, but he's good for one. Reefus now has to try and find him, but Apollo holds on a 1v2, and APG fall. Blank. The Giants have been slain. They flew too close to the sun, and Apollo burned them alive.
I mean, it all starts with the docketing, and it's frustrating to look at, to say the least. Did not need to make that play. It kind of throws everything else into disarray around APG. They've already done good so far with the amount of points they've been able to put up today. I think you're going to be afforded a little bit of a bad game at this point. Let's be quite frank about it. But still, it's one of those situations where we're going back to bad habits.
Circle breaks out to the east side, and I mean, it's not particular. I mean, it's pretty good for D+, I think. They might actually be able to survive for quite a while in this position on the east. It's going to be very difficult for teams to make their way across there, right? There's not too many avenues of approach. Maybe 9Z could challenge on that eastern side. I don't think it's a winning position, but I think it's a solid one for D+. I think APG are gone, right? They are not alive. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Falcons, they are looking to try and crash down. Ralph is already there. Novalo leaning out the window. Redox as well. There's Alter Ego need to hold, but they are split blank. They just don't have as much power as they like. Rosemary, though, is able to do one, and the second as well is good for Alva. Snake chiming in. The Falcons can't fly on through, and they are down as well.
Yeah, Falcons struggling there. GS looking to move on over. The D+ is very much a bit of a survival location for them right now, hiding out over on the east. There's not a lot of sidelines that they can take from that position, so they're hoping to hit everyone pretty hard with a 4-man squad towards the end game. Definitely want to see more action out of D+, though, because I think as a full 4-man squad, they have been a little bit lacking in that regard.
Alter Ego trying to keep GS penned in. Alter Ego, one of the few teams, actually, who is not in that sort of 20-point boundary sort of area. They are up in 4th place on 30 points. They're wanting to chase towards IC and 9Z up on 44 and 41, respectively. So we'll see what they can do here. In the meantime, though, Inner Circle are moving up over to the hilltop on the western, southwestern side. Loops going to evacuate it, and OG might be trying to push towards it as well. With Tiamba overlooking, this push could be dangerous, but they're sending their forward scout in. OG want a piece of this.
Yeah, I mean, they found an initial knockout towards Tiamba. Tiamba's a pretty soft target right now, currently in 15th place. Not had the most amazing of performance so far. IC's really wondering whether this fight's worth it for them. Sadly for IQ, he does get ripped to pieces on the high ground. Felt like he'll get taken out by Nico. And WizGod is able to steal away at least one of those elims.
Well, he hasn't confirmed it just yet. That might be taken down. T24, the only survivor from Inner Circle as they descend the hilltop. A bit of a mad dash. There were a lot of teams around them. They tried to carry forwards. They squirt out the side, and now the fight is between Loops and OG across these ridge lines, not in the valley in between. So I'll have to try and find their way on through, move closer to this next zone. That's what they're going to be looking for.
Alter Ego playing in pretty slow right now. They do have to deal with GS, who is on their western side, down to 3 players currently. Rosemary, as well as Alva, holding that angle off. OG right in front of Loops, and pretty sure Loops have a good idea of where they're playing. This lineup across the ridge, though, does give them a lot of playing power from this spot.
Yeah. Really going to try and feel the power as well. Add to their points tallies as best they can. Team Secret on the southeast side, needing to move in. Alter Ego still on their split blank. Still Guardians to the approach. Ooh, Loops making their approach though over towards OG. One of them down, one of them very, very low there as well. Nades from Aru. He needs to up that elimination game. We were talking about it before, during the breaks between these matches, and now's the time to do it. But Tanky getting knocked as well. Aru needs to find it, and he does. The spray down's good over towards Loops. It's traded off, but it keeps them in it for just a moment longer. One of them's been flushed away. AKOP going for that heal, and Wisgod cooking a nade. Ratu Boy and Neilzada. Oh my god! Explosion. Wisgod opens the cannons. It's a 1v1 now, but it's Loops to close it down. It felt like a miracle nade, but it was not to be. Everybody circles, so the vultures approach. It's Tianba moving in. It's Papara Supermassive as well. These reses could not come quick enough, and Loops are into a 1v4v4.
Oh my days. Papara Supermassive desperately wanted that one as well. They get 7 elims, so they profited a little bit off the back of it. Tiamba got zeros. They actually got none of them off the back of that. I think the flush came onto the singular player, and then that subsequently removed the rest of the players from the game before those nades hit. Smart decision.
Alva. Alva not quite on. Rosemary was. 2 players from GS. I mean, Alter Ego have been keeping these guys locked up for a long while now. That's got to feel pretty appalling, really, especially on that high ground. Alter Ego do have approaches to this next zone as well. Now being scouted out by Team Secret. Wolves on the northeast side with E+ on the challenge. They've been quite cut off from the rest of it, but Nolbu still has his wits about him. Wolves not quite able to find it. He gets another. Nolbu nearly gets the 3rd as well. Doran's so low. But now Fabian has to step up for the oversight. Coops on the backline with the rest of the team moving in. Osal has the angle maybe as well, but Doran is backed off. Coops can't quite find it. In goes Chips. D+ do not want to let this one go. They need to keep Nolbu alive, and Chips wants to fight. He steps up, but can't quite get the spray. Not the first one. Doran backs off again.
Has good info now, though, and a nade. Should do the trick. Lobs it down. Will take down Doran. Now just Coops left alive off in the distance. Immediately look to pick up Nolbu. And Nolbu does such a good job there for D+. He was the big difference maker on the squad over in those finals. Fabian comes in around the side. Coops tries to find a little bit of something whilst D+ attempts to reset on this fight. But it's not meant to be, as D+ is able to stay alive. If they can run Nolbu into the circle, the real saving private Nolbu situation. For Alter Ego, though, they are currently chasing for 3rd place right now, and 3rd place is currently knocked out of the running. We're getting close to that end game. Let's see if Alter Ego can lock things down here. It is not the most difficult of final circles as well in terms of teams. Right, I mean, Papara Supermassive still up, IC, but we've only 1 player. For Alter Ego, I think that they can have a good chance here at this game.
The thing that they suffered from, though, previously, Blank, obviously we saw in that Erangel match, they take these peaks and they keep on the angles a little bit longer than they probably should do. And that has been their kryptonite in today's matches so far. Maybe they'll find some discipline moving forwards. They have moved down that hill. But when the rear guard moves in as well, they'll lose sightlines over towards GOAT. And that might allow GOAT to flex out, maybe take a peek over towards them. Not to mention, this crash is going to be dangerous. And already some damage is tagged on, more than that too. That is going to be a hard move down. D+ trying to reposition out wide again against the last player from Inner Circle on the east side. Only 1 player taking those sprays. But that's what we were looking for. Alter Ego going down.
I mean, 1 player on the back end. I mean, should be able to res him back up. Go now need to deal with the player from GS. Icon swinging around the side, flying through the air with a shotgun in hand, but it's not enough. That will give time for Alter Ego to res back up and attempt to regroup with the rest of the team, but Twix is not having any of it as he snaps straight back over towards them.
Immediately. Ooh, Alpha goes down as well. That is traded off. But
yeah.
Rosemary falls. This is a straight up bloodbath on the northern side. Goat taking the shots. This descent down the hill. It's just not working out. Alter Ego lose 2. They could not get Rosemary and Alva back into the fight. So it's all up to Snape and Krypton. It's not looking quite as good as it once did, Blank. That regroup.
And it's
really suffered.
It's the regroup. It's the regroup is just not good enough. I mean, you're coming into stage 6 and you're still playing this 2-2 split here. It's what it is it isn't actually. It's not that the players are silly or dumb and they don't know to do this. It's just greedy play. All the players here are all phenomenal at PUBG Mobile. That is just greed. It's 100% greed. And Alter Ego could have way more points on their hands. And like, it's such a promising Indonesian team. I don't think you should be being greedy at this stage of the tournament format here in PUBG Mobile right at the end of the year. They need to learn to fall back on one another, and soon.
D+ have complete oversight of what's going on here. They were waiting for him to step out. I think it might be a point denial for T24. Don't know if he got that one started in time to be able to out heal. Oh, he does. He's got 3 more. And he's going to have to run quite far. He has to set out now and just go for a mad sprint. But D+, they're not going to be forced off their angle. Yeah, this is going to be point denial. Just try and stay alive as long as possible.
Try and get as far into this game as they can. I mean, for D+ right now, you know what the play is? The play is just to swing behind this ridge on the south side and attempt to deal with Tiamba as well as Papara Supermassive. But you just have to be confident in taking these engagements now. I mean, they could try and swing just underneath the ridge on the east here, take shots down towards Papara Supermassive as they make this crossing. But they've got to be quick because Papara Supermassive's already looking to take that position away from them.
And they're moving in with 9 elims. They have been through the thick of it. D+, oh, a lovely little lineup for Chips over towards Tron B. That is a brilliant opener on the approach. Nolbu takes a lick of damage, but he will be okay. Not really in a position to go for the res. Papara Supermassive can't quite branch back out, and that's going to be the flush coming on through. Favian picks it up. The nade from Lost looked all right, but it didn't get a knock in response, and they just aren't finding anything. Osal moves up for oversight. Kamikaze on the backline, not really having an impact yet, Black.
Yeah, it's a really good maneuver from Osal as well, immediately picking up the position that Tron B held. So now he has the Papara Supermassive off angle, and that was what's going to cover them versus the other team as they approach towards them. Kraken finds Snape as he attempts to rotate out. Now leaving just Krypton alive here going forward. Nobu was able to find one of the GOAT players in Twix. That was a player that moved down early on. This is exactly what I wanted to see from D+. It was a little bit late, in my opinion, but made up for the fact when you do see Chips hit that disgusting shot. Sadly, we get an interesting play there with the MG3 jumping out. They'll trade a player for a player, but they do find Nico in the process. But now it looks bad.
Kamikaze in a 1v1 against Favian, and he's looking for the res on towards Nolbu, but he's already got the angle. A lot of damage sent towards Kamikaze. Can he find the final shot?
Good job.
Yes, he can. And D+ close it down. They lose Osal, but they're up to 11 eliminations at the moment. Goat, though, moving into position. And Tianba, actually, looking to try and crash straight into D+. There's only the one player still alive there, and I think that's them done and dusted. 3v4 now in the final circle.
To be fair, it's way better than D+, though. It looks a lot cleaner. That team fight there was well coordinated. I think there's definitely still a little bit of firepower they're missing when it comes to that closing moment. Well, not even the firepower. I think it was just the decision making towards the end that actually comes back to bite them. But it feels like D+ is starting to get back into the mix of things. I think it took a little bit of practice to get there, but you know, a couple of warm-up rounds, sometimes that's what it takes. But yeah, I was much more impressed with D+. They made the right call as well. But GOAT so far have just had a commanding presence over this lobby since basically Alter Ego gave the entirety of the north side to them for free.
Bond wants to try and find a shot or do something earlier, do something pretty. But it looks like it's not quite as good looking this time around. Will be shut down. Plenty shaken by that. QZ dashes across, but there's 2 players with Tiamba. They're all caught out in the open, and there's 4 players from GOAT on the hunt. It's all left to the 1 player left standing. A heal, a first aid comes through, maybe ticking up with the stims, but the blue zone is pushing, and I don't think he's leaving this shack.
That nade's pretty close to you, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah. That one's right on the doorstep. I don't know how he's dodging all these, but fair enough. Vicar on the side should be an easy cleanup for GOAT there, and a much needed win for GOAT as well, being down towards the bottom side of the lobby. That will see themselves a little bit safer after that game. So very, very well played indeed.
It was a controlling presence over towards the north. Alter Ego really couldn't do anything under their watch. Maybe if Alter Ego had moved earlier, it would have been a different story, but it was not to be for them this time around, which is disappointing, right? We were saying they wanted to chase for that third place spot. They still did all right, but it's just not enough to put yourself into the top 3, which is really what it's all about here in the group stage for these teams. They're all looking to jump up to that third place bubble.
I think Alter Ego needs to realize at this point, with the amount of points towards the top side of the lobby and the points vacuum from APG, they don't need to be greedy. If they play like this, their initial rotate's good, their mid-game rotate is good, their control over stage 4 and 5 is good. It's stage 6 and onwards where they need to start figuring out how they want to transition towards that end game, how they want to start transitioning towards those 4-man angles, because it's not working right now. They can flex back out again once they have control over one side of the lobby.
That is sometimes very beneficial. D+ had a good time there. Plenty of teams able to add points to their tally where they weren't before because of the lack of APG, who went down early. Blank. They went out, I think, in 15th place, which is a big turn of events.
We're in a compound, we're looking really good, and when the time was right, then they struck, and it really worked out in their favor. 11 eliminations at the end of that to back up a win. I love that for them.
You can just see them rubbing their hands together at the end, just like, yes, fight, give us a free win this Miramar game. And exactly as you said, right, they just wait for the fight to happen and break out, and then they just pick up the pieces and get an easy elimination. right? They were going for a big Western rotate, trying to wrap around El Pozo / Crater Fields. Didn't quite work out in the end for them. But we did have one hot drop, and that was between Goat and Genji, right, in Hacienda del Patron. That's a fight that did happen. I know, Nipchura, you were quite keen on talking about that fight. The Genji lose, and then the team that wins that fight takes the entirety of the match for Goat. So that was a massive early engagement that actually was so important.
Yeah, and it's not a hot drop that we were expecting either. So it kind of, unfortunately for every other hot drop out there, it kind of solidifies why hot drops can be impactful, because if you get a big boost of momentum from that first elimination, from that first team wipe, you can go on to win the game and just build off of that. So it worked out for them this time. I do not recommend it for other teams, because we've seen it go wrong very much more often than it goes right. But for Goat, this time it did work out, and Twix gets 4 eliminations, 600 damage off of that, looking very good, and he's the MVP. So big GG to Twix.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to kind of like hint towards right here, because, you know, we saw the graphic of where these guys could go and end up, right? We points, right? That game alone, Neptura, jumps them all the way to 5th, right? So now they are right within that range for that top 3 position. I mean, yeah, APG has a good little point sponge, right? They got a little gap, but from there on, it's for the taking.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been so focused on the big heavy hitters so far in this game, right? The top 3 top 3 teams, rather. We've been looking at them and talking about them again and again. It almost makes it feel like the rest of the lobby can catch up. But Goat is the exact example of, actually, the rest of the lobby has much more to play for. It's just the beginning. Only 5 games are done. We got 2 more days after today. There is so much they can do. The leaderboards are still so close. Is APG running away with it? A little bit, yes. But for the rest of the lobby, there's still a lot of danger zones.
A little bit, she says.
Yeah.
A little bit. Listen, it's first day,
there's
okay?
5 danger zones. Yeah, there's 5 in particular, right? You're at that bottom 5. You're going home after this one. And honestly, like, I'm pretty surprised at some of the teams we're seeing here all the way down there, right? Tianba were really good in this match with those third parties. They're currently sitting on that last spot to go home, right? 12th place. That's a place you do not want to be in, right? Another team in particular, right? I'm really surprised by is Team Reject. Seeing them all the way at the bottom, Max. I know we were talking about that earlier, right? They still haven't got things going. So I'm gonna give the answer to the question that I know you'll have, right? Okay. Is why is Team Reject not doing good? What could they do better? The answer that you're gonna say is survive, right? Because we don't even get a chance to see these guys, right? They've been going out so quick.
I mean, I could go a little bit deeper too, but like definitely, I mean, the battle royale point of the game is survive until end and be the last team standing, get chicken dinner. That, yeah, good description there, Arjux, thank you. But no, the whole point, right, is that we always see them in the mid to late games like 2 players, and they're super split apart.
Over D plus as well, and Impala is absolutely fine. They get towards their drop spot nice and early and can get looted up pretty quick.
We'll try and grab as much zone as they can, get as fast as they can away from there as well. Looks like teams are extricating themselves. I'm looking at the northeast though and worried about Alter Ego. The circle pops down, so we're going to La Bendita, Los Leones, that sort of area, keeping Impala in. So D+, they're going to be able to loot fast, take position fast. Maybe this is their game to try and turn it around, and you've got OG as well, and a big split in the middle. This is what I was worried about, up to the north side. Snape's been spotted, Alter Ego maybe denied their chance to jump up to the top 3.
SKS will do the job. Some minimal gear on it. Rosemary also down to a Vector from QZZ. So not using the most conventional of weaponry, but getting it done regardless here for Tiamba. For Alter Ego, on the other hand, you're right. This probably does put a dent in their plans. They're in top 3 here with 9Z holding on to that one in 3rd place. I think IC would like to catch up a little bit to APG. Obviously not sit even with them. I think 47 for a first day is a pretty good scoreline regardless of what happens. 75 is definitely the outlier here.
So, yeah, it's a very notable difference from the rest of the pack. Pretty monumental stuff. Papa Supermassive over at Truck Stop on the north side. We saw great things from them in the first game. They were able to get a huge elimination count, but since then, not quite as powerful. I think almost half of their points were earned, at least, in that first game.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those points were earned pretty quickly through 28. But we're going to jump on board with Papro Supermassive because 7 has a bit to say to them.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. This one, I'm joined by Kamikaze from Papara Supermassive. You guys were able to have some great performances in Rondo, 13 eliminations, and backing it up here in Miramar with 10 or more elims. What allowed for you to have such a great performance in Rondo and in Miramar?
Rondo'da 13 puan aldınız, Miramar'da da 8 puan 10 puan aldınız. Bu performans nasıl oldu?
Bu performans aslında yani bizim beraber oynamamız ve uyumumuzla bağlı. O yüzden aslında çok ekstradan bir şey yaptığımız yok. Sadece normal stabil oyunumuzu oynuyoruz. Ekstradan bir şey denemiyoruz. Zaten beraber oynadığımızda da ekstradan killer geliyor yani.
So actually we didn't do much because we just playing normally as usual. It just we could execute our plans and everything. Yeah, we did good.
Okay, but let's rewind it a little bit because you did have 3 Erangel matches where you were averaging about a 9th place finish and just 0.6 eliminations, not even 1 elim per match. What happened in Erangel?
Erengel'e ne oldu? Hep sıralamaları 9 olarak öldünüz. Yani daha puan alamadınız. Ne oldu yani?
Erangel'da aslında küçük bir hot drop'umuz var Prison tarafında. O yüzden onunla birazcık uğraştığımızdan dolayı maçlara erken rotasyon atamadık. Erken rotasyon atamadığımızdan dolayı loot'umuz falan da kötü olduğu için maçlar kötü geçti yani.
So we have actually a hotspot on the prison side on Erangel, but we put a lot of effort on that part, so we couldn't get our loot and equipment, so that's why we didn't do it properly.
Will they be looking to readjust tomorrow, especially going into Erangel?
Yarın kendinizi daha doğru oynayacak mısınız Erangel'de?
Bunu saklayalım ya. Bunu cevap veremem yani. Ne yapacağımızı ben de bilmiyorum. Yarın bakarız.
Let's keep the secret. I also don't know what we're gonna do, but yeah, you guys will see it tomorrow.
Okay, well, hey, Blank, there you go. You got your answer of what was going on there in Erangel, but I'm excited to see what this team's gonna be able to do and see how close they can get to top 3.
Hey, in the meantime, Recheck have been having
There you have it. I mean, it's a pretty good answer overall, and to be fair, keeping things tight to the chest is probably advisable here in internationals, but it's nice to know that something probably will change. Pretty.
And so you go. You got.
I also don't know what we're gonna do.
Ne yapacağımız
Special.
So we have
dolayı da küçük oynamamız ve uyumumuzla bağlı. O yüzden aslında çok ekstradan bir şey.
Plus, they're going to be able to loot fast. OG.
On the other hand, top 3. Like to 7s. 7.
not quite as powerful.
But yeah,
And at least in that first game.
yeah. I mean, a lot of those points.
Zaten beraber oynadığımızda da ekstra
To jump up towards the top side. Reject, we saw their player go down during that interview. They lost one against Gen G on the hills to the east side of Los Leones there. And they will try and salvage that one, but they're still very close to one another. Team Secret, they're moving in to the east of La Bandita, just west of Impala as well, up towards the stunt jump across the chasm. And see how safe that will keep them there. Wolves as well moving in on that northwestern side. There are quite a few teams who are still out and about. You've got GS, you've got Falcons, 9Z, Alter Ego as well. Well, there's 2 of them left, but they are still up towards that north side, yet to make their entrance. But there's this huge glob of teams north of Los Leones, Blank, that are crammed in.
Yeah, and with the circle not being too far down towards the south, it makes sense as well why most teams are unwilling to set foot over towards Los Leones and get trapped within that cage of urban scenery. Look, he's got a bit of a life of its own there. Basketballs itself back into position. Good shot from Chips. Honestly, this guy, in terms of long range and accuracy, has been pretty astonishing, to say the least. Just nice to see. Tiamba losing one off on the sidelines there. D+ continue to try and marshal this eastern side of the map, which makes a lot of sense considering D+ know that they're likely going to have to shift over towards that northwest side at some point, manage around La Bandita. Only OGs playing around there. We're waiting for Zone 2 essentially to figure out where this one's going. Because where the circle sits right now, it really does require that Zone 2. In other circles, you know, there's very particular positions. I mean, if we went over towards Crater Fields and we had this kind of circle there centered up, there's a lot of high ground you can take. Here, it's very indecisive. So you just cramming yourself towards the center-ish. Doesn't really matter where you're playing as long as it's safe and fairly central. So you can make this kind of rotation now where we're going out into very open ground. Some teams might want to favor down towards that south side on some high ground. Some teams might gamble on the north side.
They'll try and find something on that north edge, but it's not going to be the easiest when teams start to get close to one another. Tiamba actually sending into the water already. They are diverted from DK, and they are not going to try and move past and around it. Ooh, APG. Okay, they're back to play. They lost out on the first Miramar. They want to make up for lost time. They'll find Apollo. I think wasn't it Apollo that they crashed into in the last game and he 2v1'd them? That's a little bit of a revenge on that shack. And they will be able to take him down. Flush very quickly from Xiol. And they're not even going to waste any time picking through the remains. They will send on in a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that, right? Xiol flicking into the second seat and instantaneously flushing, but then also almost immediately back in the driver's seat. That was very quick.
Yeah, slick with it.
Yeah, style points there accrued for him. Yeah, Reject definitely losing a lot out here. Let's see, there was definitely a little bit of the rising sun over the past years for Reject and Japan, but back to their old antics again of sort of being on the bottom of the leaderboards, which is sad to see. A lot of their players got loaned out internationally and it's been here and there, but Reject has always been a constant force here in the internationals, so there is consistency from a singular org anyway.
Yeah, they're always willing to welcome them back, which is beautiful to see. You gotta love it, you gotta support it, I think. With the circle as it sits, though, they aren't going to be having too good of a shout into this one on their record. APG making the dash in towards the middle here. They stop off in the garage there. A couple of repairs may be necessary as Team Secret weren't able to isolate this one. Actually, Team Secret are split 2 and 2 around this APG position now.
I wonder how they're going to really assault this. I mean, APG have a very central spot to play around. Very much designed for stage 3, stage 4 in terms of those rotations, but you're going to be very vigilant when holding on to this location. maintaining good outlook, scouting. Definitely up towards that north side because that's where most of their vision is. OG, on the other hand, is back to basics for them, taking this 2-2 split that we've seen them take before. Again, that is the gamble play, and from the position they were in, it sort of makes sense. But with it moving down here, life gets very tough for many different teams because you have a little bit of Los Leones cut in down towards the southwest side. You've got all this field, which you really don't want to be playing in anyway on the northeast. You've got the rocky outcrops on the southeast. This is a very difficult circle to play with kind of minimal strong spots in it.
Yeah, it is very open, very barren. We'll see who's going to be able to claim the minimal areas available. Loops taking a bit of a hit there on the sidelines. Falcons, they are already down to... Oh, no, wait, no, they do have all four of their players alive, but that might change. If he connects on the spray, but he can't quite do it. The first is good, and there's the step up. There's the backup coming through for Loops, but their players are falling as well. Ralph now needed to keep things under control for the Falcons to keep them going. They do have another player on an off angle, but he's nowhere near enough to go for these pickups. Instead, it is up to Ralph to be vigilant over his teammates. The blue zone is here. It's stage 3, so it's survivable. But for how much longer? A big nade, and he finds it. That's exactly what he needed. Ralph clocks him.
Dude, for Vitinho, that sucks, man. The nade bounce on that one, you can see him trying to dodge it, but it bounces to the side down the hill. We'll play from Rafina, being able to get that shot over towards Falcons Ralph as he tried to make the push out, which was sort of the obvious move that Ralph was going to go for. But again, to take that time to go for that, where it's just one player that you're dealing with as sort of the backup plan, you know, the emergency maneuver, you know, all aspects of that fight were thought out there by Loops, which is great.
GS in the longhouse with the nades flowing through. The D+. Wanted to try and keep this one going. They are 3, but they've got 4 players alive total. It's only 3 in this location, though. GS wanted to counter push here. They're moving up close, but a nice bounce around the corner. Comes in from Nolbu. Down from the dumpster. Rises from the dirt. And able to step up. That's go time, but maybe they're a little bit overzealous. And GS are going to be able to hold on the inside. They do have more players, but Osal's still on the swivel. He wants a little bit more. It's trading back and forth, and this is way muckier than you thought it might be. Given an initial double knock with a nade, it's a 1v1. Fabian and D3S and Alter Ego are jumping in.
Where is Chips, though? Why is Chips all the way on the east there? Oh, why did the rest of D+ engage without him? Alter Ego looking to clean house, though, on the long house. And again, Alter Ego's kind of surprised why Chips is taking shots from him at that distance. They're like, is that a 4th team in this area? What's going on here?
APG have angles on it too. Top through the garage. Gonna take some sightlines out that way. Very happy with this north point. Circle goes south, so this compound, this longhouse, really wasn't worth it in the long run. For neither of these two teams are going to be happy with it. Team Secret, worth it in the long run. For neither of these two teams are going to be happy with it. Team Secret wish they'd regrouped south earlier as well. Otherwise they might still be as 4. But on the south edge, Reject are pretty happy. In the meantime, Krypton though, they are lining down the shots with that DBS down the corridor, and they're trapped in this fight too, Blank. There are still representatives coming through from all 3 of these teams.
Yeah, this is a confusing fight, to say the least. Nade just swings wide of the window there. Will bounce back out again, but he's fully smoked up. Not a lot of angles inwards. Top continues to send a couple of shots down range for the Mini 14. Fair enough. He's got 216 shots in the back pocket. Find any shots where you can. Definitely making it uncomfortable right now for GS. In comes Tiamba, the 5th team to join the fray. Good nade from Alpha, though, to ESO on the bottom of the stairs. This is interesting.
Yeah, that is Not good there as he gets up the stairs finally. It's all up to Jafar, but no, he's spotted as well. Alter Ego pick up the points. Alva and Krypton locked in by, as you say, Tianba, this extra team who's still joining this fight from that northeast side. Wolves taking the spray. This is all the way on the west side now. They take the sprays onto Loops' approach. The Wolves seem to keep getting into these positions of seeming strength and just not quite able to convert. Time and time again, they have suffered. Maybe they can do something with this west side position this time.
And see, Tiamba moves in. Alva first to face here versus Bond. QCC on the outside. Good initial shot there. No flush yet, so down to just Krypton in a 1v2. These smokes are still massively obscuring the entire APG dealing with Team Secret in the meantime, but medkit entirely for Bond too, so that's gonna be very good. Krypton at half HP. This is a hard fight for him to win now.
EBS, that's the weapon you want. Try and win those trades. Actually managed to get around that door frame. I thought that might go a little bit worse for him. Has got 4 first aids, so can heal up a bit more effectively. The nades are starting to run bare as well for Tiamba, but it's not going to matter because that one connects. And Alter Ego go down. They are up in 3rd place, but can NiceZ take that spot back from them?
Yeah, it's great that... So APG playing Longhouse. Okay.
Keeping things going. On this side. I mean, this is where APG wanted to be. After that pass to Miramar, they really did need to try to keep things together. 5 elims found, and they are already looking to try and chase down that top spot. Century might be out of the question. That would need, what was it, 25-point game total? I mean, a 15 elim chicken dinner is quite possible, especially getting 5 elims early, but I'm not sure about it. I don't think APG can make this one happen.
I don't know. 15 elims is not out of the world, to be honest. I don't think it's out of the question. They've already found 5.
They
5. 15 elims is not out of the world. In with the amount of players they have, with the loot that they seem to have garnered, there's a good chance.
Certainly is a pretty well. There's a chance, right? There is a chance, but there's plenty of teams still that could get in their way. Papra Supermassive going for a wide flank out, trying to make their way forwards. They have been in open ground for a while now. This approach is just going to be so peppered with danger. APG taking shots, OG taking shots as well from their corner position, and there goes Tron B. Down with the headshot he's found and will be knocked out in the open. I don't think Papra Supermassive are going too much further here. They have got 2 players all the way up on the north side, so maybe they can crash in somewhere, but I think it's OG or nothing, really. Go for that crash, and it seems like that's what they'll do.
Supermassive looking for it. They've got shots coming out from the sidelines there from Kamikaze. Nico goes down though. Lost on the sidelines. Has to pull out something massive here. AKOP can't make it happen. And OG will fall versus the push from Papra Supermassive.
A brilliant a necessary approach and a brilliant conclusion for Papra Supermassive. They, by rights, should probably have all gone down there, but OG just quite couldn't get them on the approach in the way that they needed to. And that's going to allow 2 players from Papra Supermassive to survive. The 3rd player is all the way out in the open. We saw Tron B get knocked earlier, and it's so unlikely that he is able to crawl all the way across. The knocks still come on in thick and fast as well. Tiamba may be looking to crash that same spot. We'll see if they end up getting there.
Please, Doc. It's not necessary. It really isn't necessary. They will pick up the point from the
हेलो खेल रहा है क्या? नहीं रहा अपना रोज गेम प्ले नहीं रे ना नहीं तू किधर है? खेलने वाले क्या अभी? बोला ना बंदे है तो रैंडम के साथ खेले क्या?
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I need a grip.
Good luck, mates.
I need a weapon.
गंदा उतारा भाई उसने बहुत गंदा उतारा भाई इधर आ जा हाँ स्मॉल टाउन आ जा कौन से वाले पे ये वाले पे है ना भाई इधर स्मॉल टाउन पे स्ट्रीम कर रहा है क्या हाँ कौन है
Help!
अरे यार मार 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 उधर ही है सामने अरे यार
Don't
ये
give up.
उजी दिया
Your
था
teammates can still
उजी
recall
दिया
you.
भाई मेरे को
I'll cover you.
भाई हाथ लगा दे 4 नंबर रिकॉल दे 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 देगा अभी बंदे तो आएंगे नहीं अरे उजी दिया भाई मेरे को उन्होंने मेरे को यूएमपी दिया होता ना आराम से भाई 2 को नॉक कर देता मैं 2 ही थे और ज्यादा नहीं थे
Danger ahead.
I'm recalling a teammate. Please recall me.
No.
Thanks.
अरे 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 भाई क्या है भाई इतना
ചുറ്റും നോക്ക്
पोचुंकी चल पोचुंकी थोड़ा सा
अടിപൊളി
लूटते हैं, उनको मारते हैं। ठीक है क्या डाले ये ओए, भाई उजी क्यों दे रहे हैं भाई हर बार भाई उजी दे रहे हैं भाई ये शॉटगन दिया होता तो भी चलता उजी नहीं चाहिए चार नंबर भाई बंदों को मारना है भाई हमको कुछ भी होने दो 2 बंदे हैं दोनों को मारना है
Got supplies on me.
हमारे क्या भाई 3 नंबर का चल के इधर
Got supplies on me. I need a grip.
बहुत दिन के बाद बाइजन मिली मेरे को कम के है ना शायद बाय करने ना 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 पहले जैसा नहीं हो रही है अभी
Don't shoot.
फोड़ना है क्या
I need a muzzle.
टेंशन मत ले रुक आ रहा हूँ कौन भाई मारूंगा
Danger ahead.
अरे ठीक है बहुत गलना मारा रे एक एक मिनट रुक जा एक मिनट रुक के दोस्त को बुलाता मैं कॉल करके
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly. and does not. I got 5 eliminations just now. Take frequent breaks and play responsibly.
मुझे वेपन्स चाहिए
Good luck, mates.
मराठी मराठी भावा भावांनो ऑल पे भावांनो स्कूलवर या
इवेंट चलो भाई 4 नंबर
कल्टी मारा
Okay.
ചുറ്റും നോക്ക്.
उतर जा उतर जा उतर जा
Help! Watch out! Watch out! Marked a location. Marked a location.
रिकॉल कर दे, इसके पास आऊंगा, फिर से रिकॉल कर दे एक बार। रुकना, आऊंगा इसके पास से आऊंगा, 1 मिनट रिकॉल कर दे फास्ट। मैं गिव अवे कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? 1 नंबर जस्ट आ रहा हूँ, इसके बाद देखना। हाँ, मार भाई मार, जल्दी मार मार मार। ए मार, क्या कर रहा है? मार जल्दी। नहीं मारोगे सच में? आ जाओ आ जाओ, 1 नंबर 2 नंबर 3, 1 नंबर 2 नंबर 3 नंबर, आ जाओ जल्दी।
चालेल।
जिथं ये फास्ट मध्ये चांगलं आहे, नाही मारत नाही मारत। आता गेलं फक्त 1 मिनिट रिवाइव
Please recall me.
दे, रिवाइव कर। पैसे जवळ जातो 1 मिनिट. एक नंबर वे, एक नंबर है तो इसको गाडी घेऊन तिकडे या डायरेक्ट.
I'm recalling a teammate.
त्याला काय वाटत माहिती का, मीच येईल, कुणालीच लाईव्ह येईल तिकडे. तू ये गाडी घेऊन हाँ इकडे जा इकडे. गाडी घुमवायची, गाडी इकडे दोन नंबर.
क्रेजी गाड़ी है क्या तेरे पास?
नहीं बंद, बॉट नहीं.
ओ क्रेजी. मैं आऊँ क्या फिर ढूंढ की गाड़ी तेरे को लेने? अरे इधर भाई बंदे है इधर. बंदे भाई इधर. छोड़ तो एक काम कर, रिवाइव मत दे, गाड़ी आ रही तेरे साइड से. लेट जा. क्या हो रहा है?
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
4 नंबर भाई रिवाइव दे सकता हो क्या?
चालेल.
बाप रे.
एक काम कर रहे, हेलो वो गाड़ी ले और जॉर्जो जा, तो कॉल ले दे. हो रहा मत ले भाई, फाइट मत ले. 2 बंदे. तीन नंबर भाई हेलो. यार इसके पास कॉल नहीं है ना.
चालेल.
अरे 4 नंबर भाई पीछे आ रहा है. ये साइड से आ रहे. 3 नंबर राइट साइड से तेरे बंदा आ रहा है. हाँ वो साइड से, गाड़ी के साइड से. गाड़ी है देख उधर थोड़ा लेफ्ट. हाँ वो साइड से, वॉल पे.
जो पति के सुख दुख में साथ दे, अपने पति के घर को जब वो झाड़ू.
3 नंबर भाई रिवाइव दे देना.
1 मिनट रुक जा भाई, 1 मिनट.
मारना भाई 3 नंबर. उधर ही है बंदा देख पेड़ के इधर. 4 नंबर भाई मार्क दे दे एक बार. वो साइड से जा तू, लेफ्ट राइट साइड से. 3 नंबर भाई हाँ वो गाड़ी के इधर से देख, मिल जाएगा तेरे को, दिखेगा बदला शायद। छोड़ छोड़, जा जा, मत रुक इधर, मत रुक, भाग जा पीछे। हो रहा। अरे बेटा उसको मौली बेटा। 4 नंबर भाई, आपके पास रिकॉल नहीं है? जाओ ना, पीछे जाओ। रिवाइव देख के फिर आते हैं वापस इनको मारने के लिए।
अभी अपने नाटक कंपनी में बांट देना, उनको कहना घर जाके सो जाओ।
हो रहा। नाइस।
मेरे सवाल लगी जी, जख्मी शेरनी की तरह छाती पकड़ के रहेगी।
चलो भागो।
गाड़ी कौन हो मैं अక్కడ
भाई रिवाइव दे दो ना, 4 नंबर।
हाँ जा रिकॉर्डर गाड़ी घेऊन जा।
आने देते वाटर रिकॉल।
भाई मेरे पास गाड़ी होती तो मैं निकल जाता, मेरे पास उड़ने वाला है।
मैं कब का बोल रहा था भाई, मैं देता भाई रिकॉल।
अरे भाई बंदे वो जाने देंगे तब ना, निकलने देंगे तब जाता ना मैं वहां से।
जा उधर जा रिकॉल पे।
भाई मेरे पास गाड़ी वाड़ी नहीं है, नहीं तो बस जा उससे जाना चाहिए। कितना 1 सेकंड बचा है। बस 5
हो जाएगा शायद।
I'm recalling a teammate.
हो गया, थैंक यू।
Thanks.
हो गया।
बहुत गंदा बच्चा, बहुत गंदा।
आ जाओ तो वहीं पे आ जाओ।
घर में आ जाओ इधर। हो रहे।
हट यार, नुबड़े फिर से क्या यार, नुबड़े जैसे मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई मैच छोड़ के। एक तो बंदे सपोर्ट नहीं करते। एक ही बंदा बार बार मार कर जा रहा है।
2 बंदे इधर ऊपर बैठा क्या इधर? ऊपर आ गया। जल्दी आ क्रेजी जल्दी आता भाई जरा क्या बता नहीं बता रहे
ते कुठे आहेत चला
I wanted to shape my own journey.
लगा लो तो 150 रुपए की एक है इंडियन करेंसी में ये आइसक्रीम। कितनी महंगी है, इंडिया में मैक्स टू मैक्स ये 30 रुपए की मिलती। यहाँ पे ना भाई इस तरह के पन्नी वाले ग्लव रखे होते हैं, लोग आके पता नहीं ग्लव्स पहन रहे हैं। जैसे ये भाई साहब, इनकी गाड़ी है खुद की, ये खुद ही ग्लव्स पहन रहे हैं और फिर ग्लव पहनने के बाद पेट्रोल भर रहे हैं। क्या रीजन है इसके पीछे पता नहीं भाई, मैंने तो कल भरा था बिना ग्लव्स के भर लिया ऐसे। मेरे को पागल तो नहीं समझेंगे ये लोग। तो जो येलो वाला है वो तो है भाई पेट्रोल का प्राइस मेरे हिसाब से 1650, 1650 वोन, मतलब कितना हो गया लगभग। तो भाई टोटल 39.3 लीटर डलवाया, 64,868 का भाई। 40 लीटर 64,000 का आया, देख लो। लगभग 400 किलोमीटर चलाने के 20,000 लग गए भाई यहाँ पे टोल टैक्स में। आज तो भाई हो रहा है, काफी धूप भी निकली पड़ी है। इधर से देखो भाई साहब, मस्त एकदम। तो एक और नया दिन, एक और नई जर्नी। मैं हूं अभी साउथ कोरिया के एक खूबसूरत शहर बुसान में, एंड आप देख रहे हो साउथ कोरिया रोड ट्रिप का एक और नया एपिसोड। इस ट्रिप पे मैं निकला हुआ हूँ एक रेंटल गाड़ी को लेके 10 दिन की साउथ कोरिया रोड ट्रिप पे। 9 दिन हो चुके हैं अपना, आज लास्ट दिन है। कल मेरी फ्लाइट है यहाँ से आगे बीजिंग, जो कि चाइना की कैपिटल सिटी है, तो उसके बारे में अगले व्लॉग में बात करेंगे। बट आज का ये जो व्लॉग है ना, मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं एक ऐसी वीडियो बनाऊँ कि हाउ एक्सपेंसिव इज साउथ कोरिया फॉर इंडियंस। मतलब एज अ इंडियन आप यहाँ पे पढ़ने आ रहे हो, जॉब के लिए आ रहे हो या घूमने आ रहे हो, किसी भी चीज़ के लिए आ रहे हो, तो आपको क्या खर्चा पड़ सकता है बेसिक चीज़ों से लेके थोड़ा हाई एंड चीज़ों तक का। तो सारा कुछ आज मैं आपको अच्छे से बताऊंगा। और आज मेरी ड्राइव भी होने वाली है बुसान सिटी से लेके सोल, मतलब जो कैपिटल सिटी है साउथ कोरिया की। तो 4-5 घंटे की ड्राइव है, उसमें मैं आपको पेट्रोल का प्राइस भी बता दूंगा, टोल टैक्स वगैरह यहाँ पर किलोमीटर कितना लगता है साउथ कोरिया में वो भी बता दूंगा। इसके अलावा मैंने ये बुसान में एयरबीएनबी ले रखा था मरांट होटल में, 1 BHK भी नहीं, स्टूडियो अपार्टमेंट था, मतलब किचन, बेडरूम, बाथरूम। तो इस बिल्डिंग में था वो। अराउंड 3300 रुपीज़ इंडियन करेंसी में पर डे का पड़ा है मुझे, जिसमें मुझे कार पार्किंग फ्री मिली थी। तो कार ऐसे मैकेनिकल लिफ्ट है यहाँ पे, तो अपनी कार बुला लेते हैं क्योंकि 5 मिनट इसको भी लग जाते हैं भाई आने में। बस गाड़ी का नंबर डालना है 37 ग्रीन। क्या है भाई, आ क्यों नहीं रही? चलो ये बंद हो गया, अब आ जाएगी। इसके अलावा करेंसी बता देता हूँ आपको। साउथ कोरिया की करेंसी है कोरियन वोन, WON, और 1 इंडियन रुपीज में यहाँ के 16 कोरियन वोन है। जी हाँ भाई, अपनी इंडियन करेंसी इनसे थोड़ी ऊपर है, थोड़ी नहीं बहुत ऊपर है। बट वैसे देखोगे साउथ कोरिया एक एक्सपेंसिव कंट्री है अगर आप एज ए इंडियन आ रहे हो। तो इंडिया के 100 रुपये यहाँ पे 1600 कोरियन वोन बन जाते हैं, या इंडिया के 1000 रुपये यहाँ पे 16,000 कोरियन वोन बन जाते हैं। तो सोचो आप लाओगे 1 लाख रुपए इंडिया से, यहाँ पे हो जाएंगे वो 16 लाख कोरियन वोन। हालांकि खर्चा तो उसी हिसाब से ही होगा, कैसे हो कितना होगा वो सब बताऊंगा, देखते रहना वीडियो पूरी। लो जी, ये गाड़ी आ गई है अपनी, और ये गाड़ी मैंने रेंट पे ले रखी है यहाँ पे 2500 इंडियन रुपीज पर डे के हिसाब से, 2500 रुपये पर डे में। मिल जाती है गाड़ी ऐसी, और इंश्योरेंस अगर आप लेना चाहो एडवांस वाला वो अलग होता है। तो मैंने 10 दिन के लिए लगभग वही 30,000 में लिया सब मिला के। फिलहाल भाई पास में इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट है 2.5 किलोमीटर, तो पहले यहाँ जाके खाना खा लेता हूँ, क्योंकि बताया ना मैंने 5-6 घंटे की ड्राइव है, फिर खाना रास्ते में तो मिलता नहीं है कुछ भी वेज। तो अभी खा के निकलूँगा आराम से, ताकि शाम को 6 बजे तक भी पहुँचूँ तो कोई दिक्कत ना हो जाए। और प्लस इंडियन खाना यहाँ पे कितने का मिलता है, क्या मिलता है, वो भी आपको एक एवरेज प्राइस बता दूंगा। तो भाई रेस्टोरेंट के पास में ये पार्किंग मिल गई है, जाते वक्त पार्किंग का भी आपको प्राइस बता दूंगा कि क्या चार्जेस लगते हैं। एक्चुअल में जितना भीड़ भाड़ वाला इलाका होगा ना या सिटी सेंटर होगा, वहाँ पे उतनी महंगी पार्किंग होगी, और जितना थोड़ा रिमोट एरिया होगा जहाँ ज़्यादा लोग आते जाते नहीं है, वहाँ पार्किंग उतनी सस्ती होगी। तो ये काइंड ऑफ सिटी सेंटर ही आप मान लो, भीड़ भड़के वाला इलाका है, तो थोड़ी यहाँ महंगी होगी पार्किंग। तो भाई देखो इस तरह का एरिया, मैंने कहा था ना बिल्कुल सिटी सेंटर है, यहाँ पे शॉपिंग स्ट्रीट है, सारी बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स आपको यहीं पे मिल जाएंगे इस तरह से देखने को, और इस तरफ भी ऐसी है। तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ यार इंडियन खाना ना रात को खा लूँ, अभी कुछ पैनकेक वगैरह टाइप खा लेता हूँ, भूख मिट जाएगी अपना, शाम तक का काम हो जाएगा, और फिर इंडियन खाना वहाँ जाके खा लूंगा सोल में प्रॉपर, है ना। क्योंकि अभी जितना कम टाइम वेस्ट करूँ ना यहाँ पे उतना अच्छा है भाई, फटाफट से पहुँच जाता हूँ सोल, क्योंकि वहाँ पे मेरे को आपको 1-2 सुपर मार्केट भी दिखानी है, फिर प्राइजेस वगैरह ही बताने हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के स्टोर पे भी जाना है 1-2, तो सब थोड़ा सा डिटेल में बातचीत हो जाएगी अपनी। तो यहाँ से जितना जल्दी हो उतना अच्छा है। तो यहाँ पे ये CU करके काफ़ी सारे ना स्टोर्स होते हैं 7-11 टाइप के, तो इनसे आइसक्रीम ले लेता हूँ एक तो देखो इस तरह की वेनिला आइसक्रीम मिल गई लोट्टे कंपनी की, 5000 कोरियन वॉन की 2 है ये, यानी मोटा मोटा 300 रुपये के आसपास लगा लो, तो 150 रुपये की एक है इंडियन करेंसी में ये आइसक्रीम। कितनी महंगी है, इंडिया में मैक्स टू मैक्स ये 30 रुपये की मिलती, अगर अच्छी ब्रांड की होती, किसी नॉर्मल ब्रांड की तो 20 की भी मिल जाएगी इतनी शायद से, पर यहाँ देख लो भाई 150 रुपये की एक आइसक्रीम। यहाँ भाई पार्किंग लगाई है, उसी के जस्ट बाहर ये पैनकेक की दुकान है, यहीं से ना स्ट्रॉबेरी और न्यूटेला वाला पैनकेक ले लेता हूँ। देखो इस तरह का अराउंड 6-7 हज़ार वोन का आ जाएगा। तो देखो भाई इस तरह से बनता है ये, पहले तवे से में अपना ये जो भी मिक्सचर होता है इनका ये डाल के, देन इसके ऊपर न्यूटेला, स्ट्रॉबेरीज, फिर केले भी है इनके पास, पर मैं केले नहीं, मैं खाली स्ट्रॉबेरी और न्यूटेला डलवाऊंगा, और साथ में आइसक्रीम है ये अपने। लो भाई ये बना के दे दिए इन्होंने 6000 वोन, वही अराउंड 300-350 रुपये का पड़ा। देखता हूँ एक से पेट भर गया तो ठीक है, वरना एक और ले लूंगा। बढ़िया टेस्ट था भाई, एक और ले आया मैं तो, क्योंकि हल्का फुल्का है, पेट भरा नहीं एक से ना। तो अब आप देख लो टोटल भाई इंडिया के 900 रुपीज़ में मेरी ये मील हो गई है एक तरह से एक बंदे की, जिसमें अब ये ब्रेकफास्ट भी मान लो, लंच भी मान लो, क्योंकि 12:30 ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं। तो अब शाम तक या रात तक तो भूख लगनी नहीं है, फिर रात को सेकेंड मील खाऊंगा जो प्रॉपर इंडियन खाना कहीं पे हैवी वाला अच्छे से, उसका क्या खर्चा है। वो बता दूंगा। तो अभी फटाफट ये खाते हूँ और निकलते हैं। तो देख सकते हो भाई अराउंड 400 किलोमीटर है और 5.5 घंटे का रास्ता दिखा रहा है। ट्रैफिक होगा शायद सोल सिटी में ना, क्योंकि आते टाइम तो 4 घंटे 40 मिनट लगे थे मेरे बस। लेट्स गो। तो देखो अभी कितने पैसे बने ना, वो यहाँ स्क्रीन पे लिख के आ जाएंगे, फिर अपना कार्ड लगा के पे कर सकते हो। तो ये देखो 2000 वॉन बनी है, लगभग 40-50 मिनट के। तो ठीक ही है उस हिसाब से, यहाँ की इतनी महंगी थी नहीं, सोल सिटी में तो बहुत महंगी है। तो एक कार्ड लगाया भाई इस तरह से अपना, और खुद से पेमेंट हो जाएगी। उसके बाद कार्ड निकाल लो, फाटक खुल जाएगा। तो लगभग 120-130 रुपए की पार्किंग लगी है, जो कि ज़्यादा नहीं। अभी देखो मैं लगभग 2 घंटे से ड्राइव कर रहा हूँ, वो 150 किलोमीटर ड्राइव कर लिया है। तो किलोमीटर तो मैप में कम हो गए, 250 किलोमीटर दिखा रहा है, बट भाई अराइवल टाइम बढ़ता ही जा रहा है। 6 बजे था, 6:30 हुआ, 7 हुआ, अब 7:30 हो गया। मतलब 4 घंटे 40 मिनट दिखा रहा है 250 किलोमीटर के लिए, जबकि मैं आया तो भाई इसी रूट से था। ऐसा कुछ तो सीन लग नहीं रहा मुझे होना चाहिए। सब अच्छी जगह, मतलब 100-110 की स्पीड लिमिट है, बढ़िया।
जब लॉकडाउन स्टार्ट हुआ था तो लॉकडाउन से 2 दिन
क्या पंगा है ये, मैप का ग्लिच ना हो कहीं, देखते हैं। चलो डिस्टेंस तो कम हो ही रहा है, 250 किलोमीटर मेरे हिसाब से तो भाई मैक्स टू मैक्स 3 घंटे में कवर हो जाने चाहिए। ये दिखा रहा है 4.5 घंटे से भी ज़्यादा, ये क्या पंगा है। फ्यूल अभी तो है भाई 200 किलोमीटर का, लगभग 50-60-70 किलोमीटर के बाद रुकूंगा कहीं पे और फ्यूल अप करवा लूंगा। बाकी टोल टैक्स की बात करें तो भाई एक टोल टैक्स आया था छोटा सा 1000 कोरियन वॉन का, उसके बाद आया एक 3000 कोरियन वॉन का, तो अभी तक टोटल 4000 कोरियन वॉन लग चुके हैं मेरे। और अब आप क्या हो गए 150 किलोमीटर के लिए सिर्फ 4000 कोरियन वॉन, क्योंकि 4000 वॉन कितने 250 रुपये होते हैं इंडिया के, तो ऐसा नहीं है 150 किलोमीटर के 250 रुपये, वो 250 रुपये अलग थे शुरू के। और मेरे को अब इस हाईवे एक्सप्रेसवे पे चढ़े हुए 100 से ज़्यादा किलोमीटर हो चुके हैं, और इसका जो टोल होगा ना वो एंड में होगा, जब मैं इस एक्सप्रेसवे से उतरूंगा तब टोल कटेगा एक्चुअल में बड़े अमाउंट का, तो वो फाइनल अमाउंट होगा। तो अभी तक 4000 हो चुके हैं, और जो एक्स्ट्रा बनेगा फिर उस हिसाब से आप कैलकुलेट करना कि 400 किलोमीटर के कितने रुपए लगते हैं यहाँ पे टोल टैक्स। तो जी 3 घंटे लगातार ड्राइव कर ली, लगभग 250 किलोमीटर कर ली, और एवरेज देखो गाड़ी 17 किलोमीटर की दे रही है। और अभी ये रेस्ट एरिया आया है बीच में, थोड़ा सा यहाँ निकल के स्ट्रेचिंग वेचिंग करता हूँ। और अभी भी टाइम देखो भाई 3.25 घंटे दिखा रहा है, बताओ 140 किलोमीटर के लिए। मुझे लग रहा है सोल सिटी में ना कहीं जाम होगा। तो अभी फिलहाल मुझे होटल बुक करना है, 1-2 चीज़ें निपटानी है, तो 15-20 मिनट का रेस्ट लेके फिर निकलूंगा सीधा। वही भाई सोल की तरफ जाते जाते वापस से ठंड काफ़ी बढ़ती जा रही है। सही लगाई है ना मैंने गाड़ी, या गलत लगा दी? मेरे ख्याल तो सही है, हाँ सही है। चलो देखो इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों के चार्जर लगे और सबकी नंबर प्लेट ब्लू है, यहाँ ग्रीन नहीं है, ब्लू नंबर प्लेट रखते हैं इलेक्ट्रिक में, और नॉर्मल तो वाइट है ही, टैक्सी की येलो है। और ये देखो भाई हैंडीकैप लोगों के लिए पार्किंग स्पॉट बना रखा है अलग से, और इधर अपना खाने पीने का और वॉशरूम वगैरह हो गए। तो कॉफ़ी तो बहुत ही बिकती है भाई यहाँ कोरिया में ना, जगह जगह आपको कॉफ़ी का मिल जाएगा। वेजिटेरियन खाना नहीं मिलता, कॉफ़ी तो मिल जाती है हर जगह बढ़िया। कल भाई वापस करनी है ना गाड़ी, तो साफ़ करके देनी पड़ती है, वरना वो क्लीनिंग फीस आपसे चार्ज कर लेते हैं। तो गाड़ी में जो भी कूड़ा है भाई किसी ऐसी स्टॉप पे डस्टबिन में डालना पड़ेगा, और पेट्रोल भी डलवाऊंगा यहीं से। पहले वॉशरूम हो जाता हूँ। चलो चल के भाई पेट्रोल फुल करवा लेते हैं एक बार, क्योंकि कल मेरे को वहाँ से भी वापस गाड़ी देने में हाफ टंकी तो देनी है, और अभी यहाँ से भी मेरे ख्याल ऑलमोस्ट हाफ से थोड़ा कम पेट्रोल लग भी जाएगा पहुँचने में, तो फुल टंकी करवा लूँगा ना, सही रहेगा हिसाब किताब। अभी देखो 130 की रेंज दिखा रही है गाड़ी। तो ये है भाई सामने फ्यूल स्टेशन, आप देख सकते हो, यहाँ पे अपने को पेट्रोल मिल जाएगा। अरे भैया यार भीड़ लगी पड़ी है यहाँ पे, तो लाइन से लोग लगे पड़े हैं, बट कोई नहीं, चलो भरवाना तो है ही, क्या कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे ना भाई इस तरह के पन्नी वाले ग्लव रखे होते हैं, लोग आके पता नहीं ग्लव्स पहन रहे हैं, जैसे ये भाई साहब इनकी गाड़ी है खुद की, ये खुद ही ग्लव्स पहन रहे हैं, और फिर ग्लव पहनने के बाद पेट्रोल भर रहे हैं। क्या रीज़न है इसके पीछे पता नहीं भाई, मैंने तो कल भरा था बिना ग्लव्स के भर लिया ऐसे। मेरे को पागल तो नहीं समझेंगे ये लोग? हो सकता है कुछ लोग हो जिनके होता हो थोड़ा हाइजीन का इशू है ना। क्यों आगे वाले ने पहन रखा है क्या? हाँ यार उन्होंने ही पहन रखा है, वो देखो। ये क्या चक्कर है भाई, इन्होंने नहीं पहना हुआ, ये तो ऐसे ही है। चलो बढ़िया, मतलब मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ यहाँ। अजीब है यार थोड़ा, मतलब कौन पहनेगा ग्लव। मेरे पीछे भी लाइन लगी पड़ी है भाई, ज़्यादा वीडियो तो नहीं बना पाऊँगा, फटाफट लगाता हूँ, बट आपको दिखा दूंगा कि साउथ कोरिया में पेट्रोल और डीजल का प्राइस कितना है। तो फटाफट भरते भरते जब तक भरेगा तब तक प्राइसिंग दिखा दूंगा। फ्यूल है अपने पास 130 किलोमीटर का, और डेस्टिनेशन है 156। अगला सर्विस स्टेशन आएगा 26 किलोमीटर पे। चलो 26 किलोमीटर वाले पे ही डलवा लेंगे। लो भाई आ गया नेक्स्ट पेट्रोल पंप, होपफुली यहाँ पे कार्ड चल रहा हो तो बढ़िया हो जाएगा। यहाँ भी लगी हुई है भाई लाइन तो, और येलो रेट भी आप देख ही लो, बढ़िया। चलो तो जो येलो वाला है वो तो है भाई पेट्रोल का प्राइस मेरे हिसाब से 1650, 1650 वॉन, मतलब कितना हो गया, लगभग 100 रुपये के आसपास। और ग्रीन वाला डीजल होगा, या उल्टा भी हो सकता है, जो भी है भाई 1567, ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है। तो इस 100 रुपये के आसपास ही है भाई, डीजल भी 100 रुपये के आसपास ही है, पेट्रोल भी यहाँ पे। अब इनमें से है कौन सा पेट्रोल, मेरे हिसाब से तो येलो वाला पेट्रोल ही है। तो पेट्रोल पड़ गया आपको करेक्ट 100 रुपये का, और वो डीजल पड़ गया 95-96 रुपीज़ का, ज़्यादा है नहीं फ़र्क। तो ये प्राइसेस है भाई साउथ कोरिया में फ्यूल के। भाई यहाँ पे कार्ड चल रहा है, आप देख सकते हो, फिलिंग होना स्टार्ट हो गई है। कार्ड पहले लगाना पड़ता है, ये लगा रखा मैंने, और उसके बाद जो है वो आप चालू कर सकते हो। तो मैंने फुल टैंक के लिए करा है, अब देखते हैं कितना लीटर आ जाएगा इसमें, उस हिसाब से कार्ड से पैसे कट जाएंगे। तो भाई टोटल 39.3 लीटर डलवाया है, 64,868 का भाई। 40 लीटर 64,000 का आया, देख लो, जो इंडियन करेंसी में लगभग 4,000 रुपए बनते हैं। और अब आप रेंज देखोगे 633 की हो गई है, तो मेरे हिसाब से मैंने ज्यादा भरवा लिया भाई। ये 25-30 लीटर भरवाना था मुझे शायद ना, क्योंकि रास्ता तो सिर्फ 120 किलोमीटर बचा हुआ है और मैक्स टू मैक्स आप लगा लो अगर मैं एयरपोर्ट भी जाता हूँ 60-70 किलोमीटर वो होएगा, तो 200 से ज्यादा तो नहीं चलेगी। और जब मुझे ये गाड़ी मिली थी तो इसमें 350 की रेंज दिखा रही थी और अभी है 633, तो 200 माइनस भी कर दोगे तो 433 की बचेगी उनको देते देते। तो मेरे हिसाब से मैंने 8-10 लीटर एक्स्ट्रा डलवा दिया उनके लिए ना, मतलब रेंटल कंपनी के लिए। चलो कोई नहीं, छोड़ो भाई, अब ये है, कल रुकना नहीं पड़ेगा, कल सीधा एयरपोर्ट निकलूंगा और गाड़ी दे के कट लूंगा। अच्छा, इसलिए इतना टाइम दिखा रहा है भाई। हाईवे पे लगा हुआ है तगड़े वाला जाम, देख रहे हो, 99 किलोमीटर के लिए 2.5 घंटे, वो भी साउथ कोरियन रोड पे। आप सोचो इतना ज़्यादा टाइम लग रहा है, तो लंबा ही जाम है, इसका मतलब तगड़ा ही। स्लो 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 स्लो, वही 10-15 की स्पीड। तो भाई सोल पहुंचते पहुंचते ही 8:30 बज जाएंगे मुझे तो लग रहा है। तो भाई सोल सिटी में एंटर करने वाला हूँ, 30 किलोमीटर का डेस्टिनेशन रह गई है और अब ये टोल गेट आ गया, आप देख सकते हो सामने। और यहाँ पे पता चलेगा अपना कितना टोल टैक्स लगा है ये पूरे 400 किलोमीटर करने का। पहले आपको मैं बता चुका हूँ 4,000 वोन लग चुके हैं। अब 3, 2, 1 आवाज आएगी, आई ना, टू टू। ओ 12,700 वोन लगे अभी और 7,500 लग चुके थे पहले। तो आज के दिन में भाई टोटल 19,700, या आप राउंड ऑफ में 20,000 वोन लगा लो। लगभग 400 किलोमीटर चलाने के 20,000 लग गए भाई यहाँ पे टोल टैक्स में। 20,000 वोन देख लो भाई कितना होता है, अराउंड 1200 या 1300 इंडियन रुपी। चलो भाई पहुंच गया हूँ म्योंगडोंग कैथेड्रल में, यहाँ पे पार्किंग में गाड़ी लगा दी है और बस मार्केट आ गई। सबसे पहले तो ना आप भाई यहाँ पे एप्पल प्रोडक्ट यानी आईफोन वगैरह के प्राइजेस देख लो, जो मैंने परसों रिकॉर्ड करी थी बुसान, परसों से एक दिन पहले, बुसान जाने से पहले की बात है। तो वो प्राइस आप क्लिप देख लो एक बार कितने के हैं यहाँ साउथ कोरिया में आईफोन वगैरह। ये मिल गया भाई एक प्रॉपर एप्पल स्टोर, यहाँ जाके पता करते हैं। वो भाई काफ़ी बड़ा स्टोर है यार ये, तो लेट्स सी। तो ये लग रहे हैं सारे, ये है 17, ये है आईफोन एयर जो इस बार आया है, ये है 17 प्रो मैक्स प्रो और ये है प्रो मैक्स मेरे हाथ में। तो प्राइसिंग इनकी देख लो, कोरियन वॉन में है, वही 16 से या 17 से डिवाइड कर लेना, 16 से ही करो वैसे तो। अब मेरे को जैसे प्रो मैक्स का देखना है मेन, तो 256 GB है 9,50,000 वोन, 512 GB है 10,10,000 वोन और 1 TB है 10,20,000 वोन। प्रो का भी दिखा देता हूँ सारे प्राइजेस, आप ये देख लो भाई, सबको कन्वर्ट कर लेना। फिर 16 प्लस का भी देख लो, 16 प्रो का भी देख लो। प्रो तो खैर पुराने हो गया, कोई मतलब नहीं देख के। एयर का दिखा देता हूँ आपको प्राइस, एयर का नहीं आ रहा यार, पर यार ये वाला जो प्रो मैक्स का ब्लू कलर है ना, ब्लू या पर्पल, ये मुझे काफ़ी पसंद आ रहा है। ऑरेंज भी अच्छा कलर है बट पर्सनली मुझे ज़्यादा बेटर ब्लू लग रहा है। ये ऑरेंज है भाई देखो, तो मैं लूँगा तो ये ब्लू पर्पल ही लूँगा, और लूँगा भी तो मैं 17 प्रो मैक्स ही लूँगा अगर लूँगा। कहाँ चलेगा यार
भाई, मेरा माइक से आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा था अभी तक। ओ आई सी, हाय अजय भाई, सॉरी।
प्रो मैक्स 1 TB वाले ही लूँगा, 2 TB तो चलो ज़्यादा हो जाएगा। 2,15,833 वोन भाई साहब। तो ये प्रो मैक्स का प्राइस है भाई। 256 GB देख लो 19,90,000, 512 GB देख लो 22,90,000, 1 TB है 25,90,000 और 2 TB है 31,90,000। मेरे को 1 TB वाला लेना, तो उसका रेट भाई देख सकते हो 25,90,000 का है साउथ कोरिया में। इंडिया में 1 TB वाला एप्पल की वेबसाइट पे 1,90,000 का है, और फिर अगर कुछ ऑफर वगैरह चलते हैं कार्ड वार्ड के तो 8-10 हज़ार का डिस्काउंट मिल जाता है। एंड यहाँ पे पड़ रहा है 1,62,000 का, वो भी मैंने जो बेस्ट करेंसी रेट है उस हिसाब से लगाया। अभी इसमें भी 500,000 ऊपर लगा लो, फॉरेक्स चार्जेस वगैरह जो भी लगेंगे आपके, तो फिर तो मेरे हिसाब से भाई मतलब कितना, अगर कार्ड का डिस्काउंट इंडिया में लगाओगे तो 20,000 का भी फ़र्क नहीं आया, क्या फ़ायदा हुआ भाई। तो साउथ कोरिया से तो लेने लायक मेरे हिसाब से नहीं है। हाँ ये है कि अगर इंडिया में आपको 190 का ही मिल रहा है, कोई डिस्काउंट नहीं मिल रहा, और यहाँ से आप 162 का भी ले जाते हो, तो 28,000 का डिफरेंस आ गया, और आ ही रहे हो साउथ कोरिया तो ले जा सकते हो। स्पेशली आना इसी चीज़ के लिए महंगा पड़ जाएगा। जैसे दुबई जाना तो सही पड़ता है कि दुबई भी घूम लो और आईफोन भी ले आओ एक, बट यहाँ का वो सीन नहीं है भाई। बाकी जी ये है म्योंगडोंग की मार्केट। आज अच्छी खासी भीड़ है यहाँ पे, देख सकते हो आप, क्योंकि फ्राइडे नाइट है ना, तो ज़्यादातर फ्राइडे नाइट में पार्टी शार्टी चलती है। बट खैर स्ट्रीट पे कुछ भी है नहीं है सच पार्टी वार्टी का, वैसे ही स्ट्रीट फूड वगैरह काफ़ी मिलता है और ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह बहुत मिलते हैं यहाँ पे। तो अभी भाई मेरे को सैमसंग के भी स्टोर जाना था पता करने सैमसंग का, बट लेट हो गया हूँ। सैमसंग स्टोर ऑलरेडी बंद हो चुका है, तो इसलिए अब मैं जा रहा हूँ गुरखा इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट, पहले खाना खाता हूँ, उसके बाद फिर कोई सुपर मार्केट अच्छी सी ढूंढ के आपको यहाँ के थोड़े प्राइजेस वगैरह बताऊंगा बढ़िया। तो ये है भाई वो इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट, गुरखा रेस्टोरेंट के नाम से। तो भाई ये आप मेन्यू देख सकते हो अपने सामने, पोज कर करके पढ़ते रहना। कोरियन वॉन में है, 16 से डिवाइड कर देना, जैसे मोमोज वगैरह थे। और सब्जी की बात करें तो अराउंड भाई एक सब्जी यहाँ पे 16,000 वॉन की है, यानी इंडिया के 1000 रुपये की। जी हाँ भाई 1000 रुपये की एक सब्जी। बाकी रोटी नान की बात करें तो 3000 4000 वॉन का एक नान है इंडिया के, जो कि 200-250 रुपये पड़ते हैं। तो इस तरह से यहाँ पे प्राइसिंग वगैरह आप देख सकते हो। चलो जी खा लिया मैंने, 34,000 वॉन बिल आया, लगभग 2000 रुपये के आसपास इंडियन करेंसी में। ये है कि जो ये लोग सब्जी देते हैं ना भाई 1000 रुपये की इंडियन करेंसी में, वो 2 लोग खा सकते हैं। तो मैं तो अकेला हूँ भाई, इसलिए मेरे हर मील के 2000 रुपये लग ही जाते हैं, रोटी वोटी सब मिला के। बट अगर आप 2 लोग आ रहे हो तो आपको सस्ता पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सब्जी शेयर हो जाएगी, बस आपको नान और वही लेना पड़ेगा जो है। तो मतलब मेरे हिसाब से 2500-3000 रुपये में 2 लोग आराम से खा सकते हैं यहाँ पे एक टाइम का खाना। तो पर बंदा वही 1500-1400 रुपये आया। मेरे केस में मेरा 2000 रुपये पड़ रहा है। तो भाई एक सुपर मार्केट मिल गई है जो गूगल के अकॉर्डिंग पूरे सोल की सबसे बड़ी सुपर मार्केट भी है और खुली भी होती है रात के 12 बजे तक। तो ये है उसका नाम भाई, लोटे मार्ट जेटाप्लेक्स, जो सोल का ट्रेन स्टेशन है ना उसी में बना हुआ है ये। तो यहीं पे इनकी पार्किंग है, पार्क कर दी है गाड़ी मैंने मस्त, और यहीं से एंट्री लेके अपना आपको दिखाता हूँ भाई क्या क्या हिसाब है चीज़ों का यहाँ पे ना सोल में या साउथ कोरिया में। तो ये देखो भाई, ये तो मतलब सुपर मार्केट नहीं पूरा मॉल ही है एक तरह से। यहाँ तो बच्चों के कपड़े वपड़े और विस्की वाइन ये सब भी मिल रहा है, मतलब छोटी से लेके बड़ी चीज़ सब मिल रही है। तो अच्छी जगह आया हूँ मैं, आपको सब चीज़ों के प्राइजेस बता सकता हूँ यहाँ पे ना बढ़िया। कपड़ों के रेट बताऊँगा तो बोर हो जाओगे। यहाँ पे एक ये टॉय स्टोर मिला है, पोकेमोन वगैरह रखे हुए हैं, तो इनके रेट आप देख सकते हो भाई। यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे पोकेमोन के एक्शन फिगर्स मिल रहे हैं, 14,000 का है कोई, 7,000 का है कोई, अलग अलग रेट है सब। ये देखो ना कितना बड़ा शिनचैन मिल रहा है 79,000 का। तो स्क्रीन पर रेट भी आ रहे होंगे डिवाइड करके इंडियन करेंसी में। बाकी ये स्टेशनरी है, ज़्यादातर यहाँ खिलौने ही हैं भाई। देखो ये अपने मतलब का थोड़ा सा है, गाड़ियों वाड़ियों का सेट, सारी गाड़ियाँ मिल रही है। देखो BMW की i4 मिल रही है, छोटा स्केल मॉडल, 6900 रुपये इसका वोन का। तो यानी कि मोटा मोटा आप लगा लो 400-500 रुपये के ये सारे। अगर इसमें स्कॉर्पियन का होता तो मैं ज़रूर ले लेता, बट ऑब्वियसली इंडियन ब्रांड का किसी का भी होगा नहीं इसमें। ये गाड़ी है, देखो पूरा सेक्शन भाई टॉयज़ ही टॉयज़ है यहाँ पर। देखना कितने सारे, मतलब जो चीज़ आपको चाहिए टॉयज़ में ऑलमोस्ट सब कुछ मिल जाएगी। ये योयो है क्या? योयो नहीं, शायद बेब्लेड लग रहा है, समझ नहीं आ रहा, छोड़ो। हाँ यहाँ पड़े हैं ना ये रे, योयो ही है ये वाले तो सारे। कितने कितने के योयो है भाई? 19,000 का, 12,000 का भी है। 12,000 मतलब 800 रुपये का। इधर भाई थोड़े बड़े गाड़ियों के मॉडल है यहाँ पर, ये भी सब वही 10,000 12,000। अच्छा नहीं, ये तो सारे ही 10,900 के हैं, यानी कि कितने बन गए?
मैं खेलो वही कर रहा हूँ। मैं भूल गया था, मैं एक्चुअली खा रहा था, तो मैं सोचा कि खा लेता हूँ, फिर तब तक यही देख लेता हूँ खाते खाते। अरे मेरे को कॉपीराइट तो आएगा नहीं, क्योंकि अपने भाई का ही है, अपना भाई अपना कॉपीराइट भी हटा देगा अगर लगा तो भी। तो मेरे को टेंशन नहीं है मेरे को कॉपीराइट वगैरह का। मैंने वेंडी कॉन्टैक्ट्स जनता तो कमाया है भाई, कितना भी कुछ भी करो भाई। कॉन्टैक्ट्स बनाए हैं मेरे अच्छे, और ये सिर्फ नाम के नहीं, अच्छे जो हर चीज़ों में मदद कर सकते हैं भाई कभी ना कभी। शायद से मैं कभी इसके साथ भी बना सकता यार कंटेंट, बना सकता हूँ क्या? मैं पूछना पड़ेगा एक बार, मैं पूछता हूँ उसको क्या बोलते हैं, सुनता हूँ उसका भी, पूछूंगा उसको मैं एक बार। दो दिन लगातार सोया। हाँ तो अभी तेरे भाई की शादी में तू नाच रहा था। प्रॉब्लम उधर ही आएगी ना भाई, शादी विधि में नाच बीच रहा है भाई, थकेगा नहीं क्या? मैं वही सोचा, मैं बोला अभी तक ये आया नहीं, इन्फी इन्फी नहीं आया, इन्फी इन्फी आ क्यों नहीं रहा, मेरे को यही था। भाई लेकिन तुम लोग शॉर्ट्स देख रहे हो कि नहीं जो डाल रहा हो? खतरनाक भाई, व्यूज भी आते, सब कुछ आते भाई उसमें। सोच रहा शॉर्ट्स क्रिएटर ही बन जाओ, शॉर्ट्स से डाला करूंगा। ये क्या भाई, ये एकदम मगजमारी वाला काम है भाई ये। इतनी नींद आ रही थी, ओवर थिंक ही बंद हो गई। नाइस, बस वो नींद मेरे को भी आ जाए बस थोड़ा। तेरी भैंस की चल। हाँ मेरे को ऐसे ही कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, वायरलेसली तो नहीं होने वाला। वायर वाला तो कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है, बट ठीक है। मतलब अभी कहाँ पे भी लेके ऐसे खेल सकता हूँ। वायर नहीं है ना, वायर वाला कनेक्ट ही नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग का दही कर दिया उसने। तुम्हारा भाई रैंक अरीना खेल रहा है, सोच रहा है इसमें रैंक पुश कर लूँ। क्या बोल दोगे, इस कर लूँ रैंक पुश इसमें? बस मेरा गू ना खाऊं मैं बस इसमें। जिंदगी में जब एक बार सबको सब कुछ मिल जाता है ना, तो लोग उसकी कीमत करना भूल जाते हैं। तो कभी कभी कुछ चीज़ें अधूरी ही रहे तो सही है। अबे 65 के ऊपर आगे बढ़ेगा कि नहीं? अभी मेरे को मैच के अंदर जाने का देखा आएगा रीजॉइन करो करके। क्या गू गेम बनना दिया ना भाई इसको, बैगन के बाल। बैगन का बाला बाला रे बैगन, बैगन का बाला बाला का बैगन, बैगन का भरता मैं खा 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 खा, बैला का बा खली बली खली बली। डांस थोड़ा सा करो, हट। डांस तब होगा जब मेरा 10 के होगा। 10 के भी बहुत लंबी बात है भाई, तुम लोग 7 के कराओ पहले। 5 के पे ही अटकाओ तब से। अरे बैगन का बाला बाला का बैगन, बैगन का बाला बाला का बैगन, खाया मैं बैगन का भरता आ आ आ। अरे खाया मैं बैगन का भरता आ आ आ। अरे बैगन का भरता भरता ए बैगन, बैगन का भरता आए आए, बैगन का भरता भरता, बैगन का भरता आए आए आए।
Reloading!
बस भाई तू एक ही बार मार सकते है, मैं आ रहा हूँ अभी अपना हथियार लेके। ए भाई हथियार। वीरो ए किल ए बैगन का भरता, बैगन के वाला।
Red team!
अरे बैगन का बाला बाला का बैगन, बैगन का क्या बैगन है भाई, ये क्या बैगन का गेम है भाई।
The red team's streak has just been terminated. The red team in the lead.
ये बैगन बैगन भाई थापटू दे दिए ले।
Killing spree for the red team. The red team's streak has just been terminated.
अरे तेरी माँ की बैगन। अब होगा ना मौत का नंगा।
You're losing the game.
बैगन भाई क्या मार रही है? मैं एक क्या उसको चुप
Half of the match is over, and the red team is in the lead. Cover me!
गेम खेल गया भाई मेरा। चल कुछ तो प्लस हुआ, माइनस नहीं होना चाहिए था। मैं तो मेरा गेम भाई गू खाया मेरा गेम और कुछ नहीं।
प्लस 1400-1500 पॉइंट पाहिजे. सर्दी पण झाली आहे बे. कोणाला घेतलंय लॉबी मध्ये कोण आहे? हाय हाय वय अरे मी ते हे बघत होतो. ते बघ त्या अनामिकाच्या वरती डीलचे त्याच्यावरती बघ हे करत होतो मी. मत बोल यार मत बोल की. इझी चड्डीत हात टाकीन. रुपाली चड्डी काढून फेकून देईन.
ती चड्डी रितेशवर टाक.
तू जवळ आहेस ना ग म्हणून तुझ्यावर टाकतो. अरे सुन तो है.
बोल.
भाई कुछ होगा तो देख भाई. black.com में जाने का है मेरे को. कुछ सेटिंग लगा सकता है तो देख.
भाई वो तू ही था ना सीजन 1 वाला.
सीजन 1 बिन भाई इधर 19 मिनट अपने को गेम में नहीं खेल पा रहे. वो 19 मिनट क्या क्या कर रहा है.
तू ही था वो सीजन 1 वाला. मैंने देखा तेरा सीजन वो इंस्टाग्राम पे.
क्या भाई मैं क्या मेरे को चिपका रहा है. मैं था
हे रितेश पता चला कि नहीं. भाई ने डॉक्यूमेंट्री निकाला है सीजन 1 सीजन 2.
अबे वो AI रे बाबा.
हाँ बट लेकिन पहला वाला सीजन हिट हुआ ना इसलिए तो उन लोग AI निकाला.
AI वो बाकी कुछ नहीं है. चूतिया बनाने का धंधा है.
तो तू मतलब अग्री कर रहा है ना कि तू ये करके वो सीजन 1 वाला.
अरे मैं हाँ भाई मैं ही हूँ. अगला नंबर तेरा है सीजन 2 में. तू पहला जाएगा.
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए भाई ऐसा.
चाहिए नहीं पहला जाएगा. तेरे से पूछ नहीं रहे. तेरी कंसर्न नहीं ले रहे. वो भी ना बोल रही थी समझा क्या. तू भी ना ही बोल रहा है पर पहला जाएगा तू भी. वेट वेट वेट.
देखा भाई ने देखा मतलब पकड़ा गया.
अरे सबको मैंने ही भेजा है. सबको मैंने ही भेजा है.
यही है.
हाँ ये बात तो सही.
डीलर साला.
अरे बहुत जन खुश हो गए. बोलते ये क्या नया आया. बोला भाई देख तू देख.
भाई मेरा जिस दिन आएगा तो हम लोग भी ऐसे ही भेजेंगे. पूछे मतलब ना वैसे आएगा कैसे.
तेरे को तो लाइव दिखाऊंगा भाई. तेरे पे ट्रायल होगा वो.
क्या बोल रहे हैं.
अश्लील बातें बोलता है. बोलो कुणा तरी प्रेमला फोन कर. प्रेमला नको करू. मोहितला फोन कर.
अरे इसका हटा है कि नहीं बैन से
माझे
आईडी अभी तक कि नहीं हटा है.
छूट गया छूट गया.
गया आईडी.
गया गया.
नहीं रे बाबा उसने
कोई चांस नहीं है अभी आईडी. अरे उसके बाद वो 7 दिन के बाद लॉगिन करना रहता है. वो नहीं हुआ.
हटा ही नहीं तो अभी तक कैसे होएगा.
अरे हो गया 7 दिन मेरा भाई.
अरे लेकिन अभी तक बैन नहीं हटा. कैसा लॉगिन नहीं करे.
अरे मेरी जान
बच्चे में फोड़े है क्या?
ये तेरे को अपेंडिक्स का कैंसर हो गया है। अरे 7 दिन का बैन था, अभी उसको सीधा 1 महीने का बैन पड़ा है और 1 महीने में वो अनलिंक हो जाएगा। मेरे बाद में क्लिक हुआ कि 1 महीने का पूरा बैन पड़ा है उसको। 24 दिसंबर ना रित्या, 24 कितना, हाँ 24 दिसंबर।
तो उसने खुद ने
24
डाला है ना।
दिसंबर से 24। नहीं नहीं, वो तो पहला पड़ा था 7 दिन का।
सामने
जिसने टेपा है ना आईडी, उसने डाला है 1 महीने का। मैं तो बोलता हूँ 24 दिसंबर लॉग इन करके देखते हैं क्या सीन है 24 दिसंबर को।
भाई वो जो भी है, वो भी एक नंबर का छाटू इंसान, बेंचर गरीब लौड़ेगा बाल।
अरे गरीब, उसने 3 अकाउंट 5 अकाउंट दिखा है। गरीब हम लोग को फील हुआ, समझा क्या?
अरे दिखाया तो, लेकिन स्कैम मारा ना। स्कैम और बेंचर खुद का पैसा लगाना अलग बात है ना भाई।
वो भी किधर उसको हजम होगा, वही तो बात चल रही है, किधर उसको
अरे
हजम होगा
कोई तो
वो।
बेंचर मामा को भी अक्ल नहीं है। मैं पहले भी बोलता था जब इसको कोई भी आईडी मांगा था तभी कि मत दिया करे। ये इनू भी ऐसे ही था, मैं इनू को मना किया था, इसलिए उसने कभी किसको नहीं दिया। इवन मेरे को दिया था तो मैंने आईडी पासवर्ड चेंज करवाया था उससे वापस।
छोड़, अभी क्या ही है, एक बार अभी गलती हो गई, समझ में आ गया, अगली बार से वो देखेगा अभी।
आलू खाएगा।
हड्डा देखेगा होगा, लौड़ा दे नहीं रहा अभी किसको। इधर मामबा बेंचर लोगों का पैसा भर रहा है, देख रहा है इधर बेंचर तो अलग अलग लोगों के पास पहुंच गए ले भाई।
तेरे पास भी है क्या?
मेरे को तो उसने खुद डाल के दिया था ना, तभी वो देख ही नहीं रहा था, तब उसको टाइम नहीं था। उसके बाद मैंने खुद ने खोल लिया। अब तो मेरा साल साल का गट्टा है।
तो तेरे पास भी था ना इन शॉट, अभी है कि नहीं?
अभी है।
अभी तो खुद का है।
तभी नहीं था, तभी मैं मामबा का यूज कर रहा था, अभी नहीं।
काम इधर ये तो कुछ नहीं था। मुझ के आगे जो ठीक है, घर के आगे
मोटिवेशन ले मेरे भाई से, डर के आगे जीते, मौत के आगे जीते।
मूट मार के आगे जीते।
तो कुछ भी मिल रहा है मेरे को। क्या फिर अपोलो अपोलो बोल रहा हूँ, क्रेजी क्या चल रहा है फिर? एलेंजा के नीचे धंधा चल रहा है कि नहीं, पलट के लेटने का?
तू बैठ रहा है ना?
मेरा तो बिल्डिंग का नाम एलेंजा है।
अरे तू बस बैठ रहा है ना।
मैं कस्टमर लेके आऊंगा, तू लेट लेटे लेटे।
यही सब काम करते करते वायरल हो रहा है तू सब जगह।
बस क्या है, हमारा वीडियोग्राफर तो तू ही तो है।
ये सब काम नहीं करता।
नोकिया के फोन में वीडियो निकालता है और फिर अपलोड। कॉल कर की मोहितला बीतला कुणा तरी कॉल कर।
मोहित बोल रहा 20 मिनट प्रेम कॉल नहीं उठ रहा।
पलीकडच्या अपार्टमेंटच्या टेरेस वरती आहे।
कुठल्या माहितीये का मॅप मध्ये मारतो गाडी कुठे आपण
मम्मा को बोला ना,
क्रेजी बोला ना मामा को।
गाली सुनाने वाला काम करवा रहा है तो फिर क्या ही बोलेगा भेंडी इधर पूरा नहीं हो रहा है। हाँ तेरे को गेम खेलने का है।
करना है, तू जो खास दोस्त है उसका करना कॉल।
भाई अभी तुम लोग के साथ ज्यादा खेलते हैं ना, तुम लोग के साथ बातचीत ज्यादा है भाई, तुम लोग कर सकता है भाई, मैं करेगा तो भड़वा एक दिन
अरे
ज्यादा
बातचीत, वाह रे वाह बातचीत, अरे बाप रे क्या बोलता है। बातचीत ऐसा बोल रहे कि जैसे वो मेरे घर पे आके बैठता है।
नहीं तू उसके उस पे बैठ जाए। रुक जा
करना कॉल, क्या रो रहा है भाई, इतना कौन रोता है।
अरे वो
करना कॉल
रिचार्ज भी
उसको।
नहीं है भाई, व्हाट्सएप कॉल कर रहा हूँ, रुक जा।
हाँ व्हाट्सएप कॉल कर।
और अगर मैं गाली गया मैं तेरा नाम डाल देगा, बस और कुछ नहीं।
हाँ डाल दे डाल दे।
डाल दे मेरा डाल दे।
रेंज बस सोया ना रहा, बाकी कुछ टेंशन नहीं। हेलो मामा, आ रहा है क्या गेम में? आ रहा है क्या गेम में? क्या बोल रहे हैं? अच्छा अच्छा, नहीं मेरे को लगा कुछ और देगा, लोग बोला कि तू फोन कर, इसलिए मैं कॉल किया। अरे
हाँ
मतलब
मारा
उन लोग बोला कि
चरम पे डाल अभी।
मतलब मैं कॉल करूँ तेरे को, इसलिए मैं कॉल किया। मैं बोला क्या बता कुछ सीन है क्या? नहीं रे, ये
तुम लोग नहीं,
कुछ और
सिर्फ
ये
सोम।
सोम। ये अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। क्यों अभी तू नहीं लगा ना बैन? अच्छा
गाड़ी से शिफ्ट की थी,
मतलब
गाड़ी
पता
शिफ्ट
नहीं
की
अभी
जगह
कैसे
मतलब
नहीं
मारे
किया,
थे।
क्या लगा है करके।
जब नहीं तब एक नहीं रहता भाई, जब सही है तब मैच से बात अभी एक प्रीमियम स्किन आहे माहिती आहे का अकाउंट मध्ये, शेट्ट भेटते का एवढं पण का?
काय काय
टाकू नका, एक प्रीमियम स्किन नाही अकाउंट मध्ये.
चलेगा चलेगा, बोल रहा बोल रहा।
सोड आता, झालं ते।
ये सुना क्या भाई, आने का तो सुबह आने का भाई, रात में क्या आते रहो तुम लोग? ये सुना क्या, आने का तो सुबह आने का, रात में क्यों आते रहे तुम
करू
लोग मेरे?
स्टार्ट, ऐसे बोल रहे हैं.
मैं उसको
काम देखना कुछ ना, काम देखना मेरे लिए कुछ।
काम देखूं? भड़वे यही यही बचा है अभी मेरी
हम्म।
जिंदगी में रे।
अरे वो थोड़ी के काम देखने में यही बचा है मतलब।
अरे मतलब तू कर
ये
क्या
क्या
रहा है,
बात हुई
मतलब तू
बात
क्या
है?
कर रहा है इतना टाइम से, मतलब वो पूछ रहा हूँ तेरे को मैं।
अभी ड्रॉप लगा है, कॉलेज कर रहा
हाँ
था, अभी
वही तो,
ड्रॉप लग
यही
गया
सब
एक
यही
साल।
सब, मतलब मैं पूछा ना तेरे को, बोले मेरे को खबर आया था, लेकिन मैं तेरे मुंह से सुनना चाहता था कि क्या कर रहा है करके।
अरे अभी क्या ही करूं, मेरे को बता, अभी काम पे जा रहा हूँ, तेरे को
काहे के
क्या ही
लिए?
बताऊं।
पहले अपना डिग्री कंप्लीट कर बेंचो, दो सब वो जॉब भी मिल जाएगा भाई तेरे ही फील्ड में तेरे को।
मेरे को कॉलेज लगा था डिग्री का, मैंने नहीं लिया, अच्छा नहीं था इसके लिए।
अभी तू खुद मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में घुसा है तो भाई उसको कंप्लीट तो कर एटलीस्ट।
अरे कर तो रहा हूँ, पर अभी कॉलेज ही नहीं अच्छा सा था कोई।
कॉलेज नहीं अच्छा है बोलता है भाई, क्या बोलूं
अरे
मैं
यार
तेरे को?
एक सीरीज देने में अच्छे.
तेरे को बताऊं, कौन से भी कॉलेज से तू कर, बेंचो बड़े से बड़े कॉलेज से कर, तेरे को पैकेज है ना स्टार्टिंग जो तेरे को देने का है ना, वो 15,000 इन हैंड वाला सैलरी ही देगा कोई, या 30,000 तुम्हारे फील्ड का, उससे ज्यादा मिलने वाला नहीं है।
वाह।
तो भाई तू कोई भी कॉलेज से कर, तो अगर ये सोच के कर रहा है कि भाई मेरे को कॉलेज अच्छा मिलेगा, मेरे को सैलरी अच्छा मिलेगा, भूल जा। भाई एक्सपीरियंस बता रहा हूँ रे तेरे को, बाकी कुछ नहीं। अभी मेरा एक दोस्त लगा है
हाँ क्या
मेरे साथ ही, अभी नया, अभी हम लोग जो स्विच करेगा ना, उसको भी सेम उतना ही मिल रहा है जितना मेरे को मिल रहा है, तो इतना अच्छा कॉलेज से वो पी के पास आउट होके आया है, उसको भी उतना ही है, मेरे को भी उतना ही है, तो मतलब क्या बना, सेंस ही नहीं बना। बाद में काम के ऊपर है, स्किल्स के ऊपर है। कॉलेज तेरा ग्रेजुएशन हो गया ना, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। तो
चुप बैठ रहा है यार, दिमाग दुख रहा है मेरा, चुप बैठ जरा।
टुकले तेरा
क्यों दुख रहा है
यार चुप बैठना भाई।
कॉलेज नहीं जाता रितेश, पता है
फिर
क्या?
हुआ
हाँ तो गांडू है ना वो हड़वे को भेंचो तो क्या
मैं
बोलोगे?
हाँ गया तुझसे क्या करना
बुला
है,
रे।
क्या करना है क्या नहीं।
अरे बुला रे किसको तो बाबा यार, लेजेंड कौन है ये, लेजेंड को बुलाता हूँ।
मैं खेल रहा है तो बोल, नहीं तो फिर मैं जाता हूँ भाई। मैं तो खेलूँ कम से कम, घंटा ला रहा है।
बुलाना भाई, किसी को तो
एक
बुला ना
बुला
तू।
कोई नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे तो कुछ कर।
रित्या बोलव ना कोणाला तरी पटकन लॉबी मध्ये, त्या मोहितला बीजला विचार ना 10 मिनिटं झाली काय. डोळे असे दुखतायत ना भाई, काय विचारू नको.
प्रेम आ रहा है।
आने जाने दो उसको फिर आने. प्रेम आ रहा है तो आने देते. कोल अभी स्लॉट नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, तो लेट है अभी.
वो बोला कौन कौन है, मैं बोला क्रेजी में और सॉम, मैं बोला क्रेजी को खेलना नहीं आता, बॉट है वो। हिजरू जैसे नाच रहा है। हेलो
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I won my last match. I need a weapon.
हेलो 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 हेलो
बोल
बोल कुछ बोल क्यों नहीं रहे, मैं तो गान मारा रहते लॉबी में।
ओ मेरी शो
ചുറ്റും നോക്ക്.
क्रेजी माइक ऑन कर जड़े।
ചുറ്റും നോക്ക്.
अरे
बगल द्यायला विसरू नका.
क्रेजी की आवाज दबा दी.
माझ्या जवळ या.
मेरे पे चढ़ रहे
विक्योपी
मैं भी चढ़ रहा हूँ ना।
आया आया हमारे ठीक है
एक एक पे सब मैं किधर है सॉन्ग दे उजड़े
Don't give up.
अरे ले बोल
Your
ना
teammates can still
लगेच
recall
मार दे
you.
चुतिया इथे पण
Watch
आहे बघ
out.
मैं भी तो खेलना है ना।
मारना फ्री किले
Mark the
फ्री किले
location.
पीछे मैं फ्री किले यार मारो भाई
अबे तूने हैगे देते चूतिया का चूतिया का अंदर मार को
कोणाला बोलतोय लावड्या अरे वो दूर ये चूतियों को बोल रहा हूँ
मैं लेते सगळे चूतिया हमने परत मार को देते
या इव्हेंट वरती जाऊया चल आता
नको नको काय गरज नाही क्रेजी तो भाई स्टार्टिंग के 2 मिनट में 2-3 बार मर गया था
तो झोनच्या बाहेर कुठेतरी मी झोनच्या बाहेर बोलतो इव्हेंटच्या बाहेर मेलय कधी
इतना तो प्रो प्लेयर है भाई क्रेजी तो भाई आईफोन वाले बैन कर देंगे तेरे को भाई आईफोन में ऐसा गेम खेलेगा तो
आईफोन छीन लेंगे तेरे से
देखना आईफोन 14 प्रो में ऐसा गेम खेल रहे
मोटरोला का मोठा धडा ले तू
मंदे मंदे फ्री फायर खेलना चाहिए भाई
लूडो खेल लूडो
तो इस गेम प्ले
उतरा देख तेरे छत पे एक जन उतरा क्या बोल रहा हूँ
गोड्याला चढलोय मी
Help!
अंदर आ गया मैं
अरे बहन के
Help!
अबे यार नहीं रे मैंने चोक कर दिया बे मैं तो मार देता ये बिक्सी को
I'm
अपनी
recalling a teammate.
क्रेजी तेरे से 10 गुना अच्छा
Thanks.
खेलता भाई तू बात ही बंद कर
खेलना भाई अच्छा खेलता है
फिर मर गया क्या कर रहा है माइक बंद कर खेल रहा है लॉबी में इतना किरकिर लगा रहा है गेम में माइक बंद कर खेल रहा है
अर्ध तर घे
अडिबोली
आधी पोली ये बग्गी
फटाफट ब्लॉग का क्या सीन है देखने को। अरे बदीर अरे भैया क्रेजी गोष्टी की कब से वो बोल रहा हूँ जॉब का देख बोल रहा हूँ 2 बार बोल रहा एक मतलब ऐसा जरा एक इंक्वायरी कर दोस्तों को भी गेम खेलेंगे तो अपनी गाड़ी नहीं आएगी।
मजा गाड़ी लेके
Help!
Mother chode DBS. Jolly. Rico.
समझ
DBS वाले भड़वा
मैं समझ सकूं
अपायकादिवे त्याचे रिकॉल झाले बंद ते
एकच आहे
मार तरी जाऊन त्याला अभी रिकॉल पे होगा शायद
आपल्या आसपास कोण होतं काय रे
हां
कुठे कुठे
अपायकादिवे अरे लुटेड हे
मला काय वाटतं
गेलाय गाडी घेऊन गेलाय ते गाडी घेऊन गेला अरे गेलाय तो टायरचे निशाण बघ ना हाँ अरे घेऊन पळालाय तो जा रिकॉल दे
Awesome.
जा के दीदी जा रिकॉल दे ना एक कोई दिख रहा है क्या तिथं गाडी नाही ना खाली वेज आहे इथे हा गेलाय निघून गेलाय तो गाडी नाही आहे
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
TBS
कसला आवाज काढतोय
I need a scope.
अपने बच्चे सब रिकॉल हो गए अभी अब तो लॉगिंग में जाने गए हाँ मेरे को चाहिए रे बाबा एक रूम घेते का तुमच्या
हा
पैकी
क्या कर रहा है नको
कुठे टाकू गाडी आपणच घेऊया रिटर्न पटकन मारून फ्यूल टाक ना गाडीत एमो एमो एमो
I need a weapon.
सिलेंडर दे रे त्या किती बनते थांबे बाबा आम्ही नाहीये
Help!
अरे रे 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 बनती दे काय जा बनताय भाई
Help!
नेट टाक नेट
Help!
बसो मला
Help!
लोकांनाच खेळायचंय भाई आम बोलते आम्ही नाही तरी एकटंच खेळताय कुठे मार्क दे रितेश मार्क दे ए भाई माझी पिंग यार
Awesome.
सरक साईडला सरक बघू दे निघाले ते निघाले. चल चल.
Marked a vehicle.
मारे मुझे.
गधे की गांड. इधर शॉप है, उस शॉप के बाजू में सिटी मार रहा है.
फ्री का सामान नहीं है ना, मेरे पास नहीं है ना वो कॉइन.
Marked a vehicle.
देखो सिटी मार के फ्री में मिलने वाला है क्या?
Help!
बोल तो भाई बंदे तेरे में. प्रेम बेटा डाल डाल प्रेम बेटा. मैं कर देता हूँ.
एक नॉक एक नॉक के. गाडीच्या मागं मिरर ट्रेच्या मागं सेल्फ होतोय.
Awesome.
प्रेम कसा मिळणार. अरे प्रेम बोच्या पिक्चर आवाज नाही ते. जातो झोपायला तुझ्या. क्या कर रहे हैं क्या?
Awesome.
माइक ऑन है कर जातो मी.
उसके कुछ नहीं कितना नफ हुआ है रे bro।
अबे सब लोग की खाली 3 नंबर और 4 नंबर की एचपी कम है, बाकी सबकी भाई फुल है।
तो उतरना भी चाहिए था कम से कम, उतरा नहीं।
ए रित्या झोपतो रे बाबा यार, नाही होते गेम उद्या उठायचं पण आहे ते। ए रित्या तू डार्लिंग, तू डार्लिंग हेलो अरे रित्या माइक ऑन कर ना, जातो मी नाही तर। कॉल बिल चाललंय ते तरी बोल, कॉल चाललाय हे चाललंय काय चाललंय नुसता माइक।
बोलो guys, lagi nusing.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
Let's go.
भाई शॉटगन गिर गया तो नहीं कर। आग लाग 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 भाई साइड में जगह आपने। हाँ
इथे बघा
किती मारत होता दलिंदर, आखी पेपे बायजन फेकली मार।
Watch out!
थांब त्याला आता P90s काढतो भाई, ये नाद करा बाहेर।
हे बघ येते मध्ये
छोको
Watch
इतने
out!
किल नेट टाकू राहिला येत इकडे डॅमेज आहे
काय डॅमेज आहे किती मारून बघत नाही तो
मी 90 नाही मारतो रे त्याला बहुत मार रही थी डैमेज है
Watch out! Blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
समोरून प्लेयर अरे मार
शायला मी अंदाज झालो
काय माणूस आहे तो.
The blue team is
त्याच्यामुळे मी फ्लॉग चालू
येऊ दे आता येऊ दे डॅमेज आहे तो फक्त सांग प्लेअर कुठे आहे
का बघितलं वरती
Watch out! Killing spree for the blue team!
दोन मारले होते माहिती काय
आहे बाय
अरे कोण टाकते अंदाज करून राहिलं मला अरे भाई
काय खाल्लेलं
भाऊ मी नेट किती घाण टाकलंय
तुझ्याच नेट मी पण मेलोय किती
काय
घाटा
करे माहिती तो काय माणसं
बघ ना नीट
Killing spree for the blue team! The blue team is about to win!
Great. You're about to win.
Cover me!
गेला 3 नंबर अरे तेवढा हल्ला पाहिजे ए कस काय भाई मी कस काय नाही यायला केडी कमी पडली माझी
अच्छा
बहुत मारा पिटा पिटा के मारा
तू 0 किलो
ठीक है क्रेजी हॉट गेमर बुलाते हैं यार दोस्त
हेलो
बोलो बोल
हाँ भाई हेलो हेलो
हेलो हाँ कोई है क्या बुलाऊं मैं किसी को एक बंदा
एक
इधर भाग जाता है रे मरता है तो लड़की जैसे भाग जाता है
अरे भाई चार चार दिन लगने गया था
चुप साले लड़की बस भाग गया साले
किलो क्रेजी भाई किलो तुम
ठीक है चलेगा चलेगा
संजीत भाई किलो तुम
चलेगा भाई
मैं ऑफलाइन
वो जा रहा है बोल
ए ठीक है ब्रो
तो भाई आ रहा है 5 मिनट।
5 मिनट रुकना पड़ेगा वो आने के लिए। आई झोली बहुत बड़ा प्लेयर
हाँ
बोल रहा
2 मिनट रुक गया।
कौन सा पैराबॉय
2 मिनट।
ऑर्डर। रुक जा मैं सुसु कर गया फिर। आ गया आ गया आ गया आ गया। लगा रे मेरे को।
लगा लिविक लगा।
अरे लगा तू तेरा हाई रैंक है थोड़ा अच्छा लोग आएगा खेलने के लिए मतलब प्लेयर्स आएंगे।
कब?
मैं तो वैलो
क्या
भी खेल
बोलूंगा
सकता
सुना
हूँ
नहीं।
वैलो खेलना है तो बोल वैलो भी खेल सकता हूँ मैं तो।
वेलो खेलने का नहीं है कुछ। वेलो बोर हो रहा है रे क्रेजी बहुत।
क्या बोलता है क्या हो गया आजकल फोन फोन बीजेएमआई में आ गया लेकिन तू जो खेलता ही नहीं था कभी।
खेलता हूँ उधर ही खेलता हूँ सिर्फ ज्यादा, मतलब ज्यादा नहीं खेलता। 1-2 घंटे खेलता।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
इन्होंने खेलता करा अभी।
नहीं रे वो बिजी इंसान है भाई। मेरे को पता भी नहीं लास्ट टाइम में उसको कब उससे मेरा अच्छे से बात हुआ रहेगा मेरे को वो भी याद नहीं।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly. I won my last match. Marked a location.
थोड़ी तरह नीचे मत जा, उधर मत जा, मत जा, मत जा। बंदे ये दे दो इधर, ये स्मोक डालना। हाँ, नीचे उतरने के बाद आ जाओ ना इधर पर। अभी तो 1 मिनट दिखा रहा। नेड़ा है स्मोक है। तो घर में आ जा डायरेक्ट।
Let's fight together.
ऊपर में मत जा सिर्फ। 3 नंबर आ गएगा। बंदा तो है तुम लोगों ने। ये ओपन कर रहा है कोई, स्मोक डालता। मिल जाएगा ना। में बंदा है इधर। अरे तेरे माइक से बहुत आवाज आ रहा है।
एक सेकंड ठीक कर लो।
हो रहा है। ओ भाई अंदर जरा हाथ लगा हाथ लगा हाथ लगा। अरे भाई कैसे भाई कैसे उसको गोलियां नहीं बैठे पता है क्रेजी ग्रोजा से इतना मारा उसको।
Awesome. Awesome. Help!
मजा मैं तो क्रेजी बंदे है उधर।
इधर मेरे इधर
Awesome.
बंदे हैं अपनी तो चार है ना।
Awesome.
उधर है।
और रिकॉल ले दो उसको।
एक दिख रहा देख बड़वा।
Awesome. Marked a location.
मेरे एमओ है क्या उधर फायर का मेरे को चाहिए। हाँ
किसका ही एक्टर है। माँ कसम क्या कैंप
क्रेजी
करता बे। इधर ही बैठा हूँ कैंप करके। बच गया मैं।
किधर है? कवर में रहे। जा अंदर।
इधर ही जा रहा हूँ भाई। क्या नीचड़
ए रिव्यू दे ना उसको।
वो नीचड़ है। अरे वो चाकू
3
लगा दे,
नंबर
चाकू लगा दे भाई।
देखता हूँ।
Please recall me.
अरे
क्या हरामी बंदा था बे, लेटा था उधर बर्फ में। मेरे को
मार
दिखा
दे
ही
उसको। और एक बंद नहीं है।
Awesome.
हम ही है।
Thanks. Let's go.
M4 का एक मेरा इन्वेंटरी।
Please recall me.
निकाल कर दो वो भाई लोग। भाई जोन आ गया। क्रेजी बंद है उधर।
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
स्कोप है क्या किसके पास? मेरे को चाहिए एक्स्ट्रा होगा तो। Oh no.
माँ की
नहीं।
सब जगह इस लिविक में
क्रेजी
कैंपर ही
क्यों जा
रहते हैं।
रहा?
ये देख इधर है।
Watch
छोटा
out.
बड़ा क्या ही बोलूं मैं। घास में लेटे रहते भाई, क्या कर रही है अभी।
Awesome. Thanks.
अरे मैं किल के लिए नहीं गया था, मैं जोन पकड़ने गया था। बस जोन पकड़ के बैठूंगा सोचा, देखा तो उधर ही लेटा पड़ा है वो घास में। भाई बहुत है सच, एक बंदा तो नहीं, इतना बहुत।
किधर था क्रेजी?
अरे बस जस्ट जिधर मारा हूं ना, जस्ट के आगे ना एक रीच जैसा हल्का सा छोटा सा, और उसमें
हेलो।
पत्ता पत्ता है, उधर ही लेटा पड़ा है वो। बस इधर ही मारो ना, बस इसके आगे जन निकल के जा। इधर ने पीछे मत देख, आगे देख।
आराम से आ जा।
अरे ये बंदा
Awesome. Help.
अरे छी भाई, सेफ हूँ मैं। सेफ हो जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी। 3 नंबर कोई तो आ जाओ, जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी। स्मोक डालो, सिर्फ एक स्मोक डालो, स्मोक डालो, स्मोक डालो, स्मोक डाल, स्मोक डाल। बैठ बैठ, कवर दे सिर्फ, आराम से।
देगी लुका टीम में ट्राई का उधर ही गया है
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not and bring up voice chat.
चालू ही है
Bring up voice
चालू है
chat.
मेरे तेरा ही माइक बंद है हेलो 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 क्या ग्लीच है बहन की हेलो आवाज आ रहा है अभी?
आ रहा है अभी आवाज।
क्या गांडू गेम में भाई, उधर मेरे को
ना आवाज नहीं है। वैलो खेलता था तो अभी वैलो खेलता है क्या पीसी पे?
नहीं, मैं तो पूछा तेरे को, मेरे को कुछ नहीं था।
नहीं नहीं, मैं बोल रहा तू खेल रहा है क्या वैलो आजकल?
हाँ खेलता हूँ, मन किया तो खेलता हूँ मैं।
बोर होता है ना?
बोर तो क्या है, मेरे को तो क्या है, खेलने वाला कोई चाहिए, खेलने वाला कोई रहता तो मैं खेलता ही रहता हूँ।
होता है।
आराम से
5700 पॉइंट कॉन्करर के लिए।
पहले सेफ जोन में चलो।
2000
ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಪನಾಡಿದಾರ್ಕ
पॉइंट
నేను వెనకే ఉన్నాను ഞാൻ ನಿಂದ ಪಿನ್ನಿಲುಂಡ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಮಕ್ಕೆ ಕವರ್ करो चार्ज करो मला बंदूक हवी आहे आराम से
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
कपड़ा देना मेरे को, ये तूने पहना है वो। मेरा वाला उठा
Good luck, mates. I won my last match.
अरे त्यांना गायला अटॅक करतोय राव शार्दूल, ते येतात ते 12 12:30 ला.
Okay.
करो
हबीबी ऑल पे
असली
कोई होती। हेलो हबीबी।
मैं होती।
तुम में दम होती हमको मारने की। तुम में दम होती
अरे
मारने की
मैं
हमको।
किरमाड़ा होती। मैं किरमाड़ा होती।
दम
जो
होती
तेरी
तो
भैंस
मेरे
का
को मार के
भुसड़ा मारो
दिखाती।
Let's go.
किरमाड़ा
पीएसीस भी ना होती, याद
रंडी हो
रखियो।
अरे क्या है ये ग्लिच कैसे है ये?
खाना नीचे पानी दिखाना देखो।
नहीं रे, ब्लॉक जैसा ऐसा चेस्ट के नीचे का कैसा होता है? चेस्ट पता है ना तेरे को? चेस्ट के नीचे का वो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट पता है
नो
क्या वो?
वैसे हवा नहीं देखा देखा
वो
जल्दी
चेक
जल्दी
करा
जल्दी तो
था।
बाजू वाले घर में कर।
डेंजर अहेड
मॉल डाला।
अरे मैंने अभी देखा मेरे पास थी।
अरे ओ बंदा
डेंजर अहेड डेंजर अहेड
मार 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 इसको मार।
Watch out.
साइड में सोया रहता है। मेरे साइड से आ रहे हो इसलिए मैं इतना गुस्सा हो गया। कहीं मार रहे
Okay.
आया तो मैं पीछे से कवर दे रहा था रे।
Let's go.
लग हुआ बंदा है, बंदा है।
Form up on me.
दो बंदे तो है। गया 4 नंबर।
Help. Awesome.
तेरी मार मार मम्मा। हाँ नाइस।
Awesome. Thanks.
बड़े को और ऊपर दो है और भी दो है आराम से। सॉरी गाड़ी निकल गया।
Awesome. Thanks.
रिवाइव दे रहे क्या?
अरे मेरे को फिनिश करेगा। मारा रिवाइव दे रहा है अभी।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Awesome.
गेंडू साला उसको लगा मैं बताऊंगा नहीं तेरे को। और है क्या? एक और है बस।
Stay alert.
मैं क्या बोलता हूँ इसको तो एक को तो भागना ही पड़ेगा यहाँ से। दोनों की पेटी बन गई गलती से तो कोई नहीं बचेगा।
डेंजर अहेड
जरा ऊपर बैठा है।
पता नहीं ऊपर ही बैठे कि उधर साइड है।
इधर ही है।
हाँ इधर ही है।
हील कर रहा है।
क्या बोला तू ऊपर बोला मैं बोला
Awesome.
नहीं है मेरे को डाउट था कि मेरे को साउंड आ नहीं आता बराबर ऊपर से चल अभी रिकॉल दे दे जाओ
दे रहा रुको
अरे यार मेरा हमेशा से यही होता है रे मैं उतरता है और मेरे को कहाँ से कहीं तो दूर से ही मारेगा भाई कोई ना कोई
छोड़ छोड़ कोई ना
देख उड़ने वाला है क्या
Okay. Awesome.
अरे और एक बंदा है क्या रुको
दो हुआ फिर से क्या पता किधर तो काम कर रहा होगा तो पता नहीं अरे देख देख सामने का
Awesome.
ये बंदे बंदे बंदे
Awesome.
3 नंबर नीचे उतर जा नसीब देख भाग जा भाग जा भाग जा तुम लोग उधर उनकी शायद से फाइट चल रही थी इसलिए
नहीं जा रही है
नहीं 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 बंदे थे
Danger ahead.
ये भी मार जाता
Danger ahead.
Awesome. Awesome.
भाग जा
रिवाइव दे दे इसको गाड़ी है क्या सर दे गाड़ी शोध
No.
गाड़ी नहीं है रे ये है इधर गाड़ी है
Watch out.
गाडीत बस
तिकडे चल ना शारदे मैं मार्कवर चल
No.
ना अरे चल
No.
अरे मारेंगे ना अरे है ना उधर रिकॉल दे देंगे ना उधर छोड़ उनको रिकॉल दे के आते हाँ हाँ ठीक है मला गाडी दे बाबा थोड़ा चल इथं जाओ
Okay.
अरे वो इनको मारने के बाद कंप्लीट होता है क्या मिशन अचीवमेंट पता है
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
गाडीत बस
अंदर है दो बंदे
Help.
तुम लोग रिकॉल दे दो मेरे को ए इधर बस तेरा हो गया क्रेजी तुम लोग इधर ही जरा ये करो क्या बोलते लूटो मारते उधर बंदे मार के
I need a scope.
भाई वो आइस क्यों लग रहा है मेरे स्क्रीन पे
क्या है क्या लगा है अरे 4 नंबर भाई मत आओ हमारे पीछे हम गए थे शारदे
Okay.
बघ समोर आहेत बघ समोरच्या घरात एकच आहे वाटतं तुम्ही इथे
Marked a location.
Location marked.
गाड्या आहे
Danger ahead.
4 बंदे भाई 4 बंदे उधर ए थांब ना जरा फिनिश कर त्याला
Danger ahead.
हाँ थांब स्कोप नाही
Danger ahead.
आहे रे
चल चल
ह्याला बघ
Form up on me. Awesome.
Danger ahead.
अरे नको टाकू माहितीये थांब 7 मध्ये ना फक्त मला एक असेल तर थोडा
No.
There's an ambush. Play it safe.
थांब येईल बघ इकडून मला मार वर गेला ते आपल्याकडेच बघते नको हमारे इधर मत आओ भागो उधर से भागो
Danger ahead.
मत जाओ फाइट मत लो भाई आता
Let's
कसं
go.
अर्थ ना गाडी घेऊन
Let's go.
नाही कवरला नेट टाक खाली जाऊन इथं लाव गाडी
Marked a location.
नेट टाक भाग पळाला साईडच्या घरात आला थांब तिथंच थांब मी बघतो त्याच साईडला थांब एकाच साईडला थांब माझ्या साईडला माझ्या कवरला तुला
Danger ahead.
संजीत अरे काय कर
नाही
आवाज
आलं.
कमी कर हा
आवाज कमीच आहे.
सांगायला आले आजपर्यंत आवाज कमी करायचा
क्रेझी अर्धा मार्क दे ना कुठे
Location marked. Danger ahead. Danger ahead.
थांब मार्क नको देऊ बघतोय दिसतोय मला थांब कवर मध्ये थांब फक्त हे तुमला गाव नाही करतो दोन्ही करायचे आहेत का एकच
No.
करायचे
Location marked.
दिसला कसं येऊ भाई आता काय करू
Form up on me.
नॉक नाही गाडीच नाही राव
2 नंबर आके इधर
अरे आना एक क्रेजी था ना उसके पास 3 नंबर के पास हेल्प करने वॉल के इधर से जा भागा भाई वो फिर से पीछे तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो उधर क्रेजी
क्या लग रहे थे ग्रेनेड कितना डाल रहे थे
शारदा वॉल इथं आहे ना इथं खाली ये रहा
Please recall me.
और हाँ रे रुक नहीं ये मेरे को मारेगा अभी ये गाड़ी है ना क्रेजी गाड़ी लेके उसको रिकॉल तो दे देना उधर से हेलो
Enemies ahead. Watch out.
क्यों गया क्रेजी उसके साथ?
हो गया जीजीस भाई, मार सकते हैं, बोल रहा हूँ एकदम उनको लॉक इन
अरे
करके
तू
रखा।
क्यों गया उनके साथ?
किसके साथ?
ये भाई वो बंदा भाई, वो कौन था वो 4 नंबर?
क्या कर रहा भाई? रश कर रश ही कर रहा भाई।
Start the match.
चलो फटफट एंड कर दे भाई, मेरे को सुबह जल्दी मेरा निकलना है मेरा। ट्रेन मिस हो गया, कल नहीं करना भाई, नहीं तो कल निकी देना बर्थडे आएंगे अपने को, नहीं तो घर पे।
हम्म।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I got the triple elimination medal. Let's fight together.
क्रेजी एक्सेप्ट कर ले रिक्वेस्ट। क्रेजी रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करना मेरा।
आयो गए।
अरे
माझ्या जवळ या.
अरे ते एक जण राहिले. गणच नाही दिली रे जाऊली.
Help!
उतारा तो बराबर था मैंने. उधर गन ही नहीं दिया भाई इन्होंने उठाने। रुक रुक रुक।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Awesome. I got supplies.
क्या बोल? वो बंदा
Danger ahead.
गया क्या?
Danger ahead.
Help!
देख इसको मार। बैठे गए गाड़ी में। एक ही था ना?
नहीं, मेरे को जिसको मारा वो अलग सैन फायर था, वो जिसको तूने मार दिया।
हाँ।
Awesome. Please recall me.
हॅलो अरे नको घेऊ तिकडं नको घेऊ ए. तर लूट मारू ना, लूट नाही रे. येतोय ऐकत नाही काय.
Hold it. Don't fire. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
तुम लोगों को बोला था मैंने पिछले मैच को मत आओ हमारे इधर। ये आ गए भाई तुम, क्या नंबर भाई। अरे बट मैं बोला था ना क्रेजी ये रुक जाओ इधर ही, क्योंकि मेरे किल बहुत थे रे, मैं और किल करता। और सिरिंज भी नहीं थी रे, सिरिंज भी नहीं थी यार मेरे पे, वो वाली रिवाइव वाली पिछले मैच। इसको रिवाइव दे देता।
Let's go.
गाडीत बस.
जानबूझ के नहीं मारने को गया थे, हम लोग फंस गया था उधर, हम लोग निकल भी नहीं सकता था, तो भाग भी नहीं सकता था, ऐसा
शॉट। Awesome.
गाडीत बस.
यार कुठं नेतोय, मंद आहे काय परत तिकडं का असा.
उतर जा
मंगर गाड़ी है भाई ये। लग रहा है उधर बंदे होंगे फिक्स।
Let's go.
चार नंबर भाई रिवाइव दे दे हमको इफ मरे तो।
माझ्या जवळ या.
इधर ही रुक 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 क्रेजी क्या कर रहा रुक जाता रुको
तू रुका है उड़ी सदा आ गया
हाथ लाओ कर दे तेरे मारना
No.
बता क्या ये सही जगह था रुका है बता आगे लेता तो और
ये बोला ये 3 नंबर मंगर
Please recall
3
me.
नंबर बोला ना मेरे को इधर रोक दे
आगे रुकना ना तो
बोला था उधर
बंद है भाई वो पीछे साइड देखो बता है अपने पे फायर हुआ है डैमेज दिया है वो आएगा ही भाग के। मैं इसलिए उसके मुंह पे गया कि वो ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट ही ना करे कि भाई मैं उसके मुंह पे जाऊंगा बट वो पहले से रेडी था मारने के।
Please recall me. Stay alert. I'm recalling a teammate. Fire. Stay alert.
गाड़ी नहीं है ना इधर ही आगे जाओ क्या
Let's go.
नहीं है भाई गाड़ी
अरे क्या हो गया इसको 4 नंबर को स्पेक्टेट कर रहा था रे गया था
इधर रुको
Search for vehicles.
Marked a location.
मैं भी खत्म हो गया मालूम।
उसको लेके आता है, रुको
लेके
घर में रुक जाओ। हाँ
Help!
आपली गाडी असेल घरा अजून नको जायला.
गाडीत बस.
No.
Watch out!
तिथं
कौन सा स्कोप चाहिए भाई? एटेक्स है मेरे पास।
अरे एक नहीं चाहिए, वो सामने देख ना, गाड़ी है ना उधर, तो गाड़ी है शायद.
आ जाओ घुस के आ जाओ। तुम लोग गाड़ी से आओ, मैं तुमको पीछे से कवर देता हूँ। जाओ
बैठो 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 बैठो.
कोई नहीं है भाई, आ जाओ।
Vehicle marked.
हाँ है ना.
एक से एक है भाई।
हाँ दे दो.
ले लो, आ जाओ मेरे पास।
डालो डालो उधर ही डालो.
Awesome. Thanks.
चलो पूछते हैं. अरे इतना
Awesome.
बॉट किधर से आ रहा है भाई?
M4 चाहिए किसी को?
Marked an enemy's death crate.
No.
गाडीत बस.
तो पेट्रोल नहीं है भाई उसमें.
पेट्रोल नहीं है भाई। यहीं पे लो भाई, पहुंचेंगे के रिकॉल पे बंदे आएंगे।
मारना है क्या?
Fall back to safe zone. Fall back to safe zone.
पार्ट्स ले लो क्या?
ले लो भाई, अपार्टमेंट ले लो।
Awesome.
आजा सवालिया।
Help!
जल्दी जल्दी हाथ लगाओ। ए अरे इथं नको थांबू रे शारदे, खाली जाऊन थांब। अरे ऊपर मत ही आओ, मत आओ ऊपर मत आओ, नीचे जा रहा हूँ।
ठीक है, इसके नीचे वाले फ्लोर पे चलते, चलो।
हाँ इसको मारो ना अभी, पीछे वाले को।
डेंजर अहेड।
तो पास ही है उधर, तो पता नहीं बट हाँ दिख गया, दिख गया, दिख गया।
किधर है भाई, मार्क करो।
पेड़ के इधर है। अरे यार सेफ हो। मस्त मस्त।
मेरे को बंदे ही नहीं दिख रहे यार, मार्क तो पूरा सीजन।
छोड़ो मत देखो, मत देखो।
डेंजर अहेड।
अरे नको करू रे शार्दूल। मत देख ऐसे मत देख। 4 नंबर बंदे वो साइड ही है।
डेंजर अहेड।
मत देख। हाँ
भाई मैंने डैमेज दिया है, बहुत बंदे डैमेज दिया है।
नो
बोल रहा हूँ भाई।
गेलेखर वाला है क्या?
हाँ आपको बोल रहा हूँ, मत देखो ही मत उधर। मैं देख रहा हूँ, रुको। तो मारेंगे पर वाले। तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं भाई, मत देख मत भाई, किक दे ही मत।
ठीक है।
बग गए पीछे।
डेंजर अहेड।
अरे हमें जोन जाना है रे।
भाई नीचे गाड़ी पड़ी है, उठाओ निकलो।
रुको अभी मत जाओ, रुको। कल गाड़ी
भागे वो लोग भाई।
साइड के घर में है बंदे। अपना गाड़ी उठाओ, फाइट लेना है इनके साथ। अरे अपनी गाड़ी तो ये कौन है?
माझ्या जवळ या.
Danger ahead.
आहेत का अजून तिकडं? गेले. बघ बरं गाडी आहे का?
गाड़ी में बढ़िया भाई, आ जाओ जल्दी।
हाँ हाँ
गाडीत बस.
चलो 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 चलो.
Fall back to safe zone.
उधर से पीछे से जाते
Danger
हैं,
ahead.
पीछे से।
माझ्या जवळ या.
लेफ्ट ले लो, लेफ्ट. इधर ही रोक दो फिर. इधर ही रोको. रोक दो इधर ही.
माझ्या जवळ
थोड़ा
या.
कवर देखो इधर. अरे ओपन में मत रोको भाई, नीचे ले लो.
सॉरी सॉरी।
हाँ रुको रुको.
चलो एक नंबर जोन में चलो पहले।
माझ्या जवळ या.
Fall back to safe zone.
हमें हील करो भाई, हील. हो जरा 2 मिनट.
भाई बंदे जोन में चलो गाड़ी लेके।
इधर जाना है
Marked a
हमको भी.
location.
रुको 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 जरा रुको. अरे रुको भाई 2 मिनट. वो आ रहा है, वो टॉयलेट करने गया है. रुको.
Let's go. Watch out.
हाँ इधर. लेट जाओ इधर. लेट जाओ लेट जाओ. मेरे इधर मत आ भाई.
Fall back to safe zone.
गाडीत बस मी जे कंपाऊंडला हे केलं ना तिकडे जा बैठ इधर रोक सकते ना इकडे ये
Enemies ahead!
आले
Danger ahead. Danger ahead. Danger ahead. Danger ahead. Danger ahead.
Help!
पीछे देख पीछे
Danger
मेरे
ahead.
को सिरिंज फेंकना मेरे पीछे सिरिंज फेंक मेरे पे
Danger ahead.
बस
It's safe here! Save
Got
me! It's safe here!
Got it.
Save me!
Danger ahead.
हम तो जरा
Location marked.
आहो का
Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
Help! Enemies ahead!
We're the
Victory
best.
belongs to
Victory
us.
belongs to us.
चलो संजीत भाई चलो एक और गेम लगाते हैं
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
Let's go.
Killing spree for the red team.
Watch out! Marked a location.
Red team's streak has just been terminated. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. Red team is in the lead. Killing spree for the red team. Red team's streak has just been terminated. Killing spree for the red team. The blue team doesn't have a lot of time left.
Be careful. You're losing the game.
The red team's streak has just been terminated.
Watch out!
Victory.
टीम में ऐसे गंदे प्लेयर रहेंगे ना तो फिर तो ये तो बहुत होने वाला है। मारे भी तो उतने ही मारे।
team has scored for the first time.
बस आ जाना लोग कभी गांड फड़का बुक
Cover me.
Watch out!
Mercy. Reloading.
Watch out!
Cover me. Fire. Reloading. Cover me. Mercy. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. Cover me. Killing spree for the blue team. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. The match is over, and the blue team is in the lead. The blue team's streak has just been put to an end. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. Cover me.
Watch out!
has just been put to an end. Doesn't have a lot of time left.
Great. You're about to win.
The blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
Victory.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly. I need a weapon.
Let's go.
Points for the rich. Reloading.
Watch out!
Reloading! Cover me! Reloading! The red team is about to win!
Be careful. You're losing the game.
Watch out! Watch out!
Killing spree for the
Watch
red
out.
team! Cover me!
Watch out!
Victory.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I won my last match! Watch out! Watch out!
दोस्ती वस्ती छोड़ो, मुझे कैश दो, मनी इन द बैंक, मुझे कैश दो। दोस्ती छोड़ो, मुझे कैश दो, मनी इन द गैंग, मुझे कैश दो।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
अरे 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 अरे
आगे खतरा है।
नंबर आता तो नहीं मारते, मारने दे।
खबर पड़े नहीं
वन HP अंदर ऑलरेडी।
ना कहीं कोई करा दे बोले रही थी कि
Watch out! Help! Watch out! Help!
अरे का अंदर
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! I got supplies. Excellent.
waiting wale ko waiting ni
आता
અત્યારે લગભગ ઓનલાઈન નહીં છે ના હું તો અત્યારે રિજેક્ટ કરવાનો હતો પણ નક્કી નતું ને આ લોકોનું
4 नंबर अरे मार्कस
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I need attachments.
नाका यार कुछ भी तो और देना चाहिए।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
जंप भी करके मारने वाला था। मारता रहूंगा ऐसे ग्रेनेड से देखो उनको गू सबसे बड़ा कूक है हमें लास्ट में।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
तेरी माँ दी पुद्दी तेरी गांड में लंड बैंड का लौड़ा अल्ले बेबी ने मौली कर दिया बेबी बाबू हाँ बेबी ओ लग गई मौली बेबी मौली लग गई बेबी मौली लग गई बेबी मौली लग गई बेबी लग गई मौली लग गई बेबी मौली 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 बेबी ऐसे जंपिंग जपा बेबी गांड नहीं का बेबी 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 आओ ना अरे बेबी एडवांटेज चाहिए बेबी को ऊपर से मारना है पता नहीं ना बेबी स्पोर्ट्स में ट्राई किए थे बट बेबी को चोको मिल गया T1 प्लेयर से अरे बेबी 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 अल्लाह ग्रेनेड डालो चाहिए गांडू को समझ में नहीं आता मैं किधर हूँ इतना देर से कौन सा स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे थे किड्स टूर्नामेंट चले गए मैं तो स्पोर्ट्स लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे थे लग गया बेबी को लग गया अच्छा बेबी फिर से आपको जम दिया लग गया बेबी मौली लग गया मॉली लगती मॉली लगती अले मॉली लगती ले तो दे दिया तो लावते क्या क्या है तेरे को
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation. And play responsibly.
दी पुद्दी है ना तो दी देनी है ना बस यही बोलने के लिए, नुबड़ा बोलने के लिए तो आया था क्या पुनीत भाई? मैं तो मजा करने आया था, तुम तो भाई। पुनीत शेरा। बट जो भी बोलो, मजा आया, मजा आके।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
मारता हूँ ना, सिर्फ टनाटन निकलती है सुरसुरी। सिर्फ ऐसे सिर्फ टनाटन निकलती है, याद रखना। बांसुरी बिसुरी सब बजा देता हूँ मैं। 1v1 आजा भाई। अरे भाई तेरे को भी मारूंगा रे मैं, छोड़ जान दे रे। 1v1 डाल, रिक्वेस्ट डाल, तेरे को भी दिखा दो भाई।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
चिकन मेरा लौड़ा। कैसे जिप जिप भाई तेरी गांड को मैंने भाई Arrarararara nagababa 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 अरे अंगा बाबा बम 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 चलो गाइस सी यू टाटा बाय बाय गुड नाइट ध्यान रखो चलो इसी के साथ मैं स्ट्रीम अपना एंड कर रहा हूँ मेरा स्ट्रीम एंड ठीक है मैं मेरा स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ एंड ठीक है चलो बाय बाय सी या गुड बाय टेक केयर मिस यू ऑल एंड मिलते हैं कल वापस वॉच पार्टी के साथ ठीक है चलो बाय बाय